Chapter 9, The Quidditch World Cup, Part 2. August 13, 1994. The Department of International Magical Cooperation. Office of International Portkey Arrivals and Departures. 9:59 in the morning. Bartemius Crouch, Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, checked his pocket watch and then glowered even more than usual. This astonished Percy Weasley, who had worked for the man all summer and had thought Crouch already glowered as much as any human being possibly could. In addition to his long-suffering intern, Director Crouch was flanked by a number of other ministry personnel, including Chief Auror Amelia Bones and DMLE Director Corban Yaxley, along with every hit wizard and Auror not already on site at the Quidditch World Cup. Chief Warlock Dumbledore was present as well, though Percy suspected his presence was meant to keep the British wizards from doing something foolish rather than to deter the diplomatic envoy from doing whatever it was everyone else feared the legendary Dark Lord Macavity would do. Privately, Percy thought the show of force was ridiculous overkill. Whatever Macavity had done back in the 1960s to warrant banishment from Wizarding Britain, he was currently the director of the Australian Department of Magical Muggle Relations and the fourth highest figure in the Australian Wizarding government. More importantly, he had complete diplomatic immunity, which made the British ministry's display even more farcical. Unless Macavity fired off an unforgivable curse immediately after his portkey arrival, none of the assembled law enforcement officials would be able to touch him. Or them, as the case may be, Percy thought to himself as the wizard's portkey finally delivered him to the scene, along with his sizable entourage. Apparently, like Dumbledore, the Australian delegation had been justifiably worried about the ministry doing something foolish. Suddenly, more than 20 people appeared within the portkey staging area, all holding onto what looked to be 50 feet of garden hose. The portkey charm had been activated. The arrivals formed a somewhat concentric arrangement, with Alexander Macavity at the center, surrounded by about 10 other diplomatic personnel, and a dozen Australian Aurors on the outer edge. There was also what seemed to be an unusual-looking dog wearing a yellow Team Australia bandana around its neck. The visiting Aurors had their wands drawn but were not yet aiming them at anyone. Percy, whose wand was not drawn, felt a brief surge of panic as he considered who would be the best person to duck behind for cover if curses started flying. Probably Dumbledore, he thought. Fortunately, violence did not break out, and the visiting Aurors relaxed, putting their wands away. Expecting trouble, Macavity? Crouch asked angrily. Not at all, Crouch, replied the infamous Muggleborn. But it's my first time in Britain in decades. Given how excitable your ministry gets whenever my name comes up, my security detail insisted on extra caution. He glanced past Crouch at the score of British Aurors and hit wizards behind him. As I'm sure you understand. Then, his attention shifted to Dumbledore, who stood just behind Crouch, looking resplendent in his mauve and yellow robes. Macavity grinned broadly. And it's wonderful to see you again, Supreme Mugwump. How long has it been? Just shy of 2 years, Alexander, Dumbledore replied amiably. And I have asked you repeatedly to call me Albus when the ICW is not in session. Macavity laughed. Do forgive me, sir, but I just don't think I have it in me to be so familiar with you. Shall we compromise? I'll just call you Headmaster. With that, Macavity opened his coat to reveal that, in addition to his Team Australia Quidditch jersey, he was also wearing a somewhat worn Ravenclaw scarf that Percy thought must have been from the older man's school days. The blue and bronze clashed widely with Australia's yellow and green. Percy struggled to suppress a smile. He wasn't about to reveal his amusement at the mention of the Muggleborn Dark Lord while standing so close to his irritable boss. Meanwhile, Amelia Bones, visibly concerned about how this diplomatic exchange had already gone awry, stepped forward. Director Macavity, I am Amelia Bones, Chief of the British Auror Corps. On behalf of the Fudge administration, I would like to formally welcome you to Wizarding Britain, she said. Macavity responded with a warm smile. Thank you, Madam Bones. On behalf of Wizarding Australia, we are all honored to be here. Amelia gestured to Yaxley, who stood beside her. And this is Corban Yaxley, Director of the British DMLE, who will oversee on-site security for the Cup. Yaxley stepped forward and bowed slightly. Director McCavity, he stated simply. McCavity's smile remained, but Percy noticed it had lost some of its warmth. Yaxley, is it? I went to Hogwarts with a Vespasian Yaxley back in the day. He was a fifth-year Slytherin when I was sorted. Vespasian was my father, Yaxley replied. Ah, and how is your dear father? McCavity asked. Yaxley's expression darkened slightly. He died during the war, Director McCavity. Oh? I'm terribly sorry to hear that. Whose side was he on? Before Yaxley could respond, Crouch interrupted, sensing the tension. Now that the diplomatic pleasantries are over. Really? McCavity interjected. I hadn't realized they had even started. Crouch sneered. As I was saying, the port key to the cup facilities leaves in 1 hour. However, before you and all your people can go, you will need to register your wands, as required by the QWC public safety regulations, you understand? I fully understand the regulations, Director Crouch, McCavity replied with a neutral expression. Seeing the Australian delegation. As I helped write the regulations back when we hosted the Cup at Uluru in 1986, I am curious why you are enforcing them against the Australian delegation when you seem to let all the other nations pass through without issue. Crouch began to snarl a response, but McCavity interrupted. Nevertheless, rules are rules, and we will, of course, comply with your registration requirements. Good, Crouch snapped. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to oversee the arrangements to transport the Goblet of Fire for its installation at the Cup Stadium. Oh, yes, McCavity replied cheerfully. I saw a picture of your goblet in the papers. It's very nice. This time, Crouch did snarl. Weatherby. Get everybody's wands registered. With that, he turned and stalked off, with Yaxley and Bones close behind. Percy frowned at his boss's mistake in calling him by the wrong name for the 4th time but nodded instead of correcting him. Dumbledore shook his head and clapped Percy on the shoulder before turning back to McCavity. Alas, Alexander, I will not be attending the Cup. To be brutally honest, if I don't have students involved, I find Quidditch frightfully dull. But you have a standing invitation to visit me at Hogwarts while you're here in Britain. I shall take you up on that, Headmaster, McCavity replied, shaking Dumbledore's hand as he made his way to the nearest flue back to Hogwarts. McCavity then turned to Percy. Well then, Mr. Weatherby, is it? Weasley, actually, Percy said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Aha. So does Crouch not know your name, or is he just being a wanker? Percy's eyes widened slightly, and he took a moment to clear his throat. Whom? If you would step this way, Director McCavity, he said diplomatically. Percy handled the processing with his usual efficiency, and the wand registration took less than 15 minutes for the Australian delegation. The entire delegation. Near the end of the process, 2 individuals approached together. An older man wore a somewhat weathered Aura's coat, while a young woman dressed in Muggle civilian attire followed him. A canine accompanied them. With her black hair pulled back into a ponytail, the girl appeared to be not much older than Percy. She looked slightly nervous, which Percy attributed to the earlier scene created by Crouch and McCavity. Name, occupation, and wand? Percy asked the older man politely. Macmillan. Buck Macmillan. Senior Aura, retired. Eucalyptus with a bunyip hair core, the man replied. He gestured to the animal. And since my familiar can't speak for himself, I'll answer for him. Reggie Macmillan, short for Reginald. Tasmanian wolf. No one but a hell of a bite. As if to prove his owner right, Reggie opened his mouth in a wide yawn. Percy's eyes widened, but when it became clear the creature would not attack, he shrugged. As I recall, Aura Macmillan, Muggles believe Tasmanian wolves to be extinct. Can I assume you know the proper charms to conceal Reggie's true nature from any Muggles you encounter? Yeah, there's a charm on his bandana that will cause Muggles to see him as a Jack Russell Terrier. Works for me, said Percy. He and Buck each touched their wands to the card on the table between them. Instantly, the card verified Buck's statements before transforming into an ID badge on a lanyard, representing both Buck's diplomatic attaché status and his ticket to the VIP box at the Cup. You said you were retired. Yup. I was happily splitting my time between training my apprentice here and fly fishing when I got reactivated for this job. Percy glanced at the pretty young woman standing next to him. Oh. You're an Aura trainee? He asked. No, she replied. I may apply. I'm training for a defense against the dark arts mastery in the future, but right now, I'm just working, she said. Percy tilted his head. The girl's accent sounded Australian to his untrained ears, but it was different from Macmillan's. He slid another card in front of her. Name. White, she said with a smile. Delphine White. Novegicus, Target 3 has arrived at the Ministry. Target 1 will be relocated to Dartmoor within the hour. Misericord, the Quidditch World Cup Stadium, 11:30 in the morning. That is not nearly as impressive as I was expecting, said James Potter, looking dubiously at the fabled goblet of fire. Nearly every Aura and Hit wizard had been assigned to work security for the Cup grounds or for the arrival of the Australian delegation. James thought the latter was a ridiculous waste of manpower. Accordingly, the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office had been temporarily deputized to ensure that someone who knew how to handle a wand would be on hand when the priceless relic of a forgotten age was installed before the first quarter-final match, Australia versus Uganda, at 2 o'clock. When asked, James jumped at the chance to deliver the goblet to its installation site just below the VIP box at the stadium. Funny, he mused to himself. A year ago, I'd have thought this was beneath me. And now, I'm happy to volunteer for scout work just to get out of that sweltering office for a while. Plus, I get to see the stadium even if I'll miss all the matches. Shaking off that lingering disappointment, James regarded the infamous goblet of fire. He had expected something grand or at least imposing, given its history. But it was, in fact, a rough-hewn wooden cup, completely unadorned and standing less than 2 feet tall. Most would be forgiven for thinking it was entirely unmagical, except for the soft glow of blue flames emanating from inside. When James opened its container and reached down to grab it, James suddenly jerked his hand back. For a brief moment, he was startled by the magical power radiating from the goblet of fire. He also felt a strange sensation, as if he were being judged by a powerful, non-human intelligence. Hesitantly, he picked up the goblet and handed it to Percy, who also blanched and shuddered upon touching the artifact. Percy then passed it to Joseph Abbott, the squib overseeing the ministry's maintenance department. Joe, as his friends called him, seemed unaffected by the goblet's presence. He shrugged and placed it gently on the white marble column set up for display. "Okay, young Mr. Weasley," he said. "How does it look?" "It looks fine, Mr. Abbott," Percy replied. "And please call me Percy. You've known my family since I was in short pants." And I'll be happy to call you Percy when we're off the clock. But right now, we're not. There are appearances to maintain, so you'll be young Mr. Weasley." Percy grimaced. "Very well. If you insist, Mr. Abbott." "Please," Joe said amiably, "call me Joe." Percy rolled his eyes as Joe turned his attention to James. "And what do you think, Chief?" "Sorry, no disrespect intended." Potter winced slightly. "None taken, Joe." So, Joe continued respectfully, "What do folks call you now, if you don't mind me asking?" James opened his mouth, then paused. After a moment, he turned to Percy. "What's your dad's official title, Percy?" The young man was surprised by the question. "I'm pretty sure it's just Mr. Weasley." James nodded and turned back to Joe. "You can call me Mr. Potter then, Joe. Though I hope you'll call me James when we're off the clock, as you put it." Abbott nodded with a smile. "Will do. Now that we know what to call each other, how do you think this overrated brandy snifter looks? Does it? Do you need any adjustments?" James asked. "Once it's in place, no one will be able to get to it for a while." "Oh," James replied. Why not? Percy spoke up. The goblet is enchanted to light up fully at the end of the minister's opening speech. It's just pyrotechnics, though. None of its more legendary properties will be invoked. After that, it will remain lit until the closing ceremonies on the Sunday after the final match on August 27th. Until then, there will be a network of protective wards around it that will prevent anyone from getting close or interfering with it. It is a priceless historical artifact, after all. Joe snorted. It's made of wood, young Mr. Weasley. I'm pretty sure I could whittle something more impressive than that in a week or two if you gave me a big enough block of pine. Well, I mean, you couldn't set it on fire or whatever you plan to do with it, but still. Percy coughed in embarrassment. Yes, well, it's a 3,000-year-old piece of wood with a host of magical properties. It doesn't have to look impressive. His last comment was undermined by his doubtful tone. The goblet's appearance was indeed rather dull compared to its lurid history. Wait, so there's no way to get to it if something goes wrong? James asked with mild concern. Not easily, Percy replied. The only person keyed into the ward scheme is Bertha Jorkins, and she's out sick with spattergoat. I heard it was black cat flu, Joe interrupted. Percy shrugged. Regardless, unless she recovers and returns to work in the next few days, the only way to get through the wards before Sunday would be to get a half-dozen curse breakers in to disassemble the ward scheme. Why are the wards keyed just to Bertha Jorkins, though? James asked. I would have assumed that both Ludo and Barty would have insisted on having sole access. Joe laughed. They did. They argued for a week over who would get the honor, and whether it was the details of the goblet and the ongoing issues surrounding it. Bertha was handling both departments, James continued. She lost her temper and connected the ward scheme to her own biomagical signature. Biomagical signature, Percy clarified. Right, that. She used her own signature without informing either department. I heard both Barty and Ludo were furious about it. James looked puzzled. Gasket, Mr. Potter, Percy explained. It's a Muggle term. I don't know much about them, but it's not good when they blow. Joe chuckled softly. Purebloods, he muttered, careful to keep his voice low. Meanwhile, the security protocols were activated for Target 1 at 2 in the afternoon on January Blackstone. After consulting with his adult advisors, Harry finally agreed to Teen Witch Weekly's request for an interview. He mentioned to Artie that he didn't understand why anyone would want to interview him, to which Artie laughed and listed all the remarkable things Harry had accomplished in the past year. The good news was that the interview would be friendly. Harry's fellow Wizengamot Lord, Daniel Greengrass, balanced his time between politics and international shipping and finance. His wife, Winifred Greengrass, found herself with plenty of free time now that their daughters were in school. Before marrying Daniel, Winifred Abbott had worked as a journalist for the Daily Prophet, specifically in the fashion and living sections. When she applied for a position at Teen Witch Weekly, her background made her an easy fit for the job. Lord Greengrass's private purchase of a controlling interest in the magazine likely helped as well. Lady Greengrass, who insisted Harry call her Winnie, arrived just before noon and joined him for lunch in the solarium. She complimented Harry on his taste in the architectural and design changes he had made to the former Potter Manor before getting down to business. Harry and Winnie enjoyed lunch and talked for about an hour on a variety of topics. They discussed Harry's death-defying aerial duel against a trio of werewolves and his earlier duel against a pair of cursed bludgers the previous year. He remained appropriately modest about his feats. They talked about his astonishing performance in front of the Wizengamot when he claimed the dormant Wilkes seat, and he was self-effacing. His views on various aspects of British wizarding politics were politely evasive. He was full of praise for his relationship with his godfather, Sirius Black. When the conversation turned to his birth parents and twin brother, he deftly changed the subject. As the interview drew to a close, Harry had some questions of his own. Lady Greengrass, oh, Winnie, I am curious. What led you to approach me about this interview? Several reasons, Harry, she answered casually. To be honest, One of them is spite. You see, the boy who lived has steadfastly refused to give us an interview since House Greengrass purchased the magazine. Or more accurately, his mother has refused to approve an interview. I assume she's afraid that Teen Witch Weekly will now have Slytherin, if not outright Death Eater, sympathies. She scoffed. As if the Death Eaters ever cared about fashion. Harry nodded. I see. So you want to try and build me into a media personality on par with Jim as a way of getting back at House Potter? Would it be a problem if I said yes? And at this point, don't you want to be a bigger media personality than Jim Potter? Harry paused. On one hand, the oath of enmity he was under made him mildly angry at the idea of being asked for an interview solely as a way to get back at the Potters. On the other hand, that same oath of enmity made the idea of becoming more famous and admired than Jim Potter somewhat attractive. He frowned and took a moment to focus his occlumency on his feelings to see which direction he should take. Harry quickly realized which of his feelings were genuine and which stemmed from Sirius's ill-considered oath. The finding surprised him. He deduced that Winnie Greengrass's offer of fame and popularity was ultimately just a distraction. So that's one reason, Winnie, he said casually. What are the others? Winnie smiled. Well, I must confess, another big reason is that my daughters asked me to. Both Daphne and Astoria are quite fond of you. In light of your extraordinary achievements, they encouraged me to reach out and see if my magazine could help you get the credit and recognition you deserve. Harry nodded. I'm certainly grateful, and I'm happy to hear that about your daughters. We drifted apart a bit last year with all that business about Theo No Name. Lady Greengrass winced slightly. Yes, I was quite upset to hear from my daughters that the unfortunate situation had driven a wedge among the houses of our alliance. I gather your good friend Neville Longbottom was also affected, and you have clearly forgiven him for it. I hope you will find your way to be just as forgiving to Daphne and Astoria now that the ultimate sanction has been withdrawn and those affected purebloods in your circle no longer hold their former hostility toward young Master Theo. Well, I'm glad to hear that Daphne and Astoria are no longer so affected. He paused and chose his words carefully. But tell me, Winnie, what do you think about that whole ultimate sanction business? I mean, a single Wizengamot lord maliciously invoked a law written centuries ago against his own son, which affected the minds of every other Wizengamot member along with most of Wizarding Britain. Does that not trouble you? She shrugged almost dismissively. Harry, I certainly do not defend the actions of Tiberius Not. Daniel was more than happy to join you in repealing the ultimate sanction provision. But magic is magic. And the price we pay for the right to use magic is our birthright. We agree to be subject to its authority. This was true for each of us from the moment a wand chose us. Still, Winnie, surely you agree that mind control magic should be better regulated. I'm having trouble understanding why the Imperious Curse is considered unforgivable, as it should be, but not a Confunder's Charm, even though the latter can also violate a witch or wizard's mind just as easily. She nodded slowly. It is still illegal to use a Confundus for criminal purposes. I think I see where you're going with this. You want stronger penalties for illegal Confundus charms and perhaps a broader definition of when a Confundus might be considered illegal. Exactly, along with other similar charms. For instance, I understand that memory charms are necessary to preserve the statute of secrecy, but they can be abused. I'd like to see the Wizengamot address that. As I understand it, there is no penalty for erasing the memories of a Muggle who witnesses a wizard breaking the statute. The general attitude seems to be, if I breach the statute but erase the memories of all witnesses, then no harm was done. But I believe messing with the memories of someone who can't defend themselves is harmful in itself. At the very least, using a memory charm on a Muggle to cover up one's misconduct should be considered misdemeanor Muggle baiting, even if the underlying conduct isn't illegal. This would encourage wizards and witches to be more careful when dealing with Muggles and would help preserve the statute while being more ethical. Winnie's eyes widened, and she smiled. That's a very interesting perspective, Harry. I applaud your concern for the safety of Muggles. However, such changes to our laws would require a larger and stronger alliance than you currently have. How open are you to gaining new allies? And what steps would you take? Are you willing to take the necessary steps to achieve such goals? Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean by that? Winnie took a sip of tea as she prepared her thoughts. This brings us neatly to the third reason I set up this interview. I wanted to butter you up, as the Muggles say. I have received an overture from House Selwyn. That caught Harry by surprise. The Selwyns? My impression from Daphne was that House Greengrass and House Selwyn were rather antagonistic. Winnie smirked. At the time Daphne held such opinions, House Selwyn was trying to pressure House Greengrass into an unfavorable fealty arrangement. Things have changed, however. We are both ancient and noble houses now, even if House Greengrass has held that status for just a year or so compared to the centuries that House Selwyn has enjoyed it. Our two houses are on an even footing, and as a result, the Selwyns have adopted a more conciliatory tone. This shouldn't surprise you. They did join our alliance to strike the ultimate sanction, after all. Harry nodded slowly. The entire Selwyn alliance did join his network, as did House Not. Lucius Malfoy essentially blackmailed them into it by holding over them the threat of Sirius using the sanction on Narcissa Malfoy. So what do the Selwyns want now? He asked. Put simply, they wish for the support of our alliance in elevating one of their 4 cadet houses to the status of ancient and noble house. Harry did a double take. That's a lot to ask, Winnie. While they helped us with the ultimate sanction, I think the Selwyns are opposed to most of my views about what wizarding Britain should be. Their conduct during the last war was the result of one family member, Dareth Selwyn, falling in with the Death Eaters and putting several other family members under the Imperious curse. Harry. Dareth made a full confession before dying in Azkaban. If we are judging houses by their past associations with he who must not be named, it would be strange for you to reject overtures from the Selwyns while remaining closely allied with House Malfoy and House Black. Don't you agree? He grimaced. Still, what are the Selwyns offering in exchange for such an incredible boon? It's not as incredible as it sounds. Honestly, it's just them protecting their vote totals. Uriah Travers is elderly and in ill health, and he is likely to pass within the next few years without leaving a viable heir. His death will mean the end of House Travers, which would cost the Selwyn Alliance 5 votes. By elevating one of their other cadet branches, they will gain an additional 5 votes to offset that. Let's be honest. In the modern era, the Ministry of Magic holds far more power over the day-to-day lives of wizard folk than the ancient and noble families. Practically speaking, the extra 5 votes are the only benefit to be gained by elevation. Plus, the Selwyns are offering to offset their increased voting bloc by giving us the chance to do the same. Harry blinked. Oh? How so? Before I married Daniel, I was Winifred Abbott of the Common House of Abbott. If we support the Selwyns in elevating one of their cadet branches, they will support us in elevating House Abbott to noble status, thus bringing an additional 5 votes to our bloc. While traditionally pure-blooded, Sacred 28, in fact, House Abbott is generally a progressive house that staunchly opposed you-know-who. Indeed, my own father was an Auror personally murdered by you-know-who in 1978. Her voice rose slightly at the end. Harry thought it wise not to share that he had seen the memory of Auror Abbott's death in Alastair Moody's memories. She took a moment to compose herself. And for what it's worth, when I married Daniel, I made him take an oath that he would never support the Death Eaters. But I digress. House Abbott is wealthy. Enough to cover the dues for a noble house. The prospective Lord Abbott, if the house is elevated, would be Gilbert Abbott, my uncle. He founded and owns Quickspell and is a self-made millionaire. My cousin, Sam Abbott, who would likely be the heir, is a junior Auror. I believe he was present during your encounter with Gilderoy Lockhart at the end of your 2nd year. He spoke highly of your bravery in pursuing that lunatic, even if you were unable to catch him. You have another relative who's a hit wizard, right? Winifred nodded sadly. My cousin Lester. He's currently in St. Mungo's. He was one of the hit wizards affected by the Toymaker's cursed object. Harry nodded as Winifred dabbed her eyes with a napkin. I'm sorry to bring up such a sensitive topic. Hannah Abbott is part of your family too, isn't she? She's in my year. Yes, Hannah is the daughter of cousin Joseph. He's a squib, but he married a Muggleborn named Pamela Cresswell. Her brother Dirk is head of the Goblin Liaison Office. She smiled. So you see, the Abbotts are historically purebloods, but we still take care of our squibs. Despite his blood status, we ensured that Joseph remained in the wizarding world, secured a good job at the ministry, married a witch, and had a magical child. In the process, House Abbott has embraced a family of Muggleborn siblings. Harry sat back in his chair, thinking. He had held a bit of a grudge against Hannah Abbott due to her membership in the CPS, but he had no reason to believe she was very active in it. He made a mental note to discuss with Amy whether Hannah showed any signs of pureblood bigotry, even though she was a half-blood herself. After all, Voldemort was a half-blood too. You've made a compelling case, Winnie. But I need to discuss this with my advisors before I make any commitments. Fair enough. Perhaps during the cup competition, you can. Will you do us the honor of dining with us one night? The Greengrasses, Abbotts, and Cresswells are sharing a tent. Harry smiled. I look forward to it. After discussing the proposed alliance further, Winifred returned to the official reason for her visit. She engaged Harry in an animated conversation about his expectations for the Quidditch World Cup, the quality of the tent that the Blacks and Malfoys would be sharing, and his thoughts on new developments in hair care products. Later, after Winnie had left, he shared everything they had discussed with Sirius and Regulus. He also told them the sad story of Lester Abbott and the other hid wizards cursed by what was obviously a dark object powered by parcel magic. He asked what, if anything, he could do about it without exposing his own secrets. Nimrod targets 4, 5, and 6 will be on site for the entirety of the Quidditch World Cup beginning on August 15th. Target 5 will travel by Muggle means. At 8:30 in the evening, the final score was Australia 410, Uganda 350. As the victorious Aussie seeker made her lap around the stadium, holding the snitch over her head, the Australian section, nearly 5,000 wizards and witches from down under, screamed in jubilation at their victory. Australia was now in the Cup quarter-finals. In the VIP section, Alexander McCavity ecstatically embraced his fellow Australian dignitaries. Finally, the Seeker flew to the center of the field, faced the Australian section, and cast the amplifying charm on herself. Aussie, 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 she chanted. Oh I, oh I, oh I, the Australians roared in response. Perhaps none among them cheered more boisterously than Regulus Black, who wore a face that was a blend of 3 different London newsreaders, hoping to be as nondescript as possible. Despite himself, he wiped tears from his eyes. Before his wife and son had died, the White family had already been making plans to attend the 1986 Quidditch World Cup. To Australia. Matilda White, while not as passionate about Quidditch as her husband, was a true patriot. The thought of how much she would have loved to see the Australian national team achieve such success, especially on English soil, made the celebration bittersweet. As the cheers faded, Regulus moved toward the exit. He planned to meet Buck for a celebratory beer, followed by a reunion with Delphine White, the newly discovered cousin of the late Lazarus White. They had much to discuss, especially since he was unaware of the cover story that Buck had created for her. Lost in his own mix of joy, melancholy, and curiosity about his new cousin, Regulus failed to notice the simmering anger among the home crowd in the nearby British section. 14 August 1994, Blackstone. Regulus did not return home after Australia's victory. After having won too many, he contacted an annoyed Sirius by mirror to drunkenly inform him that he would be crashing on Buck's floor but would return the next day to help Sirius get to the stadium. Sirius, somewhat angrily, told his younger brother to stay where he was and that he would make his own travel arrangements. The next morning, it became clear that Regulus was not the only one who had overindulged in celebrating Australia's thrilling victory. This was the day that Ludovic Bagman and Gwenog Jones were scheduled to provide audio commentaries for the I Spy recordings of the charity matches held at Hogwarts 8 days earlier. Annoyingly, Ludo arrived an hour late and still badly hungover. Getting yelled at for his unprofessionalism by the ever-boisterous and often profane captain of the Holyhead Harpies did not improve his mood, although the hangover remedy provided by Dobby helped. Once the commotion settled, Hestia Jones stepped forward with contracts for both Ludo and Gwenog to sign while Harry observed. He was aware of the tense relationship between the Jones sisters but had never met Gwenog before today. Seeing them together was illuminating. Harry might not have realized they were related if he had not known beforehand. For one thing, Gwenog had a very noticeable Welsh accent, while Hestia spoke what Vernon Dursley would have called the Queen's English. For another, Gwenog was dark-skinned, while her younger sister was light-skinned and somewhat pale. Whatever their differences, Hestia was completely professional as she went over the contracts. Ludo and Gwenog would be paid 50 galleons each to watch the edited I Spy recordings of the 2 charity matches and provide audio commentary that would be inserted into the recordings. They would also receive 5% of the profits from any recording sold. While not a princely sum to people as well off as Jones and Bagman, the Harpies beater agreed to do it as a favor to her little sister. Despite the friction between them, Harry sensed that they were quite close, and their relationship reminded him of Fred and Percy Weasley in some ways. As for Bagman, it was well known that the gregarious DMGS director had a bit of a gambling problem and was always on the lookout for something to bring in a little extra cash. 6 hours later, Jones and Bagman had completed their work under the guidance of Harry, Anthony, Sue, and a starstruck Ginny Weasley, who had threatened Harry with bodily harm if he denied her the chance to meet Gwenog Jones. Gwenog was quite impressed with the potential of the I Spies and asked if she could tell the owner of the Harpies about it and see if he was interested in marketing recordings of their games. Harry eagerly agreed. But that was nothing compared to Bagman's response. "So how long does it take you to set up these I Spies to record a game?" he asked. Harry shrugged. "Not long at all, really. I think it took us an hour or 2 to get set up to record at Hogwarts." Bagman nodded sagely. "So, assuming I can get it approved tomorrow morning, would you be able to set up to record the cup matches starting tomorrow?" Harry's eyes nearly bulged, and he suddenly felt weak at the knees. Behind him, Anthony and Sue exchanged shocked looks, then delight. I would have to consult with my associates and our solicitor, but probably." "Splendid," Ludo said jovially. "Have her drop by my office around 10 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll see what we can put together." "Definitely," Harry said, still nearly speechless. In truth, he had wanted Bagman to see what the I Spies could do as proof of concept. Getting an invitation to record the Quidditch World Cup was beyond his wildest dreams. If things went well, this might be the start of Harry Black, media mogul. As Hestia escorted the 2 Quidditch personalities back to the Floo, they were met by Sirius Black, who was heading out as well. Despite himself, he froze in surprise at the sight of Gwenog and her sister Hestia. While Sirius had resolved to be a perfect gentleman and avoid any appearance of impropriety with his attractive young solicitor, he still suspected that Hestia might hold some ill will over his long-ago one-night fling with Gwenog. But he was not prepared for Gwenog's reaction. "Well, now, Sirius Black as I live and breathe," said the Quidditch star. "Gwenog Jones," he replied easily. "It's a pleasure to see you again. How long has it been?" "Far, far too long, Blackie," she said with a cheeky grin. "So, are you all recovered from Azkaban? Everything back in working order again?" Gwenog hissed a scandalized Hestia. "Oh hush, baby sister," the other witch replied. "Blackie and I go way back. Together. For intense years smashing bludgers at each other's faces. Plus one night of fumbling teenage passion that I remember well. Do you still have that little parting gift I left for you?" Sirius Black felt a blush creep across his face for the first time in over a decade. Possibly. I'm not entirely sure what happened to all my Hogwarts mementos after I went to, well, you know." Gwenog moved closer to the flustered Sirius, grinning at his discomfort. "Well, Blackie, you should know I still have a parting gift I took in exchange." She winked at Sirius before stepping into the Floo, with a confused Ludo Bagman following after her. Hestia, meanwhile, glared at him with her arms folded. Might I inquire what my sister was talking about, Lord Black? Sirius coughed delicately. Well, you know how you referred earlier to the stories that circulated in Hufflepuff about how I kept Gwenon's underwear as some kind of boorish souvenir after we... You know. Go on, Hestia said in an icy tone. Sirius grimaced and adjusted the collar of his shirt. Well, it would perhaps be more accurate to say that she willingly left her own underwear behind in exchange. She left the room where we did it while I was asleep and took my boxers with her. For, her collection. He smiled nervously, waiting for Hestia's response. The solicitor stared at him for several long seconds before letting out a long-suffering sigh. She turned and headed back towards Harry to discuss the contract negotiations with Bagman. This is why I left Wales, she muttered to herself as she exited. Sirius watched her depart and smiled to himself. His school days dalliance with Gwenon Jones was a fond memory, albeit an embarrassing one in some ways. After a moment spent reminiscing about happier days, Sirius headed into the next room. The flue itself. Granger residence, he shouted before disappearing in a burst of flame. 30 minutes later, Dan regarded his houseguest dubiously. You want me to pose as a squib for the next 2 weeks? Just so I can accompany my own daughter to a sporting event? Seriously? Is bigotry against us muggles really that bad? Sirius winced. From Dan's emphasis on the word muggle, it was clear he found the term offensive. And to be honest, he thought, it kind of is, I reckon. The issue isn't bigotry per se, Dan, he said aloud. It's more like paranoia. The Wizards running the World Cup have to balance the fact that they're organizing the single biggest magical sporting event in the world with the reality that the statute of secrecy is the most important magical law. If you say you're a squib who was raised abroad and have even a passing understanding of wizarding culture, no one will look twice at you. But if you broadcast the fact that you're a muggle? At the World Cup? At a minimum, you'll have people looking at you funny the whole time you're there. At worst, someone might panic and try to obligate you. Plus, it might risk some kind of diplomatic incident. With the Bulgarian team doing so well, there will be a lot of people there from the Balkan Alliance. They don't do well with muggles. Dan blinked. The Balkan Alliance. Hermione spoke up. That would be the political and economic alliance of those wizarding nations whose territories overlap several Eastern European countries, including the former Soviet Union and its satellites, Daddy. I gather they're rather insular compared to Britain. Understandably so, I guess, since for them, being a muggle has meant living for decades under a repressive dictatorship. Outside of Hogsmeade, there are no wizarding settlements in Britain that aren't hidden within muggle towns and cities. In Bulgaria, it's the other way around. Most wizard folk live in hidden enclaves, as far from muggle society as possible. They try to avoid interacting with muggles entirely and don't think highly of societies that do. Her father nodded slowly and finally agreed. Okay, what do I need to do then? Put on one of those dresses like most of the blokes in Diagon Alley wore the last time I went there. They're called robes, Daddy, Hermione said, sounding reproachful. And, ironically, you don't. Sirius added quickly. The cup site is in a large open area of Dartmoor National Forest and is relatively close to muggle towns, so there are strict orders for everyone attending to dress like muggles. Your normal clothes will be fine. Aha, said Dan. So if I'm dressed like a muggle, or at least like whatever wizards think muggles dress like, I've seen Diagon Alley, after all, then how will I be acting any different from normal? Basically, you'll avoid references to muggle culture and politics. You won't mention the word dentist. And if anyone asks how you got to the stadium site, you'll say the eccentric Lord Black hired a squib of his acquaintance to be his driver. Your driver? Dan asked, confused. Yeah, Sirius replied sheepishly. I've sort of been taking advantage of the Muggleborn kid I hired as my personal assistant by making him drive me places. But I promised him some time off and then realized I don't have a way to the cup. Dan looked at him in confusion. Don't you lot just teleport wherever you want to go? Tell you what, asked a puzzled Sirius. Wizards call it apparition, Daddy, Hermione explained. If they do it under their own power, anyway. There's a similar technique called the Porter's Charm, but it has to be cast on physical objects called portkeys. Unfortunately, Muggles can't use either of those techniques for travel. Well, technically, a Muggle could get an experienced wizard to side-along apparate him, she added. There's a significant chance of a Muggle losing a body part, so... What? It's called splinching, Sirius said cheerfully, as if discussing something trivial. It's mostly harmless as long as you can find the missing body part and stick it back on. The first time I tried apparating, I lost 3 toes and an ear, but I was fine 10 minutes later. Dan stared at Sirius, while Hermione shut her eyes tightly. But anyway, Sirius continued. I can't travel by those means either. I'm still recovering from my recent and completely unjustified time in Azkaban prison. One side effect is that I developed a form of magically induced claustrophobia. Since both apparition and portkeys feel like being sucked sideways through a drinking straw, I can't use either without, well, bad things happening. Dan leaned back in his chair. So, in other words, in exchange for driving you to this event, you will kindly tell me how to act just enough like a squib, which, to be honest, sounds like a racist term, so that no one realizes I'm actually a Muggle, which also sounds like a racist term. Yes. Exactly. Sirius exclaimed, completely ignoring Dan's comments about wizarding racism. Dan gave Sirius a long, disapproving look before glancing at Hermione and noticing her hopeful expression. He sighed. All right. But you're paying for the petrol there and back. And in Muggle money. Sirius waved his hand dismissively. Not a problem, Dan. Not a problem at all. I mean, it's just from London to Dartmoor and back. How much could it cost? £1,000 at most, right? Dan stared at Sirius for a few seconds before smiling. Yeah, I reckon that should about cover it. 15th of August, 1994. The Quidditch World Cup quarter-finals. Please, just call me Sirius, Sirius said. During the 4-hour drive to Dartmoor, Dan Granger began to appreciate the man. Dan was not only a capable driver but also owned a luxury SUV he had purchased against his wife's wishes for camping trips he never had the chance to take. Sirius sat in the front seat, which led to Dan explaining what shotgun meant, while Hermione occupied the back seat. As they drove, Sirius excitedly played with the power windows and explained what Dan's backstory would be. He answered Dan's numerous questions about wizarding culture, though his answers often made Hermione cringe. Dan had already learned about topics like marriage contracts the previous year, so he managed to keep his cool when the subject came up unexpectedly. However, he still felt uncertain about whether Wizarding Britain was a place he wanted his daughter to disappear into someday. The trio left early that morning and arrived around noon. To their surprise, there was a designated parking area, though it only contained 3 other cars. They were greeted by a serious Muggle named Roberts, who seemed thrilled to meet Mr. Granger and his daughter. First normal-looking people I've seen in days, he exclaimed. However, he gave Sirius's long hair a skeptical look and asked if he was one of those hippies. Sirius blinked in confusion. I don't think so. Don't mind him, Mr. Roberts, Dan said firmly. This is my nephew. His mother sent him to Cambridge, and now he dreams of being a stand-up comedian. Ah. Roberts nodded knowingly. Well, I'm sure he'll shape up once he gets older. With that, Dan paid Mr. Roberts £30, using Sirius's money, to leave his SUV there for the duration. He then led an amused Hermione and a puzzled Sirius toward the campsite. Once they passed a certain invisible boundary, Dan stopped. Dan gasped. From a distance, the campsite had looked like grounds one might expect at the FIFA World Cup. But then everything shimmered for a moment, revealing a bustling city of tents, reminiscent of a Middle Eastern bazaar. Some of the tents were massive, 2-story structures. Sirius had warned Dan that upwards of 100,000 wizards and witches were expected to attend, and now the Muggle could certainly believe it. How will we ever find what we're looking for? Dan asked. Easily, Daddy, Hermione replied, pointing into the distance. Just look for the one with the flag that says B&W. Dan did a double take when he looked where his daughter pointed. Indeed, one of the largest tents had a banner-like flag waving in the breeze, displaying the letters B&W. What? Like the car company? He asked, confused. I wish, Sirius replied. It stands for Black, Malfoy, and Wilkes. Our 3 houses decided to share a tent. Blimey! You call that a tent? It's bigger than my house. Sirius laughed. You think that's impressive, Dan? Wait until we get inside. Then I'll introduce you to the miracle of spatial expansion charms. And what does that mean, dare I ask? The Muggle inquired suspiciously. It means, my friend, that the inside is big enough for each of us to have our own room. Sirius, a nearby voice called out, carrying a Scouse accent, causing the trio to turn. I mean, Mr. Black. Lord Black, I guess. Sirius turned and grinned. It was Marcus Flint in his Aura trainee robes. Marcus. Good to see you, lad. And it's Sirius to you, got it? Yes, sir. I mean, yes, Sirius. The young man grinned and shook Sirius's hand before giving Hermione a friendly nod. Then he turned. Sirius quickly introduced Marcus to Dan. Dan, this is Marcus Flint, a future Aura. That's what we call, well, policeman, sort of. Anyway, he's also a fine young man, I'm proud to know. Marcus, this is Daniel Granger, Hermione's father. As Marcus moved to shake Dan's hand, the significance of the introduction hit him. He turned to Sirius in confusion. But if he's Hermione's dad, doesn't that mean he? Yep, Sirius replied with a grin, putting a finger over his lips. Shush, though. He's here undercover. Marcus blinked. Is that legal? He shook his head. You know what? Nobody's told me it's illegal, so I'm not gonna worry about it. He then shook Dan's hand without reservation. Welcome to the Quidditch World Cup, sir. I hope you enjoy yourself. By the way, Marcus, Sirius continued, I'm a bit surprised to see you here and in uniform. You've only been in the program for a few weeks, haven't you? Yeah, but they pulled in everyone they could for this. Apparently, Fudge, Bones, and Yaxley looked into things and found out that neither Bagman nor Crouch had allocated any money for security. Just one poor sap whose job was to keep that Muggle who owns the land obliviated every time he gets suspicious. So they reassigned every Aura and trainee they could to patrol the place in shifts. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. I was scheduled to spend the next week freezing my ass off while pulling monitor duty in some little Scottish hick town called Thurso. They also deputized half the DMLE and assigned them to temporary field duty, so now we've got a bunch of duffers from the Department of Intoxicating Substances running around like they're bloody hit wizards. The ministry also put up a huge network of notice me not charms so that the poor Muggle bloke wouldn't notice wizards acting like fools. He then looked rather quizzically at Dan. They don't. That seems to be affecting you, though, Mr. Granger, Marcus said. My father has squib heritage, Hermione explained. He can see through most forms of Muggle-repelling charms. Oh, well that's all right then, Marcus replied. Dan frowned but said nothing. Anyway, I need to get back to my patrol so I can clock out in time to see Egypt clobber Luxembourg. Sphinxes, he added with a cheer for Egypt. Sirius laughed. You're a fan of Egypt, Marcus? Not really. I just hate Luxembourg, which all right-thinking people do. Worse than the bloody Australians, and that's saying something. Marcus said, giving a jaunty wave before heading off into the crowd. The trio continued towards the B&W tent. Halfway there, Hermione was surprised to hear a familiar voice calling out, Cornish pasties. Get your Cornish pasties. Fresh and hot. She moved ahead of the 2 men and led them toward a nearby store with a large sign that read Molly's Magical Morsels. A big crowd clamored for food in front of it. In addition to Cornish pasties, the booth also offered German frankfurters, Egyptian shawarma, and American hamburgers, with a warning that they did not contain ham, along with several other examples of fairground food representative of the competing nations. Hermione wondered idly what sort of street vendor food was associated with Luxembourg, but was soon distracted by a red-haired, freckled boy loudly hawking Molly's wares. "Jim," she yelled in surprise. "What?" the magically gingerfied Jim Potter responded in denial. "No, no. My name is Barney. Barney Weasley. I'm Ron's cousin from Liverpool," he said, grinning madly. "Oh, are you?" she replied with amusement. "Yes, I can tell from your thick Liverpudlian accent," she added. "Friend of yours, Hermione?" Dan asked. Jim and Sirius drew near. Jim's eyes widened at the sight of the powerful wizard who had sworn a magical enmity against his entire family. The witch looked back and forth between Sirius and the suddenly nervous boy who lived. "Oh no, Daddy," she lied quickly. "This is my friend Ron's cousin Barney. I thought he looked like someone else at first." "Barney Weasley, who?" Sirius said, narrowing his eyes. Jim gulped. Then, Sirius abruptly shrugged and looked up at the board. "Let me try one of those shawarma things." 10 minutes later, the trio finally arrived at the BMW tent, where Lucius Malfoy was there to greet them, immaculate in his black and silver brocade robes. "Miss Granger," he said silkily. "A pleasure to see you again. And you must be Mr. Granger, Lord Black's distant squib cousin. Or something along those lines." Yeah, that's me. Everybody's favorite squib cousin." Dan found himself unaccountably awed by Malfoy's presence. He had spent plenty of time over the last 2 days with Sirius, but while Sirius Black was a wizard, Lucius Malfoy was a wizard. He felt Malfoy might be the very first magical being he had met who could turn him into a toad. He glanced around nervously. "So, are those real peacocks?" "To all targets have arrived. Target 2 is in disguise, albeit poorly. Direction Nimrod. Targets 4, 5, and 6 are all staying with my former husband. You may consider him an unofficial Target 7 if the opportunity presents itself. Do not share that with the others, darling. Direction Thurso, Scotland, 10:30 in the evening." And that concludes Day 7 of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup, with an exciting 380-250 victory for Luxembourg over Egypt. The Wizarding Wireless Network's Cup coverage will continue tomorrow with a special exhibition match featuring Britain's own Tutshill Tornadoes taking on the Toyohashi Tengu from Japan. Then, on Wednesday, the quarter-finals competition will resume with Ireland taking on Transylvania. Hopefully, those plucky lads and lasses from Era can avenge their English cousins for last week's humiliation at the hands of the Transylvanian team. Until then, this is Smash McLagan of the Wizarding Wireless Network signing off. With an idle flick of his wand, Peter Pettigrew turned off the wireless. He then resumed his study of the ancient papyrus resting on the table before him, illuminated by the light of his wand's lumos and the full moon overhead. A white rat named Socrates was perched on his shoulder. Presently, both Pettigrew and Socrates were about 5 miles outside Thurso proper. His attention was split between practicing an incantation written in Apophic Egyptian, a magical language that had been dead before Rome was a city, and ensuring his new friends were both contained and fed. The Death Eater shivered slightly before casting another warming charm on himself. If he had his choice, he would be practicing for his part in the plan somewhere indoors and better lit. However, after his last visit to Thurso, he decided it was best to oversee things personally. Pettigrew yawned and shook his head before pouring himself another cup of coffee from the muggle thermos he had brought with him. He also fished a cracker out of his coat pocket and fed it to Socrates before resuming his studies. It was difficult to concentrate, though, with the sound of bones crunching and flesh tearing from nearby. Suddenly, there was a pop. It was Rookwood, who paused only briefly and without fear when the half-dozen werewolves nearest his arrival point pulled themselves away from the dead cow they were devouring to focus on the scent of man flesh. The largest of them turned fully in Rookwood's direction and prepared to spring. "No!" Pettigrew snapped without looking up from the papyrus. You have your food already. You will eat what I've given you. The alpha wolf snarled angrily. Pettigrew's command finally prompted the animagus to look up. He scowled at the disobedient creature before slashing his hand with his wand and flinging a spatter of blood in its direction. Obey! Peter snarled. The werewolf sniffed the air, bowed its head submissively, and turned back towards the dead cow. Rookwood observed this impassively. You're quite sure they're under control? He asked. You'll need a blood-replenishing potion at this rate. Peter snorted. I don't have the bond with them that I had with Fenrir's pack, but I can control them. Besides, it's only for tonight. After the full moon, they'll do what we want because we pay them, if nothing else. The older wizard nodded. Good. All targets are in place by now. Everyone is in position. Peter's face grew sullen. I still don't think Nimrod is up to fulfilling his assignment. Honestly, I doubt he's a match for Harry Black, let alone Sirius. The assignment is his. I know you want revenge on both of them, but you have your own task, one far more important than Nimrod's. The Blacks and the Wilt's girl are merely targets of opportunity, after all. He glanced down at the papyrus. And speaking of your assignment, how's your apophic coming? I've pretty much got the incantation down, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around the ritual itself. It's a Selwyn ritual, and you know what those are like. Gory and unsettling. But I'll be ready when the time comes. Rookwood grimaced. You better be, Peter. You must perform your part of the ritual flawlessly when the stars come into alignment on the night of the 27th. You're the only one who can do it. Pettigrew sighed. I know, Gus. But in case you've forgotten, I'm also the only one who can do all this, he said while gesturing towards the surprisingly docile werewolf pack. True, but they're just a diversion and expendable. You, my friend, are irreplaceable. You fail to perform the ritual properly, Peter, everything we've been planning will be set back for years. And I will not be able to protect you. The animagus looked up fondly at his mentor. It's okay, Gus. Everything will go fine. Don't worry. And by the light of the full moon, Peter Pettigrew's face broke into a broad grin. I am his greatest servant, after all. Chapter 10, The Quidditch World Cup, Part 3. The boy lay in his bed, dreaming a strange dream. It was a disturbing dream, yet one that felt oddly familiar. Above all, it was a dream from which he could not awaken. In this dream, he found himself in a chair near a roaring fireplace. Oddly enough, the chair seemed unusually large, as did everything else in the room. Then, the boy suddenly realized the truth. The chair and the room were normal-sized, but he was somehow much smaller than he should have been. Confusion washed over him as he realized he was not actually sitting in the chair but was being held by someone who was. He couldn't see this person, as his head would not turn the way he wanted it to. But he knew one thing, whoever was holding him like a babe in his mother's arms was very, very cold. Report, said the boy in a raspy yet sibilant voice, so unlike his own, yet so familiar. Misdirection. An incredibly beautiful woman spoke first. She also seemed familiar, though in his dreaming haze, the boy could not put a name to her face. I have confirmed that Chevennois is no more. While it grieves me to have lost the great citadel of my ancestors, it also means there is no chance of anyone interfering with that aspect of the plan. The Devil's Tour will be unattended. Indeed, with the manse itself destroyed, the ley lines which once powered it have reset themselves to their original course. The Devil's Tour is more magically active than it has been in over 1,000 years. Ideal for our needs. The boy nodded imperiously. And Mr. January? I have conveyed him to the site personally, and he has mapped out its coordinates. He will have a reversible portkey available well before the moment it is needed. Good, good. This also means, does it not, that killing Sirius Black is no longer essential to our plans? No matter how desirable you might consider it. The woman hesitated. It is as you say, my lord. Lord, it may still be necessary, as he will undoubtedly try to protect his heir from us." The boy nodded. "It matters little. Advise Mr. Nimrod that the Wilkes children are his primary objective. Kill Sirius Black if he presents himself as a target of opportunity, but not if it endangers his main goal." "It shall be done, my lord." "Mr. Misericord." A man in a long brown coat stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the boy. "Security arrangements have been ordered according to our specifications. DMLE personnel assigned to the campgrounds have been briefed to expect violence from the Australians. More importantly, the personnel specifically assigned to that sector were chosen for their temperament and the likelihood that they will exacerbate any conflict rather than resolve it. Our people at the Daily Prophet will focus their reporting on inflaming nationalist fervor while spreading as much anti-McCavity propaganda as they can manage. Through third parties, we have used a mixture of bribery, blackmail, and mind control to suborn Crick, Schultz, Chavez, and Gunners Doty to ensure that they will act as needed leading up to the finals. You have done well, Mr. Misericord, in most things. But I have one additional thing I need from you." "Anything, my lord." "Your badge of office. Leave it on the table when you depart." "My badge?" "My lord, I do not." Instantly, a wand sitting on a nearby end table leaped into the boy's tiny hand. "Crucio!" The man in the long coat dropped to the ground screaming. The curse lasted just under 2 seconds before the boy released it, but the man's agony continued far longer. From somewhere beneath the boy, a soft yet deep and resonant kikiki could be heard as a snake registered its amusement at the man's suffering. A very big snake. Far from being alarmed, the boy shared the snake's pleasure at the man's pitiful weeping. "There are those among my inner circle, Mr. Misericord, whose insights and opinions are so valued that I will allow them to question me. You are not one of them. Do you understand?" "Why, yes, my lord," the man replied from the floor. "Please forgive my impertinence." With great effort, he pushed himself up and removed a gold badge from his lapel, placing it on a nearby table. He then moved to stand next to a young woman who sneered at him with contempt. "Miss Vespertine." The woman stepped forward and snapped her fingers. A man appeared from outside the boy's view. He wore a white robe that reached his knees, cinched at the waist with a belt. Below, he had white breeches tucked into white boots. His head was covered by a plain white hood and a featureless mask the color of bum. This is the uniform our people will wear, though its base features will not be obvious. Behold! She tapped her wand on the man's shoulder, and instantly, the featureless white ensemble transformed into wizarding robes of lime green and canary yellow, with a black balaclava mask covering his face. On his chest were 3 black letters, 2 uppercase and 1 lowercase, MCA. She tapped the man's shoulder again, and his clothing changed once more. The robes darkened to a rusty brown and reshaped into an aura's long coat. The balaclava morphed into a fedora, but his face remained shrouded in shadow. Then, she touched him a 3rd time, and the entire ensemble darkened further to jet black, while the fedora transformed into a pointed hood over a terrifying skull-like mask. The uniform of a Death Eater. How will you determine which combatant will be dressed appropriately when the attack begins? Not all of them will be wizards, after all. "We need not worry, my lord," the young woman said with a smile. "A loyal wizard will be able to change his uniform's appearance with just a touch. His wand into the form of his choice. For those acting under the Imperious Curse or who are mercenaries, whether wizard, muggle, or otherwise, the uniform has an additional function. Witnesses will perceive it as taking the form that they fear the most, whether that be a Death Eater, an Aura, or an Australian muggle-born hooligan." She smirked at that last remark before continuing. "Naturally, all the muggles we have enslaved for this mission will appear as Australians, since they will wield muggle weapons instead of wands. There is one final innovation, my lord. Each uniform will have a portkey sewn into its material. When the signal is given, every one of our people will be transported away from the campsite to an appropriate location." "An appropriate location, Miss Vespertine?" the boy asked with some amusement. She chuckled demurely, but there was no mistaking the cruelty beneath her good humor. "Yes, my lord. Those we deem loyal or of value to the cause will be conveyed to one of several safe houses across Wizarding Britain. Those we consider expendable, including all the muggles, of course, will be sent to a particular spot in the North Sea, about 10 miles off the coast and 200 feet below the surface. The snake laughed again, and this time, the boy joined him, gasping out a strange, sibilant kikiki to show his mirth. Ingenious, Miss Vespertine. You are a credit to your family. Please convey my appreciation to your grandfather when next you see him. She smiled and bowed respectfully. And finally, Mr. Norvegicus. Another man stepped forward, one the boy recognized at once. Nearly everything is ready, my lord. I am fully confident that I can perform the ritual when the time is right. My werewolves will play their part. I am in communication with Mr. January, and we have the timing planned out to the last second. The only thing that remains is the final ingredient for the potion. The boy nodded. Nemo, are you quite certain there is no more information to be wrung from our guest? Quite so, said another man who stepped forward, half carrying a pitiful-looking woman with a vacant expression and a trail of drool from the corner of her mouth. He dropped her to the floor, and she immediately collapsed into a fetal position, weeping softly. There is nothing left to be gained from further interrogation. And you are sure, Mr. Norvegicus, that the final ingredient for your potion can be harvested posthumously? The effect will last longer if it is still beating when removed, my lord, but for our purposes, it need only be taken while the body is still warm. The boy snorted contemptuously. Well then, let us kill two birds with one stone, shall we? He pointed his wand at the woman on the floor. Avada Kedavra! The boy shot up in his cot with a loud gasp. His whole body was shaking and drenched with sweat. Suddenly, someone nearby cast a Lumos charm, and a bright light illuminated a small room contained within a magical expandable tent. The boy's best friend, who had cast the spell, sat up in his own cot and stared at him blearily. Ron, asked Jim Potter. What is it? What's wrong? Ron Weasley stared at the boy who lived and struggled to answer. But now that he was fully awake, the details of the strange dream, which had felt so vivid, began to fade, leaving only flashes of images and a strange, inexplicable dread. He took a deep, shuddering breath. It's nothing, Jim, Ron finally said. Just a bad dream. Nothing to worry about. I'm sorry I woke you. Well, okay. But let's try to get back to sleep. We've got a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Jim extinguished the Lumos and lay back down on his cot. Ron did the same, pulling the blanket tighter around himself as if to ward off a chill. He closed his eyes, but it took a while for sleep to return. August 17th, 1994. The Quidditch World Cup, Day 9. On Wednesday, Harry slept in. The night before had featured an exciting exhibition match between the Tuchil Tornadoes and the Bougainville Bombers from Luxembourg. It was thrilling but long, as the snitch eluded capture until nearly midnight. Harry finally made it to bed after 2 o'clock in the morning. During the 10-hour match, Draco explained to Harry the widespread dislike towards Luxembourg and its Quidditch teams. Basically, Luxembourg was always a small nation with an even smaller wizarding population. By the end of the Grindel War, it had fewer than 24 wizards in the whole country. At that point, a very wealthy man from India, calling himself the Kumar Pasha, essentially bought the country, or at least all the magical parts of it. Okay, Harry replied. So it's just bigotry against a non-European wizard coming in and buying a European country. No, Draco continued. No one would have cared what some rich foreigner wanted to spend his galleons on, except the Pasha's son and heir was really into Quidditch. Starting in the 1960s, he brought in enough wizard folk to live in Luxembourg to justify the country having its own national team. Then he began poaching talented players from around the world, offering them lots of galleons just to move to Luxembourg and play Quidditch for him. Despite being one of the smallest nations on Earth, Luxembourg has been a Quidditch World Cup contender since 1968 and has won the cup 3 times. Every one of its players during those championship seasons was actually born in another country and bribed to move to Luxembourg just to compete. To add insult to injury, the Pasha started his own private club, the Bougainville Bombers, and staffed them in the same way, effectively buying his way into a top-tier league team that has won the Western European Cup 8 times in the last 20 years. It's no wonder everyone hates them. As he settled in for the night, Harry stored that information away. He knew the current Kumar Pasha, Shakti Kumar, only vaguely. The title of Pasha was a meaningless hereditary title dating back to before the Statute of Secrecy. He was aware of Shakti mainly because Parvati Patil was in a marriage contract with his son, Sanjeev. The previous summer, when he and Jim were still on speaking terms, Jim had described Sanjeev as Draco Malfoy in a turban. Not that there was anything wrong with turbans, as long as they weren't used to conceal Dark Lords, of course. In any case, a lie-in the next morning seemed appropriate, as he had been invited to brunch at 10 o'clock with the Abbott family. More accurately, it was the Abbotts, the Green Grasses, and the Cresswells. Harry didn't know much about the Cresswells, except that Dirk Cresswell had made headlines several months earlier for showing what the Daily Prophet called unusual heroism and resourcefulness for a Muggleborn, during Peter Pettigrew's infamous escape from the ministry the previous spring. He also understood that Hannah Abbott's mother was Dirk's younger sister. Accompanying Harry to the Abbott tent were Sirius, Regulus, disguised as Archie Goodwin, Amy, Neville, and Theo. Hermione had begged off, saying that she and Dan would be staying at the tent with the Malfoys until it was time for that afternoon's Ireland Transylvania match. Harry was only mildly surprised. While Lucius Malfoy had initially been polite but cool towards Hermione's Muggleborn father, Dan had mentioned in passing that he played cricket during his student days at King's College. The elder Malfoy's demeanour changed immediately, and the two spent over an hour discussing the current state of British cricket, much to the embarrassment of both Hermione and Draco. Still, Harry had thought that Hermione might prefer to spend time with fellow witches their own age. However, the Muggleborn was firmly against the idea of visiting the Green Grasses. Harry decided he would talk with her later to see if she was still holding a grudge against Daphne over the Hogwarts Cultural Preservation Society and its rivalry with Spam, or if there was something else at play. "Are you sure you want me along?" Theo asked. "Definitely," Harry replied. "This meeting is about strengthening our alliance." But we both saw how the CPS evolved from an anti-outcast group into more of an anti-Muggleborn group, despite their claims otherwise. If we're looking for closer ties with the Green Grasses, I want to know their real feelings about blood purity. Theo said. "And you want to use the outcast as a stalking horse in the process?" Yeah? Harry replied. "Is that a problem?" No, Theo said. "I just wanted to hear you say it. And to be honest, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how Daphne reacts to me getting outcast cooties all over the place." Later, to Theo's disappointment, neither Daphne nor Astoria seemed at all uncomfortable with his presence. They also showed no remorse for their previous attitudes towards him during the last school year. Like Cedric Diggory, they both seemed to believe that magic had condemned Theo as an outcast but later exonerated him, so everything was right with the world. What intrigued Harry was the reaction of Hannah Abbott and Tracy Davis. The two witches, both half-bloods if Harry remembered correctly, exchanged glances as Daphne spoke about her hopes for the CPS in the coming year now that Theo's unpleasantness was resolved. A clear undercurrent of worry passed between them in response to Daphne and Astoria's views on the ultimate sanction. Despite that, the Abbotts were perfectly amiable hosts, and over brunch, they presented themselves as the ideal example of a liberal pureblood family. They respected wizarding traditions while fully supporting equal rights for Muggleborns and legal protections for squids raised within wizarding society. Gilbert Abbott, the head of the family, expressed his appreciation for their in-laws, the Muggleborn Cresswell family. If Dirk and Pamela Cresswell had any reservations about being seen as token Muggleborns, they concealed them well. The group engaged in pleasant conversation about wizarding politics, and for the most part, their political views aligned with Harry's official alliance. However, whether they would be welcomed in the Azkaban was another matter entirely. That particular conspiracy might already be too large for its own good. The only discordant note arose when Alexander McCavity's name was mentioned. The abbots and greengrasses expressed unanimous disdain for the Muggle-born Dark Lord. It appeared that Daphne had inherited her well-known hostility towards McCavity from her parents. This animosity was understandable, considering that Daniel Greengrass's father, who had been Lord Greengrass, died in one of the terrorist attacks linked to McCavity's movement after his expulsion. Taking advantage of the moment, Harry decided to address an uncomfortable topic. "Mr. Abbott, I have a question about a member of your family, your nephew, Lester Abbott, who is one of the hit wizards at St. Mungo's suffering from seemingly irreversible curse damage." Gilbert Abbott's expression turned stony, and several other abbots stiffened. "Go on, Lord Wilkes," Gilbert said slowly. "I've followed the news reports about what happened to him and the other hit wizards. I understand the cursed toy that harmed them was created by the toymaker, who was also my predecessor as Lord of House Wilkes." Gilbert nodded. "It was. But I assure you, Lord Wilkes, that none of us blame you or your house for the actions of a distant past and deranged relative. You have nothing to apologize for." Harry nodded. "I appreciate that, but I wasn't going to apologize so much as perhaps offer a possible avenue for treatment." Gilbert's eyebrows rose as Harry continued. "I know that the healers haven't been able to reverse the curse on your nephew or the others. Alastair Moody was one of my tutors last year, and he told me that you know who could also cast curses that St. Mungo's couldn't reverse. Moody theorized that it was because you know who cast the curses in Parseltongue. I've read that the specific cursed toy that Pettigrew used was based on a snake design. I was wondering if it was possible that you know who was involved in creating those toys and incorporated Parseltongue into the magic." "Perhaps so, Harry," said Sam Abbott, Gilbert's son and a junior aura, "but I don't see what the importance is." "Well, the importance, I think, is that if the curse can't be broken by the healers because it uses Parseltongue, maybe it needs another Parselmouth to break it instead." The Abbot Patriarch's eyes lit up. "One such as your brother? The boy who lived?" Harry coughed. "Well, I was going to suggest a foreign Parselmouth healer named Baskagupta who treated Jim last summer. And Jim's not exactly my brother anymore. But he'd be the best one to reach out to Healer Gupta, I suppose, since they know each other. If you do approach Jim about it, I'd prefer it if you left my name out of it, though." Several present, related to the cursed hit wizard, became quite excited. After brunch, Gilbert and Sam both made their apologies and apparat to St. Mungo's while the rest of the group left for the stadium. With a subtle hint, Harry had Theo and Amy distract the Greengrass sisters while he walked with Hannah Abbott and Tracy Davis. He had known the blonde Slytherin had been a constant since their sorting, but the red-headed Hufflepuff remained a bit of a mystery. "Do you really think my Uncle Lester can be cured?" Hannah asked hopefully. "I don't know, but I definitely hope so," Harry replied. He turned toward Tracy. "So, what do you two think about all these political maneuvers?" Tracy shrugged. "Well, I hope you will consider Aunt Winnie's proposal. But I'm just a ward of House Greengrass, so I really don't have a stake in it." "Obviously," Hannah added. "I'll benefit from being the daughter of a noble house, even though there's no way I'll be the heir if it happens. I just think it would be wonderful to be a real part of wizarding society. You don't have to be part of elite pureblood culture to be successful nowadays, but it certainly doesn't hurt." "That's an interesting viewpoint, Hannah, coming from a member of the Cultural Preservation Society," Harry said slyly. Hannah winced. "To be honest, I only got involved because Cedric sold me on learning more about my heritage and all that. Plus, he's absurdly handsome." Tracy supplied mischievously. "Merlin," Harry exclaimed with a huff. "I think every girl I know must have discovered hormones at the same time. Can we not discuss which guys you both think are good-looking?" "If you insist," Hannah replied with a laugh. "Though I was hoping you might give me some pointers for asking Neville to go with me to a Hogsmeade weekend." Harry had a coughing fit, and the Hufflepuff laughed. "Shall I warn Neville that he's also on the Hufflepuff most desirable list?" he finally asked. Hannah blushed, but Tracy just snorted. I'd be more curious about which Slytherins are on it if I were you, Harry. With Flint finally graduated and Draco moved to Durmstrang, it's pretty much you and Cassius Warrington left, beginning to draw attention from the witches of Hogwarts. The boy looked stunned. I genuinely don't know how to take that. Me, Anne? Warrington. Don't take it the wrong way, Harry, the blonde Slytherin said. You've filled out nicely over the years and have always been popular. Plus, you're richer than Midas and the youngest lord in centuries. For Warrington, on the other hand, good looks and the heirship of a minor noble house are pretty much his only redeeming features. And even then, he's only good looking when he remembers not to scowl or sneer. His father is the same way. Antonius Warrington has the dubious distinction of being the first Wizengamot lord to make the cover of Witch Weekly in decades. Harry did a double take. Antonius Warrington made the cover of Witch Weekly. Tracy nodded with a smirk. Until he married Cassius' mother, he was considered a highly eligible young bachelor. And he's still considered very handsome, at least until he opens his mouth. I've had some fun teasing Cassius about it in Cultural Preservation Society meetings. Cassius is a complete jerk most of the time, but at least he's not actually vain about his looks. Not like some people I know, Mr. Sleek Easy. Yeah, well, Harry said with a laugh. If you've got it, flaunt it. Ahem. Hannah interrupted good-naturedly. To get back on topic, I was going to say that Cedric is really influential in our house. Yeah, he's good-looking, but it's more than that. For as long as I've been a Hufflepuff, he's been the guy everyone listens to and respects. He's really smart and amazing on a broom, but also charismatic. People are already predicting he'll be head boy the year after next because no one else in his year is even close. They're even wondering if he could end up as Minister of Magic someday. And when he tries to talk you into something, it's hard to say no. Anyway, he sold me on. Joining the Cultural Preservation Society allowed me to learn more about pureblood traditions and history since my family hopes to join the Wizengamot someday. Our family is mostly pure-blooded, but my dad is a squib and my mother is a muggle-born. I think I need all the connections I can make. I just wasn't expecting the CPS to be so. So what? Harry asked, surprised at her hesitation. Tracy looked around to ensure none of the green grasses were nearby. So creepily obsessed with Theo No-Name and later so hostile to Muggleborns in general. Her blunt comment caught Harry off guard. Before he could respond, she changed the topic. And speaking of student organizations, is SPAM supposed to be a pro-Muggleborn, anti-pureblood group? Or is it really interested in preventing abusive magic like the name says? Harry blinked. Bit of both, actually. Why? She hesitated. Because just between us, I was uncomfortable with how the Ultimate Sanction played with everybody's heads last year. I love Daphne and Astoria like sisters, but it was frightening watching them get swept up in it like that. It gave me a feel for how so many people got taken in by the Death Eaters back in the day. But not you. Not either of us, really, Hannah said. Neither of us have any close relatives under any ministry oaths, at least none on par with a Wizengamot oath, so we were only slightly affected by the Ultimate Sanction. It was more like we just got caught up in the emotions. I feel like I should apologize to Theo for being in a group that was so down on him. I'm sure he would happily accept an apology, Harry said noncommittally before turning back to Tracy. And you? Were you immune to the sanction as well? Or did your connection to House Greengrass mean you were affected like Daphne? Tracy hesitated. I wasn't affected because I'm not actually a member of House Greengrass. Being a ward isn't the same thing as being a daughter. Even if Uncle Daniel and Aunt Winnie treat me like one in most respects, she said. If I may ask, how did you become a ward of House Greengrass? Harry inquired. She chuckled darkly. You may ask, Harry, but it's not something I'm willing to answer. At least not on a crowded fairground where just anyone can hear. Harry nodded, and the three of them moved to catch up with the others. They paused to pick up some memorabilia for the Irish national team. Having had a large brunch earlier, Harry had no interest in stopping at Molly's magical morsels, which was probably for the best considering who was running the till at the time. Of course, Harry wasn't the only one avoiding certain situations. Once they were in the VIP box, he noticed that Hermione made a point of sitting as far away from the green grasses as their private box would allow. 18th of August, 1994. From the Daily Prophet Sports page. Final score, Ireland 310, Transylvania 130. Cup organisers reject accusations of pro-Irish favouritism by referee Henning Schultz. 19th of August, 1994. Day 11. Thursday saw yet another exciting exhibition game between the Appleby Arrows and Germany's Heidelberg Harriers. But Friday was the main event for the week, Bulgaria versus France. It was also the day Blaise Zabini joined Harry and company in their private box, though only for the day, as he would be returning to Marseilles the next morning. He was not the only new arrival, as this quarter-final match also featured the debut of Bulgaria's mascots. The French team made a spectacular entrance, accompanied by a platoon of wizards on winged stallions who waved French flags in one hand while shooting fireworks from their wand with the other. Sadly, they were completely ignored in favor of the 100 beautiful, scantily clad women who began to dance sensuously to what Harry assumed was the Bulgarian national anthem. Harry leaned forward before catching himself. For a brief moment, before he could reassert his occlumency, he felt a wave of pure hypnotic power wash over him. Somewhat familiar. While Harry was able to resist, he noticed that Theo and Draco had to grab hold of Neville before he could try to climb over the railing. He was hardly the only one affected. Across the stadium, dozens of wizards were practically frenzied at the sight of the beautiful dancers, including Sirius and Regulus. Lucius was not amused by their testosterone-laden antics, and neither was Hermione. Honestly, she muttered from the other side of Zabini, you'd think wizards would be familiar with the concept of cheerleaders well enough not to turn into drooling imbeciles at the sight of them. Harry was surprised by her apparent resistance to the effect he was struggling to block. He noticed that only men were affected by the strange attraction. The witches around him were not drawn to the dancers. In fact, most of them seemed as annoyed by the wizard's reactions as Hermione was. Then, he remembered experiencing this hypnotic attraction before. It was the same effect Fleur Delacour had tried to use against him at the French dueling tournament a few months earlier. "Calm down, Hermione," he said. "After all, it's not their fault, right, Blaise?" Blaise gave him a cool expression. While he didn't answer Harry directly, they were both skilled enough in legitimacy to know what was on each other's minds. Blaise understood that Harry had specific questions about Fleur, but those would not be answered here and now. Instead, he turned to Hermione. "The cheerleaders, as you put it, are actually Veela, Hermione. The allure they generate is magical and instills an overpowering supernatural desire in any man who falls under its spell, unless they have occlumency or other defenses." Harry studied the women more closely. "I haven't really studied Veela yet. I think they're nuke-level material since they're rare and not found in Britain." "True," Blaise said. "The only Veela left in the wild are contained on a special reserve in Bulgaria. There are only a few hundred of them." "On a reserve?" Hermione spluttered. "Do you mean those women are enslaved by the Bulgarian government?" Blaise made a sour expression. He should have known that Veela would present a thorny ethical topic for Hermione. "Women is not the word I'd use, Hermione. The common perception of Western Europeans who are unfamiliar with them is that a Veela is a woman of such incredible beauty that it can enslave a man's will. But if angered, a Veela can transform into a terrible and ferocious birdwoman who can shoot fireballs from her hands and tear the flesh from your bones when provoked." "The common perception?" Harry asked. "I take it the truth is different." "More like the exact opposite. A Veela is actually a terrible and ferocious birdwoman who can shoot fireballs from her hands and who can disguise herself as a beautiful woman to use her hypnotic allure to draw in her prey." Harry raised an eyebrow at that, but it was Hermione who spoke. "Prey? You make them sound like predatory animals." She glanced back down to the field where the Veela's synchronized dancing continued to drive the male spectators into a frenzy. "That's because they are," Blaise continued. The dancing is an innate skill they have that augments the range of their allure. While Vila are intelligent, it's in exactly the same way that Acromantula are intelligent. They're smart enough to say hi before they try to eat you. By their very nature, Vila are not capable of looking at human beings except as a food source. And also as breeding stock. Or both, I guess. They reproduce by entrancing human males into sex, which is such an intense experience for the male that it's almost invariably fatal. At which point, the Vila uses her flame-generating powers to roast her lover's body before consuming it. Both Harry and Hermione looked aghast. Wait, so the Bulgarian government sent cannibal bird women as mascots for the Quidditch World Cup? Hermione exclaimed. Blaise shrugged. Technically, they're not really cannibals since they don't eat members of their own species. But yes, the Bulgarians keep the Vila population in check by sending them prisoners convicted of capital crimes for breeding purposes, followed by swift consumption. It sounds awful, but apparently, the victim dies in absolute ecstasy, so it's better than Azkaban, I suppose. Harry reflected on Blaise's words. Wait a minute. You said the only Vila in the wild are in that Bulgarian preserve. Are there Vila that aren't in the wild? Blaise looked uncomfortable. Yeah. Vila are magical creatures, which means some parts of their bodies have magical uses. Vila hair can make a potent wand claw, though Ollivander refuses to use it. Vila feathers and claws can be used in various potions. Most infamously, there's a highly illegal potion that requires organs harvested from a live Vila. It can make an ordinary witch incredibly beautiful and give her the benefits of Vila allure. So, naturally, there's a thriving black market for Vila, whether dead or alive. While Vila can't truly interbreed with humans, the term half-Vila is a slur used in Eastern European nations for a witch who has used that potion, or simply a witch who uses her beauty to manipulate men. Harry and Hermione both stiffened in their seats. Hermione recalled that Blaise had once told her about another kind of half-Vila, a magical crossbreed created by the Dark Witch Lady Echidna, who also bred Rubeus and Gunther Hagrid. Harry remembered Lucius Malfoy warning him that Narcissa Black not possessed a synthetic Vila allure, presumably from that same potion. He glanced back at Draco, who was still reprimanding Neville. Gryffinder's persistent urge to rush down to the field and profess his love for one of the Vila dancers, or maybe all of them, crossed Harry's mind. He wondered if Draco even realized what his mother had done to herself, let alone how she had done it. Then, a different thought struck him. He looked up at the top of the stadium, where I Spies floated in midair, waiting for the match to begin. Despite himself, he found himself wondering if the I Spies were also recording the Vila performance and what kind of market there might be for it. He knew it was an idea he wouldn't dare share with Hermione. As it turned out, the I Spies had not recorded the alluring pre-game show. Fortunately, Bulgaria won decisively against France, ensuring that the Vila would perform again the following Monday before the Bulgaria-Luxembourg semi-final match. The next morning, Harry suggested the idea of recording the Vila to Anthony, Sue, Ginny, and the Weasley twins. The boys were enthusiastic. Sue Lee glared at them but conceded that there was likely money to be made from the ingrained sexism of the patriarchy. Besides, Ginny said, it's a sin to not take advantage of guys who can't control their hormones. That's what I just said. Sue Lee replied. Yeah, Ginny countered, but I said it in English. It was set to be a big day for I Spy Productions. Harry's little venture had opened a kiosk, ironically located not far from where Molly Weasley had set up her food stand. The first run of I Spy viewing mirrors would go on sale, along with free recordings of the pre-cup exhibition games featuring the 4 British Isle teams. Harry had accepted that he would miss that afternoon's exhibition between the Holyhead Harpies and the Sweetwater All-Stars from the United States. However, he assured Ginny that she would be allowed to leave in time to watch her favorite team in action. The piece. Harry was surprised to see the I Spy booth had been closed early because they had sold out of their product. The first run of I Spy viewing mirrors had consisted of 100 mirrors, each priced at 20 galleons, and they were all sold by noon. Anthony, Sue, Penelope, and Titus remained at the booth for the afternoon to answer questions about the product and take pre-orders for their Quidditch World Cup coverage, which would be available through OwlOrder in October. To attract interest, they played rough footage from previous matches on oversized mirrors mounted on the sides of the booth, drawing crowds of amazed onlookers. The rest of the I Spy team had the afternoon off to enjoy the exhibition match. Ginny was particularly excited, wearing a t-shirt with a picture of Gwenob Jones waving a beater's bat, beneath the caption, "No one can beat you as hard as a witch can." As the group left the booth for the stadium, they didn't notice a ginger-headed boy glaring at the large I Spy production sign with intense frustration. "Unbelievable," Jim Potter muttered to himself as he walked back to the 3M booth. Blood believable. As Harry's group approached the stadium, he noticed a large and somewhat angry crowd of wizards and witches gathered just outside. They were clustered around a beleaguered Quidditch World Cup official in the area designated for souvenir booths. In addition to general Quidditch World Cup merchandise, there were individual booths set up for every national team that had made it past the preliminaries, as well as each of the exhibition teams. As Harry passed the Chudley Cannon's booth, he quickly averted his eyes to avoid being blinded by the bright orange that covered every inch of it. Getting closer to the official, he noticed several ministry personnel on hand to help keep the peace. "Ladies and gentle wizards," announced the Quidditch World Cup official, identified by his name badge as Carlos Chavez, Director of Merchandising. "I have made my decision. I understand some of you are offended, though honestly, I fail to see why. There is nothing in the merchandise you are all complaining about that violates QWC guidelines for what can and cannot be sold at the Cup. My decision stands." The crowd around the official expressed their displeasure with a chorus of heavy booing and grumbling. This was met with cheers and rude remarks from a nearby booth flying the Australian flag. Harry glanced over and quickly realized the source of the commotion. Among the merchandise being sold by the Australians were shirts, jerseys, and flags in their team colors of lime green and canary yellow, prominently featuring a large black NCA logo, presumably in support of Alexander McCavity. "Merlin," George remarked, "the Australians are really rubbing it in everyone's face about McCavity being back in Britain, aren't they?" Harry agreed that selling merchandise adorned with the symbol of a Dark Lord, even if it was a Dark Lord in name only, seemed unnecessarily provocative on the part of the Australians. Before he could voice his thoughts, the crowd was silenced by a round of loud sparks from an aura's wand. "All right, everyone. That's enough," she exclaimed. "Mr. Chavez has made his decision, and that's that. If you don't like the stuff that the Australians are selling, don't buy any. Otherwise, disperse. Now." With some surly grumbling, the crowd complied, but not before hurling a few insults at the unrepentant Australians. Harry seized the opportunity to call out to Tonks before she moved on. She turned to him with a smile. "Harry," she exclaimed brightly. "Good to see you. Have you been enjoying the Cup so far?" "Yeah, it's been brilliant." "Weasleys, this is my cousin." He paused. "You know, I don't actually know what to call you right now. Have you made a decision?" The aura grinned as she recalled her conversation with Andromeda and Ted the night before. Sitting across the kitchen table from her parents, she took a deep breath before making her announcement. "After careful consideration, I have decided to adopt the Black surname." She noticed a brief flash of disappointment on her father's face. "Are you okay with that, Dad?" she asked hesitantly. Ted shrugged. "We said it was your decision to make, dear. I understand how accepting that part of your heritage can open a lot of doors for you going forward. But I have to confess, I'm a little disappointed that the Tonks name is going to die out with me." She smirked. "Well, actually, it's not. Not entirely, anyway. I decided to adopt Tonks as my first name since that's what all my friends have been calling me since I was in 3rd year." Andromeda scoffed. "Your name is going to be Tonks Black." Tonks raised her chin haughtily. "Actually, it's going to be Tonks Nymphadora Black. That way, you can continue to annoy me with it at every opportunity. Consider it an early Christmas present." "Right then," said Harry with a laugh. Weasleys, this is my cousin, Junior Aura Tonks Nymphadora Black. Tonks, these are some of my friends. George Weasley, Fred Weasley, and Ginny Weasley. George is the one with the mole. Hey, the twins exclaimed in mild outrage. Don't let him get away with that, boys. Tonks said merrily. I've heard about your reputation as pranksters. Surely you can figure out how to make a fake mole or something. Then, she shook her head, and instantly, her hair turned a bright ginger to match the amazed Weasleys, and her face sprouted a large mole in the same location as George's. With a wave, she headed off into the crowd. Your cousin is cool, the twins said in admiration. Yes, Harry said with pride. Yes, she is. Ginny beamed as the match between the Harpies and the All-Stars turned into a rout. The all-female Holyhead team completely dominated their all-male American rivals. While Harry understood Ginny's excitement, he felt somewhat bored with the game. He preferred thrilling Quidditch, regardless of the players' genders. The most interesting part of the match came after it ended. Harry noticed Cassius Warrington and some of his friends exiting the stadium nearby. Cassius snidely remarked that the Harpies were all right for a bunch of girls. He didn't realize Millie Bulstrode was standing just a few feet behind him until she called out his name. Do you want another lesson in a muggle approach to dealing with loudmouthed jerks? She asked, her preferred euphemism for a quick knee to the crotch. Cassius paled and hurried away. Theo and Neville both laughed, while Harry turned to Tracy Davis, who had also witnessed the exchange. And he's my rival for most fanciable Slytherin, he asked with a smirk. Tracy shrugged. He's still good looking. Then he ruins the effect by opening his mouth. The next morning, there were no matches on Sunday. Harry, Sirius, Lucius, and Augusta met for an hour over breakfast to discuss the Greengrass Abbot proposal. While they all had reservations about dealing with House Selwyn, they agreed that the Abbots would make a good addition to their Wizengamot alliance, provided certain mutual oaths were made. Aside from everything else they brought to the table, having a progressive house in their alliance might help divert any negative press about the unpleasant family histories of House Black, House Wilkes, and House Malfoy. And if nothing else, Lucius said languidly, I can always speed up Uriah Travers' inevitable departure. His next great adventure. Lucius, snapped Augusta. Kindly refrain from comments that might make us all accessories before the fact. Meanwhile, at the Weasley tent, Jim asked, Wait, I thought your mum closed her stall today. What do you mean she's off making a lot of food for Lucius Malfoy? The food stall is closed today, Ron replied. But Mum still has a catering contract with Mr. Malfoy for some big event he's doing tonight at the B&W tent. The B&W tent. Yeah, that's what everybody's calling it. Apparently, it's some in-joke Harry came up with about a muggle car manufacturer. Jin winced at the mention of his ex-brother. Still, if she's working today, I'd like to help. And honestly, I could use the money. Ron frowned. Jim, I think you can survive without 1 day's worth of wages, especially since you're only getting paid 1 galleon a day. You've worked hard all week, honestly harder than most of my siblings. So let's take today off and go exploring the campgrounds. Mum has all the help she needs. Bill, Charlie, and Ginny are with her over at Black. The boy caught himself, but just a second too late. Jin's eyes narrowed. At Black, what? Never mind, Jim. It's not important. Ron. Jim snapped. Please, don't try to hide stuff from me just because you think it will upset me, okay? I've had enough of that from my mum and dad over the last few years. Ron took a deep breath. Okay. Promise me that you won't get mad, okay? Oh Merlin, is it that bad? Jin said almost plaintively. Maybe? Anyway, Mum's doing all her specialty cooking in the kitchen at Blackstone. Jim blinked in confusion. Blackstone? What's that? Ron licked his lips nervously. It's what Harry renamed Potter Manor to. Jim stared at him. On account of the fact that he and Sirius Black are under that oath of enmity thing, you see? Living in a place called Potter Manor is making them all squirrely. Harry Black renamed my home? The one that's been called Potter Manor for over 1,000 years. Well, it's just temporary, Jim. You can change it back when the lease runs out. In 18 years. Ron shrugged helplessly. Jim fell back onto his cot and covered his face with his hands. Unbelievable. Fucking believable. Ron gasped, surprised to hear his friend use such strong language for the first time. Jim pulled his hands away from his face and looked up at Ron. Why did he name it Blackstone? Just because of his new name? Ron made a face. Well, yeah. I mean, that and the fact that he had all the masonry on the outside changed to look black. Jim was speechless. He could only manage a faint gargling sound, like a small frog stuck in his throat. Lucius Malfoy's Big Shindig, as Ron called it, was actually a formal banquet paid for by Lucius but hosted on behalf of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. In addition to members of Malfoy's political alliance, the guests included players and coaching staff from all the semi-finalist teams, Australia, Bulgaria, Ireland, and Luxembourg, along with various dignitaries from those nations, ministry officials, and other guests who knew the right people. While 3M handled the catering, Lucius and Harry summoned their respective house elves to take care of the serving. As for the Weasleys, Harry had invited the entire family to the gathering, offering free formal robes for everyone from Madame Mawkins. Arthur hesitated, but Harry insisted. I still owe George a life debt, Mr. Weasley, Harry had said when he first extended the invitation. Harry offered the invitation. Humor me. An invitation to a party is the least I could do. Besides, Mrs. Weasley has worked so hard to help this come together. I'd really like her there to be recognized. Arthur grimaced before responding. I'm very grateful, Harry. I do want my Molly to get the credit she deserves. But there's just one problem. You see. He hesitated and coughed nervously. Jim Potter is staying with us in our tent through the finals. Given his status, I'm uncomfortable just leaving him alone in the tent by himself. So I suppose either Bill or Charlie will have to stay with him. Or them, really, I'm sure Ron will want to stay with him. Though it's a shame Ron would have to miss this since he idolizes so many of the players who'll be there. Harry's eye twitched, but he reinforced his occlumency and persevered. Say no more, Mr. Weasley. Despite our differences, Jim is welcome to come as a guest of your family. Of course, I would expect that one of your older sons stay with him at all times to keep him out of trouble. And also away from both Sirius and me. And probably my cousin Tonks, now that I think about it. It goes without saying that I am not buying brand new formal robes for him. Oh, no fears, Harry. Arthur said excitedly. I'm sure we can find something for him to wear. I promise, we'll keep him out of trouble and away from any members of House Black. Harry nodded but privately resigned himself to something going wrong. Where he and Jim Potter were concerned, it seemed inevitable. Later, Jim said cautiously, I'm still not sure this is a good idea. I mean, there will be a lot of people at this party who really hate me. Maybe so, Ron replied. But there will also be a lot of people to look out for you. All the Weasleys will be there, plus a bunch of auras and hit wizards and ministry officials. I mean, yeah, Lucius Malfoy is a Death Eater, and everyone in Sirius Black's family is cursed to hate you. But surely no one will try anything in front of so many important people. Ron leaned in closer. And besides, wouldn't you be willing to risk death if it meant meeting Victor Crumb? Jim laughed. Probably so. But I don't have any dress robes here. Or at all, if I'm being honest. Really? Arthur asked, having joined the boys in their tent to extend the invitation. I figured you'd be decked out since you go to official functions all the time. Jim looked away somewhat bashfully. We, had to sell them all, he mumbled. The three were silent for a few seconds. Well, look, Jim, Arthur said kindly. We'll all be taking a portkey to Diagon Alley around 3 o'clock. You can come with us, and we'll see if we can find you something appropriate that we can afford." "Mr. Weasley!" Jim exclaimed. "I can't ask you to buy me robes. I'm supposed to be working for you." "Well, it's more like you're working for Molly, truth be told. But you're also our guest and Ronnie's best friend, so I'm happy to do it." Jim smiled weakly. "I tell you what. I'll go with you to Madame Malkin's, and we'll see what I can afford first. Then, if we still need to, we can talk about you loaning me money for dress robes." "Fair enough," Arthur said with a smile. While the fittings for the Weasleys went smoothly, finding something for Jim that was within his price range was another matter. In fact, the only set of dress robes for sale in his size was second-hand, maroon velvet, and had some rather mouldy-looking lace frills at the collar and both cuffs. Ron's eyes bugged out at the sight of them, and he bit back a laugh at his friend's distress. "Better you than me, mate," he said. "Personally, I'd go starkers before I wore those in public." Madame Malkin clapped her tongue at Ron, who blushed at having offended her. The seamstress. "Well," she said, "they were quite fashionable back in the day, but if you don't like them, that's fine. If you can't afford to buy anything, you could always hire robes for the evening." "Hire robes?" Jim asked, confused. The witch nodded. "Yes. If you only need the robes for a single event, I can let you have them for a reduced rate, usually an hourly rate. But once the event is over, at midnight, they'll be summoned back here to the shop. We call it our Cinderella special." The price she quoted for hiring a set of robes in the same style as Ron's was something he could manage, although it would cost half the galleons he had earned over 2 weeks working for 3M. At the end of the night, he would have nothing to show for it, except for the chance to meet Victor Crumb and a few dozen of the world's best Quidditch players. "It's a deal," he said. That evening, as Jim entered the palatial tent with the Weasleys, he couldn't help but be impressed. The circular interior was enormous, more than half the size of the Hogwarts Great Hall, and was filled with well over 100 guests. The tent had been roughly divided into 6 zones, one with tables for each of the 4 semi-finalist teams and their guests, decorated with their nation's colors, a 5th area set up for dignitaries from all the participating nations, and a large central area that served as neutral ground and would later become a formal dance floor. In the section reserved for the Bulgarians, Jim noticed Harry Black standing next to Draco Malfoy and heading straight for Victor Crumb. But before he could say or do anything, he was distracted by a familiar voice nearby. Well, well, well. Don't you look civilized for a change?" It was Padma Pottle, approaching Jim and the Weasleys from the direction of the Luxembourg section. Jim did a double take. He was used to seeing her in a different light. Padma appeared in either her Hogwarts uniform, her martial arts outfit from Wushido practice, or casual wear. She had never been one for makeup, but tonight, her hair was styled in long, flowing curls. She wore a knee-length dress in Ravenclaw blue, which accentuated her eyes, paired with dark grey, form-fitting trousers and a shiny golden shawl draped over her shoulders. She looked radiant. "Padma!" Jim exclaimed, only to feel mortified when his voice broke. He coughed and tried again. "Ahem. Padma. You look amazing." "Thank you," she replied. "It's called a salwar suit. Muggle fashion from back home. Perfect for parties, but much more practical than a sari, I think." I don't know what that is," Jim admitted, glancing at Ron, who shrugged. "Well, let me show you both," she said with a smirk. "Sanjeev bought Parvati a rather extravagant one for this event. Come sit with us for a while." Then she turned to Ron. "I'm pleased you're here too, Ron. My father wanted to meet you." "Me?" Ron asked, surprised. "Why?" "I suspect he wanted to finally thank you for saving Parvati last summer. He never found the time back then, which Parvati and I thought was rather rude of him, to be honest." "Oh, that's okay," Ron said bashfully. "It was nothing." "It was hardly nothing to save my sister's life, Ron," Padma pointed out. "Particularly since, as I recall, it put you into a coma for several hours." "Wait, what?" said a confused Charlie Weasley. who was standing behind Ron and Jim, while the other Weasleys had moved on to their reserved table. "Why am I just now hearing about a coma?" Ron blushed furiously as he tried to stammer a response and introduce his older brother. Padma then moved to stand between Ron and Jim, taking each of them by the arm. "I tell you what, Charlie Weasley. Come join us, and Parvati can share stories about your brother's heroism. By the way, it seems we are all honorary Luxembourgers tonight. I hope that's all right." With that, she led Jim and Ron toward the Luxembourg section, a slightly stunned Charlie following behind. As Jim Potter became captivated by Padma's new look, Harry Black was momentarily forgotten. As Harry trailed behind, Draco Malfoy approached the table where the Bulgarian national team was seated. A stern man, likely a Bulgarian aura, moved to block their path. However, Victor Krum called out in a harsh Eastern European language, and the man stepped aside. Krum then moved over to them and, to Harry's surprise, nearly lifted Draco off the ground in a bear hug. Harry's surprise grew when Draco responded to Krum in what sounded like a completely different Eastern European language. He could make out words that resembled Harry's and Black. Krum's face lit up in recognition. "Ah. Harry Black. Used to be Harry Potter, but unpleasant family excrement of cow. I have seen memories of Harry Black fly. Very good. Not as good as Dragon here, but very good." Thank you," Harry replied, trying to process the comparison of his family history to excrement of cow. He turned to Draco. "Was that Bulgarian you were speaking, Draco, or should I say dragon?" "Russian," Draco said with a smug expression. "I also speak French, Italian, and I'm learning German next. Victor here speaks Russian and French, but his English is a work in progress." "Dragon," Victor exclaimed with a hurt expression. "Do not mock Victor. Victor is learning your Englander speech as fast as can." "Well, I regret to say I don't speak any of those languages, Victor," Harry said. "I've taken the potions for both elder and younger Futhark, but they don't really lend themselves to casual conversation. Futhark is useful for other things." "Do you rune cast, Harry Black?" Harry blinked. "I do runic enchantments. At least, I'm starting to. I was part of a group that created the I Spies, if you're familiar with them." "Ah, yes," Victor exclaimed with excitement. "The camera things. They float above the stadium, recording games." "You did those, Harry Black?" "With help from others," Harry replied slowly. Draco remained quiet but had a smirk on his face for some reason. "Victor is getting his newt in ancient runes after the end of the year. Maybe Victor will design his own brooms." "Ha ha!" He clapped Harry on the back rather forcefully. "What else is Harry Black working on?" Harry looked between an increasingly smug Draco and the enthusiastic Bulgarian seeker. "Well, this is just a side project, but I've been modifying the Protego Orbis and incorporating it into a broom to make it submersible." Victor's eyes widened. "A broom that flies underwater? Like a fish? Ingenious. But how does Harry Black solve the problem of drag-on thrust when moving through water in a spherical shape?" Harry tilted his head slightly, studying Victor for a moment. Then, work with kaleidoscope? "Well, I'm still working on that part." He paused to sip his punch. "Not to change the subject, Victor, and I hope you won't take this the wrong way, but am I right in assuming you understand English just fine? You just can't speak it." Victor's eyes widened in surprise. "What Harry Black mean?" he asked cautiously. "Well, you're obviously having trouble with pronouns and subject-verb agreement. But you can follow words like submersible. Oh, and excrement, I suppose." Draco suddenly laughed and then held out his hand. Victor shook his head in amazement before pulling a galleon from his pocket and handing it over to Draco. "A legilimens. At 14. Amazement," Harry exclaimed, turning to Draco with a look of concern. Dragon, have you been sharing all my secrets with your friends at Durmstrang?" "Don't be silly, Harry." All your good secrets are under oaths. Victor laughed. Fear not, Harry Black. Victor will keep all secrets. But only if Harry Black will keep Victor's. Please don't tell that Victor understands English speech. Harry chuckled. Agreed. But how can you understand so well yet speak like that? Victor sighed. Let us just say there was an unfortunate mishap with a language potion, yes? But enough of that. Tell Victor more about the underwater broom. Meanwhile, in the dignitaries section, Percy Weasley feared he was about to witness a declaration of war from one group or another. His boss, Bartemius Crouch, was about to make some formal introductions. McCavity. Crouch snapped. Percy coughed rather forcefully beside him. Crouch turned to glare at him before composing himself. I mean, Director McCavity. I have some introductions to make. Splendid, said the Dark Lord McCavity as he wiped his face with a napkin before standing to face the group with a genial expression. I love meeting new people. Ladies and gentle wizards, Crouch continued, ignoring the Muggleborn's remark. I present to you Alexander McCavity, Australia's Director for Magical Muggle Affairs and Junior Mugwump to the International Confederation of Wizards. Director McCavity, allow me to introduce Grigor Dermatov, Minister of Magic for Bulgaria and emissary from the Balkan Alliance. Dermatov was a portly man with an extravagant moustache and somewhat old-fashioned, conservative robes. He nodded stiffly towards McCavity but said nothing, possibly because he spoke no English and didn't even know what was going on. Or perhaps he does, thought Percy, and is just silently registering his disapproval of an influential Muggleborn since they don't have anywhere he comes from. Next, growled Crouch, we have the Kumar Pasha, who is here on behalf of Wizarding Luxembourg. The Pasha was a powerfully built man in his 50s, with bushy eyebrows and a goatee that came to a sharp point. He wore flowing, colorful robes typical of the magical Middle East and a large turban adorned with an enormous ruby. A pleasure to meet you both, McCavity said diplomatically, though neither man responded verbally. Percy recalled that, regardless of the Bulgarians' feelings about Muggleborns, the Kumar Pasha's family had supported blood purism for generations. The current Pasha's father had even been accused of financially supporting Grindelwald, though nothing was ever proven. Percy took a moment to compare McCavity's attire to the others. His outfit was a mix of Muggle and magical clothing, consisting of a crisp black suit with a bow tie, which Percy recalled from his father's descriptions of Muggle wear, underneath a black opera cloak. Overall, the ensemble looked smart, if untraditional in a wizarding setting, save for one splash of color, a green and yellow button on his jacket lapel that bore the letters THNCA. From what Percy could see, everyone in the Australian section wore matching buttons. Next, Crouch continued, we have Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, who represents Wizarding Britain and, by extension, Wizarding Ireland. Madam Umbridge is standing in for Minister Fudge, who could not be here this evening. She is accompanied by Senior Aura Pius Thickness. Percy resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Fudge couldn't be there because he refused to risk having his picture taken shaking hands with McCavity. On the bright side, Umbridge seemed to have blossomed as Fudge's public face at all the events he wanted to avoid. While she had a reputation for dowdiness, tonight, she had styled her hair. Dolores Umbridge had her makeup professionally done and wore new evening robes in basic black with a vibrant pink satin lining. While she would probably never be described as beautiful, the effect tonight was quite charming. Enchant, Madam Umbridge, McCavity said gallantly as he took her hand and kissed her knuckles. Dolores blushed, her cheeks matching the color of her robe's lining. Thankfully, she didn't titter this time. Beside her, Thickness scowled with obvious jealousy. And finally, Crouch said after steeling himself, our host for this evening. Lucius Malfoy, Lord of the ancient and noble House of Malfoy. Malfoy stepped forward and bowed respectfully to McCavity. A pleasure to meet you, Lord Malfoy, McCavity said. Can I assume you are the son of Abraxas Malfoy? You are correct, sir, Malfoy replied languidly. I am indeed the son and successor to Abraxas Malfoy, the wizard who worked so hard to impose the title of Dark Lord upon you when I was but a child and who ultimately saw you banished from these lands. I became Lord when he passed away in 1979. I see, Macavity said, giving Lucius an appraising look. If I may be so bold, Lord Malfoy, how did your father pass away? A frisson of tension swept through the group at Macavity's bluntness, but his attention was focused on Lucius. He was surprised to see not anger, but rather a ghost of a smile that passed too quickly for anyone else to notice. Irony, Director Macavity, Lucius replied without a hint of anger or disdain. My father died of an acute case of irony. I cannot believe they're just insulting us like this. Daphne Greengrass hissed angrily. Her dearest friend, Tracy Davis, turned to her but noticed that the Greengrass heiress wasn't even. Daphne Greengrass glared with absolute fury at the nearby Australian delegation. Tracy frowned and said, honestly, Dav, what are the Australians doing now that's so offensive? Daphne scoffed, don't you see? They're all wearing buttons that say NCA. They're literally flaunting their support for their Muggleborn Dark Lord. Tracy rolled her eyes quietly, but the snort of contempt from behind them was quite audible. Both Slytherins turned to find Hermione Granger just a few feet away, wearing a disdainful expression. Granger, Daphne said with some surprise. Greengrass, Hermione responded coolly. Despite herself, Daphne felt anger rise at the look Hermione was giving her. You disagree? I'm not surprised. Look, I know you're a Muggleborn, Granger, but that's no reason to support a Dark Lord, let alone wear a button declaring your allegiance to him. It's like some sort of Muggleborn dark mark. Hermione chuckled. Nonsense, of course. Well, if you're so clever, what other message are we supposed to take from NCA buttons on all their robes if not support for Macavity? Hermione gave a condescending look. Magical Commonwealth of Australia. NCA has been the official abbreviation for their country for nearly as long as it's existed. I suppose they went with a lowercase c to rile up the British purebloods, which is clearly working, but there's nothing new about the abbreviation. She took a step forward. And while we're correcting misunderstandings, I'm told you spent a lot of time in your Cultural Preservation Society meetings spreading tales that Alexander Macavity wanted to impose some sort of ridiculous marriage law. Also untrue. It most certainly is true. Daphne hissed. He wanted to force purebloods to marry Muggleborns and even Muggles in order to destroy our way of life. Hermione shook her head. I looked it up after I heard that bit of nonsense. The only interest. Macavity and his movement aim to ban forced marriages and eliminate the practice of wizarding families selling their children into marriage contracts before they were even out of diapers. They sought to end unions between two people who might have nothing in common by the time they came of age, individuals so different that they would need to drink Amortentia at the wedding just to tolerate one another. Daphne's face flushed. There is nothing wrong with Amortentia between two consenting spouses, Granger. My mother and father still take it every year to commemorate their anniversary. Her eyes flashed angrily. And from the rumors I've been hearing, Granger, perhaps your parents' marriage would be in better shape if Amortentia were an option for them. Daphne! Tracy exclaimed in shock. But Hermione did not rise to the provocation. If anything, she became colder. It's quite all right, Davis, she said. Greengrass's comments about my mother and father don't bother me. She stepped toward Daphne and fixed her with a steely gaze that almost made Daphne want to pull back. After all, Hermione continued, it's not like I haven't heard worse. With that, she turned and strode away. Darth? What the hell did you do to make Hermione Granger look at you like she wanted to carve your heart out with a butter knife? Daphne exhaled shakily as she watched Hermione's retreating back. Honestly, Tracy? I have absolutely no idea. By 9 o'clock, the speeches were over, and the desserts had been presented and consumed. At Lucius Malfoy's insistence, Molly rose to be recognized as the one who had provided the well-received food. She nearly cried at the applause from the crowd. Then, the tables and chairs in the center of the tent vanished to make way for a dance floor while nearby, enchanted musical instruments rose into the air to begin a Viennese waltz. Among the first on the floor were the American Archie Goodwin and a young Regulus approached the Australian girl who had accepted his invitation to dance. "I'm sorry I haven't had the chance to speak with you yet," he said to his cousin, Delphine, as he discreetly cast a muffliato charm to shield their conversation. "To be honest, we were surprised when you came back to Britain so soon." The young woman, more accurately described as a middle-aged woman who had undergone some work, shrugged. Buck was activated from a cavity security detail, and he was uncomfortable leaving me unattended in his home back in Wagga Wagga. He was worried I might have some sort of relapse, though whether a physical one or a mental one, I have no idea. Regulus frowned. "And how are you, Bellatrix?" "Really?" The former Bellatrix Black Lestrange smiled faintly. "I honestly don't know, Regulus. Physically, I'm mostly recovered. The nature of my condition allowed me to bounce back from Dementor exposure more readily than Sirius. But still, every time I walk by a mirror, I can't help but gasp at my reflection. The magic used on this body makes me look like an 18-year-old girl, but I don't look at all like Bellatrix Black did at that age. I have black hair and, I suppose, a certain natural haughtiness. But that's it. I still have trouble acting my apparent age. Back in Wagga Wagga, I've already had to fend off courting attempts from several boys who are physically the same age as young Delphine White, but who really seem like callow, immature youths to me. It's vexing. I'd actually wanted a body that would have put me in my late 20s or early 30s, but age-reducing magic is very difficult. And in my case, I had to be reset physically to a point before I read that damnable book and became misdemeanor." Regulus sighed and decided to change the subject. "That still doesn't answer the question, why Delphine White? Is there a problem with our little fiction that she's a cousin of the late Lazarus White? With luck, I may. I still aim to achieve my girlhood dream of becoming an aura, even if it's in Australia instead of Britain." "The White name might open some sympathetic doors," Delphine said. "True, but we've been exploring ways to bring Regulus Black back to life. To do that, we'll need to navigate the connections between Regulus Black, Lazarus White, and Gilderoy Lockhart. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I was really wondering more about you, Delphine." "It's from the constellation Delphinus," she replied. "Well, yes, I know that part. I'm a black too, remember? But why a constellation named after a dolphin?" Delphine lifted her chin defiantly. "I like dolphins. When I was a little girl, I said that one day, I'd have a child and name it Delphinus if it was a boy and Delphine if it was a girl. After everything that happened, I never had that opportunity to become a mother, and I doubt I ever will." "Bella?" Regulus began. "Reg," she interrupted. "My appearance doesn't change the facts of my biology. This 18-year-old body hides a woman in her mid-40s. The likelihood of my ever being able to conceive a child is low and gets lower every day. So why shouldn't I claim that fanciful name from my childhood for myself instead? Claim it and use it for my second chance at a life." Before Regulus could respond, the waltz ended and shifted to a pavane as the two cousins stepped apart. Then, a polite cough came from nearby. A handsome young man with sunset-colored hair and a dragon-tooth earring approached. "I hope I'm not intruding, but I wonder if I might have the honor of the next dance," he asked. "And you are?" Delphine replied, intrigued. "William Weasley," he said. "Though my friends call me Bill." She glanced back at Regulus, who simply shrugged. "Here's to second chances," he said. Then, Bellatrix Black took Bill Weasley's hand. "Delphine White. A pleasure to meet you, Bill." Regulus watched as the pair twirled away, surprised when someone spoke behind him. "Ah, young love. So much fun to watch and see where it all leads." He turned to see an attractive woman in brightly colored robes with platinum blonde hair. Her bejeweled spectacles identified her instantly, even to casual readers of the Daily Prophet. "You seem to be all alone on the dance floor, Mr. Archie Goodwin," Rita Skeeter said flirtatiously as she held out her hand. "Can I tempt you into a dance or two?" For a brief second, Regulus wondered what he was getting into. Then he decided. Temptation, Miss Skeeter, implies that the proper response would be to say no, he replied before taking her hand. At 11 o'clock, the party began to wind down, especially after the Irish, Bulgarian, and Australian teams announced they were heading back to their own sectors for after-parties. Jim and Ron had never gotten near Victor Krum, as Harry and Draco seemed to monopolize the Bulgarian seeker all night long. Intellectually, Jim knew that his feelings of intense jealousy and annoyance, stemming from Harry inadvertently blocking him from meeting one of his idols, were due to the imperious curse. Unfortunately, knowing the feelings were unnatural didn't stop him from having them. Despite that, he had thoroughly enjoyed his time with Padma, though Ron seemed miffed that they had spent most of the time with Luxembourgers. Jim attributed this to Ron's general disdain for the Luxembourg national team and his specific disdain for Sanjeev Kumar, the Pasha's son, who barely managed to conceal his blood-purist tendencies. It didn't help that, for reasons unknown to both Potil sisters, their father spent the better part of an hour pumping Ron for personal information, his likes and dislikes, how he was doing at Hogwarts, how his family's various business ventures were faring, and what his career goals were, and oddly, whether he was dating anyone. On the bright side, Ron managed to get signatures from the entire Luxembourg team for his autograph book. Sanjeev took pride in introducing the pair to various Quidditch luminaries associated with the Irish and Bulgarian teams, other than Krum. Most of them were cool but polite. Quidditch purists might not appreciate the Kumar dynasty, as the Pasha insisted on calling it, and its effect on European Quidditch, but they couldn't help but respect its influence enough to let it open a few doors. Amusingly, Ron also picked up an autograph from Oliver Wood, their former housemate who was attending as a guest of House Warrington. While the boys learned that Oliver had been picked up as a reserve keeper for the Montrose Magpies, they didn't realize that the Magpies were owned by an aggressively pure-blooded family. Their lord had never taken the dark mark, but his affiliations had always been obvious. Nevertheless, Oliver seemed quite happy in his new role and wouldn't hear a single word against the Warringtons. Young Cassius overheard the conversation and came by to clap Wood on the shoulder, praising his performance so far. He favored Jim with a smug, self-satisfied look the entire time. As the party came to an end, Sanjeev announced that he and his fiancée Parvati would be posing for pictures with the Luxembourg team to appear in the Bougainville Boggart, Luxembourg's only wizarding newspaper, which the Kumars, of course, owned. Unwilling to sit on the sidelines for an unknown amount of time, Padma told her parents that she would make her way back to their tent alone. When they balked, Jim gallantly offered to escort her. Mr. Potter looked at him strangely and then looked at Ron even more strangely before giving his assent. Once outside the tent, Jim turned to Ron and Charlie. "Look, guys. There's no reason for you to chaperone us. The Pasha's setup isn't far from here, and it's a quick walk back to the tent from there. Weasley tent. I'm perfectly capable of escorting Padma without needing any bodyguards." Charlie noticed the pleading expression on Jim's face and recognized that he wanted some time alone with her. "Well," he said with a smile, "how about we compromise? I can see the Pasha's tent from here, and you're right, it's not far. So Ron and I will wait here for you to drop your friend off and then come back before we go to our tent together. Sound fair?" Ron interrupted. "Jim, I really don't know if it's a good idea for you to be alone here. I mean, who knows who might be out there waiting to jump you." "Ron, I'll be fine. You know I can take care of myself." Ron bit down on the obvious response. He had spent 3 years observing all the times Jim could not take care of himself, but he didn't want to point that out right now. Instead, he glanced at his wristwatch. "Also, can I remind you it's 11:15? And that you have to be back in our tent by midnight or, well, you know what will happen." Jim scoffed. "Ron, don't worry. 5 minutes there and back. Then 10 minutes to get to our tent. That's 11:35 at the latest. Plenty of time." Without another word, Jim took Padma by the arm and led her off toward the nearby Luxembourg sector. Charlie sighed loudly, grinning. Young love in bloom." Ron said nothing and did not smile. Nearby, several others observed the conversation and Jim Potter's departure before stepping away to send a quick message through a magic mirror. The 5-minute walk to the Pasha's tent was uneventful, and Jim enjoyed his conversation with the young Ravenclaw. They talked about Wushido and Remus Lupin. Jim was reticent about the animagery book he had received from Lupin, as Padma had heard nothing at all and was disappointed by his absence from Shambhala. They discussed their respective summers and what they were hoping for in the coming school year. Finally, they reached their destination. Jim hesitated, unsure how to say goodbye. "Well, see you later," felt inadequate for the moment. He was also suddenly terrified that his voice would crack again. Padma smiled at his discomfort. "I should tell you up front, Jim Potter, that my mother made me promise never to kiss a boy on the first date." Jim blushed but then smiled. "So, after our second date?" She replied, wagging her finger. "Technically, this wasn't even our first date. This was me inviting you and Ron to sit with us at a party. You would have to ask me out one-on-one for it to count as a date, Jim." He nodded slowly. "Well, in that case, I know it's probably a bit early, but... Padma Potter, would you do me the honor of accompanying me to Hogsmeade for the first Hogsmeade weekend? On our first date?" Padma grinned. "It would be an honor, Potter. Until next time." She waved her fingers at him before entering the tent, still smiling. Now alone, Jim realized he was grinning widely. He turned and headed back to meet Ron and Charlie. But halfway there, he paused, noticing two suspicious figures dressed in dark robes at the edge of an alleyway between two tents. They didn't seem to notice him at first, so he instinctively took cover behind some boxes. Then, one figure turned to look in his direction. Jim gasped. The figure wore a bone-white mask, the kind he had seen in photographs from the last war. It was the mask of a Death Eater. Swiftly, Jim ducked down. The two Death Eaters hesitated for a moment and then took off down the alleyway. Jim was torn. He knew it was reckless to follow them alone, but he thought he might get close enough to hear their conversation or learn where they were going. If Jim could only see which tent the figures entered, he could send word to James, who would know what to do. Jim pulled out his wand and crept down the alleyway that marked the boundary between the Luxembourger section and the Australian section. He could still see the two figures walking swiftly away, as if on a mission. Neither seemed to notice him following. They turned left at an intersection, and Jim pursued them. Once at the intersection, he saw one of the two take another left, while the other presumably went further ahead. The boy who lived increased his pace, trying to remain stealthy. Just before he reached the next intersection, he heard a low voice snarl from behind him. "Stupefy!" Caught by surprise, Jim turned and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The stunner slammed into him, and he slumped to the ground. From behind him, the other figure in Death Eater robes shimmered into view, still breathing heavily. He glanced down, admiring the ring on his finger, the one given to him by his father that conferred invisibility for as long as the wearer could hold his breath. Thankfully, Jim had been so eager in his foolish pursuit that he had darted right past without realizing an invisible enemy was lying in wait. As the figure advanced toward Jim, his partner returned. Together, they pulled back their hoods and removed their masks to see their captured quarry better. "Disappointingly easy," said Albert Yaxley. His brother put up a far better challenge. Giles Yaxley snorted. "By a put up a far better challenge, you mean he beat your ass, right, little brother?" Albert sneered angrily. "He'll get his as well, Giles. Just you wait." Then, the Durmstrang fifth year glared down at the unconscious boy at their feet. "So, it seems we had the boy who lived at our mercy. Any chance we're allowed to have a little fun with him?" "Absolutely not," Giles said firmly. Father was explicit. Jim Potter is not to be harmed. Be harmed in any way. Then, he bent down to pick up Jim's wand, which had fallen to the ground. "We have everything we need right here," Giles said with a cruel smile. "Novegicus Target 2 has been acquired. Awaiting instructions on how to deliver it. Misericord." Sometime later, Jim woke up with a pounding headache. He was alone and still lying on the ground where he had been knocked unconscious. After shaking his head to clear the cobwebs, he realized he was unharmed, which surprised him given his usual encounters with Death Eaters. Suddenly, worry set in. His wand was not in his hand, nor in his holster, nor anywhere around him. After several anxious minutes of searching, he was forced to assume the worst, that his attackers, likely Death Eaters, had stolen his wand. Jim rubbed his hands across his face, wondering how his life could get any worse. His mental query was answered by a strange tingling sensation that briefly covered his entire body, followed by a sudden chill. Looking down, he saw that he was now naked, except for a pair of plaid muggle boxer shorts and a t-shirt that read "The Supreme GIT of the Universe," a sentiment that had never felt more accurate. Okay, what to do, he thought. Every option seemed destined to lead to public humiliation. He could run back to Padma's tent in his underwear, exposing himself to his, maybe future, girlfriend. Or he could streak back to where Ron and Charlie were hopefully still waiting for him, meaning even more people would see him like this, including Harry and probably the Malfoys. Oh yeah, and with my luck, Victor Crumb and Rita Skeeter, he said aloud. Despite himself, he reached up and wiped a tear from his eye with his thumb. He was so tired of feeling like a screw-up, of always making dumb mistakes and then paying for them. Done with one humiliation after another. No more, he muttered. Then he paused, reflecting on his words, and closed his eyes in determination. No more. No more. At last, he found what he had been searching for, the tiny hidden switch deep within his own psyche. Never more, he said before taking flight into the night sky. It was less than 2 minutes to the Weasley tent, as the crow, or rather the raven, flies. The black corvid darted in through the tent flap, past the common area, and into the room Jim shared with Ron. It perched itself on the headboard of Jim's bed and cawed twice. Then the raven tensed and took wing again. It only flew a few feet before its entire form grew and morphed into the shape of a young man. Jim looked around wildly, checking to ensure all his body parts were present and appropriately human. They were. More importantly, both his t-shirt and boxers were still in place. He had done it. He had chosen to change into a raven. He had retained his human intelligence throughout his flight. He had chosen to turn back into a boy, and he had even kept the clothes he wore before he started. For a moment, all concerns about the attack and the theft of his wand vanished. Yes, Jim bellowed, thrusting his arms up into the air. I did it. I'm an animagus. And I'm not naked. Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that last bit, said Ginny Weasley as she pulled aside the tent flap. I'm sure I'd have gotten the vapors if you were screaming and naked. And me without a camera. In response to Ginny's appearance, a suddenly embarrassed Jim snatched the blanket off Ron's bed and wrapped it around himself. Gee, Ginny. What are you doing here? Oh, you know. Being just a little girl. Mum sent me home from the party early and then left me here alone in a tent with nothing to do while she prepared the food stall for tomorrow. The Slytherin Weasley folded her arms, smirking at him. Arms and smirked at the blushing boy. So, Jim, tell me more about this whole animagus business. In a hotel suite in West London, it was 1 a.m. The 3 wizards and 1 witch had been residing in the suite for almost a month, and they were feeling bored, frustrated, and deeply affected by cabin fever. To make matters worse, they were French wizards, along with 1 witch, hiding in Muggle Britain. This meant that finding a decent cup of coffee was nearly impossible. Even more frustrating was that the entire purpose of their mission, Operation Serpentard, had been a waste of time. In nearly 4 weeks, the listening charm, painstakingly hidden within the official badge of DMLE Director Corban Yaxley, who was suspected to be a Death Eater, had yielded almost no useful information. It was clear that Yaxley was corrupt. He had interfered in DMLE investigations into fellow Death Eaters and other criminals who had paid the right bribes. However, the agents had yet to hear any conversations that conclusively referred to actual Death Eater activities or provided insight on the current status of Sayers Key, the Dark Lord himself. To make matters worse, the night before, The listening charm had stopped working completely just as Yaxley entered a secret meeting called by Casilda Selwyn, another person of interest. The agents had been unable to determine whether the charm had been blocked by some kind of security ward, whether the badge to which it had been attached had been damaged or lost, or if the spell simply failed due to a mistake by the caster. "You know my views," said Gaultier, the youngest member of the group. "I think the spell just failed. It was foolish to entrust its implementation to a child." He snorted contentiously. "Let alone a Harvila child." "Gaultier," snapped Giraud, the only female in the group. "I've told you not to use that word." Gaultier snorted. "You have no reason to be offended, Jean. Harvila is hardly an insult when it is literally." "Enough. Both of you." Besson snarled. "And I remind you, Gaultier, that Lincoln have is everywhere. Even if the girl is Harvila, she is their Harvila. Mock her at your peril." Gaultier made a face, but before he could respond, Messier spoke up. The fourth member of the team was currently manning the enchanted phonograph, which would magically inscribe any conversations overheard by the listening charm onto a wax cylinder. It had just started up again for the first time in over a day. "Besson. The badge." "It started recording again," Messier exclaimed. Besson moved closer to the recording station. "What is he saying?" Messier shrugged. "Nothing so far. But we're getting a clear signal. It sounds like e-music." "On speaker," Besson ordered. The other agent flipped a switch, and instantly, sound emerged from the large Victrola speaker attached to the wax cylinder. Suddenly, they could all clearly hear a familiar tune played on what sounded like a glockenspiel. After a moment, Besson recognized it. "Brahms' Lullaby," he exclaimed in surprise. Gaultier yawned. "Sounds appropriate. We've been up all day and, yawn, half the night. I could do with day." And with that, Gaultier simply dropped to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Nearby, Giraud stumbled and leaned against the wall for support. "The music!" Besson cried out. "It's a curse! Quickly! Cut the feed!" But it was too late. Messier was already slumped in his chair, snoring loudly, while behind him, Besson heard Giraud also collapse to the floor. Then, the door to the hotel room burst open with a crash. Without hesitation, Besson unleashed his most powerful stunner. The intruder in the doorway batted it aside effortlessly. "Imperio! Horribilis," said Augustus Rookwood. Besson struggled against the overwhelming psychic force for nearly 6 seconds. Then, his entire body went slack and his wand fell to the floor. "Master," he said simply. Behind Besson, Brahms' lullaby continued to play until Rookwood reached into his pocket and pulled out Corban Yaxley's DMLE badge. He tapped it twice, and the gentle melody stopped. "Musiceth charms," the Death Eater said with a smirk before turning his attention to Besson. "Now, mon frère, let us get better acquainted." Chapter 11, The Quidditch World Cup, Part 4. August 22, 1994. Day 13. The Weasley Tent. 10 in the morning. After Jim's return, in Raven form, no less, to the Weasley tent the night before, he had a brief but tense conversation with Ginny Weasley. Just then, a panicked Charlie and Ron burst into the tent looking for him. He explained that he had escorted Padma Potter back to her tent without incident before spotting 2 Death Eaters at the boundary between the Australian and Luxembourg sectors. He had impulsively followed them, only to be stunned and robbed of his wand. To his surprise, Ron scowled at him in obvious anger before storming off to their room for bed. They hardly spoke for the rest of the night. After the attack and robbery, the story Jim gave the Weasleys and later the Department of Magical Law Enforcement investigators became a bit hazy. He told them that he was disoriented by the stunning hex and got lost but soon found the Weasley tent. Ginny confirmed that he had entered the tent around midnight looking confused, but he quickly recovered before her brothers arrived. Privately, Jim marveled at how effortlessly his best friend's little sister could lie, not only to her own family but to seasoned law enforcement wizards. However, in this instance, he was grateful for her Slytherin wiles. After the hit wizards took their statements for the official report and departed, Jim, Bill, and Arthur returned to the scene of the attack to confirm that Jim's wand was truly gone. Morose, Jim returned with the Weasleys for the night while Arthur sent word to the boys' parents. The next morning, Lily and James Potter showed up at the Weasley tent, filled with both concern for their son's safety and anger at how his impulsiveness had cost him his wand and could have cost him his life. Arthur Weasley was full of apologies, but Jim interrupted him. "Please don't blame the Weasleys for this," he said to both his parents. "It was all my fault. If I'd just done what I was supposed to and gone straight back to meet Charlie and Ron, I'd have been fine. I was an idiot to go after those two Death Eaters myself." Before anyone could respond, a new voice came from the entrance to the tent, causing James to stiffen in apprehension. "That's a bold claim, Mr. Potter," said Corban Yaxley, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and James's boss. Behind him stood Aura Victoria Savage and two hit wizards. "I would appreciate it very much if you would refrain from spreading such rumors until an investigation has been conducted." "I know what I saw," Jim replied angrily. "They were Death Eaters. I've read the hit wizard's report, Mr. Potter." Yaxley paused and smiled at Jim. "May I call you Jim? It might get confusing with two Mr. Potters in the room, don't you agree?" Jim nodded but remained silent. "Now then, Jim, before we hear anything more about Death Eaters, let's take a look at your memories of the attack." Yaxley gestured to one of the hit wizards, who set a ministry pensive on a table in the center of the tent. "Since you are currently wandless, Jim, I'm sure your father won't mind transferring the memory. All you need to do is think back and try to remember everything that happened last night pertaining to the incident." Jim froze. Everything that happened included revealing himself as an unregistered animagus. He took a deep breath and focused on the memory of pursuing the Death Eaters, trying to forget everything that happened after he was stunned. James transferred the memory to the pensive while Lily moved behind Jim and gently placed her hands on his shoulders. Yaxley, Savage, and James entered the memory. After barely a minute, they emerged. "As I suspected, Jim, those were not Death Eaters," Yaxley said. "Yes, they were," Jim nearly shouted. Yaxley looked down at him condescendingly. "I can understand your confusion, Jim, as the last Death Eater sighting was when you were just a babe. But I assure you, those were not genuine Death Eater uniforms," Yaxley said. "Well, I reckon you'd know," Jim replied quietly, wincing as his mother's hand suddenly gripped his shoulders. Yaxley ignored the accusation and turned to Jim's father. "Do you concur, James?" he asked with a hint of smugness. "As I recall, you spent plenty of time during the war fighting Death Eaters up close." James grimaced. He had never confirmed it, but he was 90% certain he had dueled Yaxley himself at least once while Yaxley was wearing a Death Eater's mask. The man he fought that day certainly didn't act like he had been under the Imperious curse. He turned to his son. "He's right, Jim. Your attackers weren't wearing genuine Death Eater uniforms. They were just crude imitations. But Dad, if you don't believe your own father, Jim, you're welcome to review the memory yourself in the pensive. It's understandable that you didn't notice at the time, but I think the big giveaway is that one of your attackers was wearing Muggle trainers beneath his wizarding robes." Yaxley looked around imperiously. "I think it's obvious what truly happened. The incident occurred at the boundary between the Luxembourgers and the Australians. Given the conduct of the Australian contingent so far, I'll wager it was nothing more than some hooligans dressed up in homemade costumes who were out to perform some mischief that could be blamed on Death Eaters as a way of embarrassing the Ministry. And then the boy who lived bumbles along and proves an irresistible target. I'll inform Minister Fudge and Director Crouch. And I suppose McCavity." He said the last name with clear disdain. "Perhaps he can be persuaded to waive his diplomatic immunity long enough to let us search the Australian sector in force to find young Jim's lost wand." His tone indicated he thought such a request was unlikely to be granted. Then, Yaxley turned to Jane said, "Now that that's all settled, well, for my part, anyway, Perhaps we should get back to work, eh, James? I received a report before I came over here that has already been forwarded to your department. Another regurgitating toilet, this time in Basingstoke. James met Yaxley's smug gaze with an impassive expression. Yes, sir. I'll get right on it. Yaxley bowed slightly to the group before leaving with Savage and the hit wizards. Dejected, Jim sat down in a chair. So what happens now? Now? Lily snapped. My first inclination is to take you straight home and lock you in your room until the Hogwarts Express is ready to leave. Honestly, Jim. You were lucky to be attacked by fake Death Eaters. I cannot believe you thought those people were actual Death Eaters and then decided it was a good idea to go after them. Jim opened his mouth to respond but sighed and closed it instead. His mother was right. His decision to act like he was in A Boy Who Lived adventure instead of real life had cost him his wand, and he could have lost much more. Lily looked over at James and noticed his silently pleading expression. She exhaled. That said, there have been no other incidents during your time with the Weasleys, and I understand how devastating it would be for you to miss the last week of the Cup. So first of all, we're leaving this morning to visit the Potter Vault and see if any of the family wands will work for you. If we can find you a compatible wand, you can come back here, continue working for Mrs. Weasley, and watch the matches for the rest of the week. Jim's face lit up with excitement, but Lily continued more firmly. However, you will not be spending the night here. She turned to the Weasley patriarch. Arthur, when Jim is done with his work for the day, can you ensure that one of your older boys or someone else responsible keeps an eye on him during any matches? I'll be listening on our wireless, and at the end of the night, I'll come pick him up and side-apparate him. Mum! Jim exclaimed, but a glare from Lily silenced him. Arthur looked at her, still embarrassed by the whole situation. If that's how you want to handle things, Lily, I fully understand. Once again, I apologize for the lapse in security, I suppose. Nearby, Charlie blushed in embarrassment over his mistake. Next to him, Ron glared at Jim. Finally, James coughed into his fist. Well, that's all for now, I reckon. I'd better be off, he said, giving Arthur a weak smile. Those toilets won't jinx themselves, after all. Everyone laughed half-heartedly. Jim returned to the 3M booth around noon with a new wand. More accurately, it was a very old wand. Made of acacia and dragon heartstring, measuring 8.5 inches, it had been first purchased by Josiah Potter in 1835. It mostly worked for Jim, although he had the odd feeling that it was disdainful of him. Still, he could defend himself reasonably well if needed, and once he took the twins' potion again, he would be blessedly anonymous as Barney Weasley. Now his only concerns were finding time to spend with Padma again and figuring out why Ron was angry with him. Oh, yeah, he thought ruefully, and paying off Ginny Weasley for her silence. August 23rd, 1994, Day 14, 8 o'clock in the morning. Sadly for Jim, his first concern went unresolved. He saw Padma only briefly after Luxembourg's 360-330 loss to Bulgaria, where Victor Krum pulled out another miraculous last-second win. Petulant after his team's loss, the Pasha decided to return to Luxembourg with his entourage, which meant the Pottils would be leaving early the next morning. In fact, they were already gone when Lily delivered Jim to the Weasley tent. Somewhat downbeat, the boy who lived entered the tent and took his Barney potion for the day. Then, he looked around to make sure no one was watching. Jim entered Ginny's room, and she greeted him with a friendly smile. "Oh, cheer up, Jim," she said. "Honestly, I envy you getting to sleep in a real bed instead of a sleeping bag on a cot." He shrugged. "It's still punishment." He reached into the bag he had been carrying over his shoulder and pulled out a book, handing it to her. "I want this back once you've had a chance to copy it," Jim said sternly. "And don't get caught with it. Please don't let anyone find out I gave it to you, least of all your parent or Ron. He's mad at me for some reason." Ginny rolled her eyes. "I promise I won't get caught with it or tell anyone that you gave it to me. Or, I suppose, tell anyone that you're an illegal animagus." Then she tilted her head thoughtfully. "You seriously don't know why Ron's mad at you?" Jin shook his head. "Honestly," she continued, "if I were a Gryffindor, I'd probably smack you on the back of the head. But we Slytherins are too civilized for that. You are Ron's best friend in the entire world. And yet, you ditched him to go off with a girl you obviously have a crush on, and then you deliberately put yourself in potential deadly danger while all alone. Do you seriously not realize how protective Ron is of you after all this time?" Jim winced. "Yeah, I didn't think of it that way. I remember how mad I got at him when he..." He paused suddenly. Never mind." Ginny nodded but said nothing. After all, she'd been in the infirmary with her family when Jim brought Ron back down from the astronomy tower at the end of her first year. Unlike all the Gryffindors in her family, she had not shied away from the implications of what Ron had tried to do. "Come on," she said, shaking off those morbid thoughts. "Let's head on to the stall. It's the Vinborn Wasps versus some Peruvian team I've never heard of. Let's go learn how to make Dorset knobs and Peruvian tamales, whatever tamales are," Jin said with a laugh. After Ginny tucked the animagerie book away, they set off to work. At the Ministry of Magic, it was noon. James Potter had spent most of the week alone, dealing with the problem of regurgitating toilets caused by a mentally unstable wizard named Willie Widdishins. Willie was now in the detention center on charges of misdemeanor muggle baiting. Jane stepped into the ministry canteen for a quick lunch. He chose nothing extravagant, an egg salad sandwich and a pumpkin juice, but it was filling and inexpensive. His days of apparating to the leaky cauldron for lunch every day were over for now. As usual, he sat with Joe Abbott, the building's squid maintenance man, and a few other low-level ministry employees who welcomed his presence. Nearby, a group of 5 hit wizards glared at him with open contempt. At another table, Eleanor Burke, his former secretary, gave him a smug smile before turning to her friends for more gossip. Their conversation was loud, as Eleanor and her catty friends had little regard for indoor voices. James found himself listening, especially when their chatter turned to Bertha Jorkins, who had been absent from work. The poor woman had apparently been sick for weeks, but the women couldn't agree on the nature of her illness. Eleanor laughed as she suggested that Bertha wasn't sick at all but was entertaining a secret beau, causing the others to laugh rudely. James frowned and leaned over to Joe Abbott, who seemed to know everything about everyone in the ministry, although he kept his thoughts to himself unless asked. "Is Bertha Jorkins still out sick?" James asked. Joe nodded. "Yep. Contagious too, I hear," Joe replied. "I hear she won't even open for visitors." "She just talks through the door," someone added. James said slowly. "But what is she sick from?" The others at the table shrugged. James chewed his sandwich thoughtfully and swallowed. "And no one's actually seen her in person? Or talked through the flu?" "Not so far as I know, Mr. Potter." "Why does it trouble you?" "We're off the clock, Joe." "Call me James." "And I don't know why it troubles me. Just that it does." That night, that Peruvian team that Ginny had never heard of turned out to be the Tarapoto Tree Skimmers. To her disdain, their obscurity matched their lack of talent. The Vinborn Wasps won easily, 350-90. While the match wasn't terribly exciting for her, it didn't stop Marcus Flint from screaming like a madman with every goal. He and Emily, both off duty for the night, had accepted an invitation to sit in Harry's box. To Emily's mortification, the dignified surroundings of a Wizengamot Lord's private box did not prevent Marcus from sitting shirtless for the whole game, his upper body painted yellow with a black W on his chest. He wasn't the only one dressed this way, just the only one in the VIP section. The rest of the stadium was awash in yellow and black, with a deafening buzzing sound from Vinborn fans whenever the Wasps scored. "I hope that's not going to hurt his career," Ginny whispered to Harry, gesturing towards Marcus's display. He had been surprised when the youngest Weasley unexpectedly accepted his open invitation for her entire family to sit with him. Ginny was the only Weasley to do so, as none of her siblings were fans of the Wasps. After the Bulgaria-Luxembourg match, everyone else was happy to have a night off. But Harry was even more surprised when Ginny made a point of sitting right beside him instead of with Amy. He laughed as Wimborne scored. Marcus jumped out of his seat in jubilation, half naked, while Emily shrank down further into her chair, covering her face with her hands. Marcus has the backing of ancient and noble houses right now, Harry said. Plus, he's doing well in his training, and the ministry has a critical shortage of auras. I'm pretty sure he could be dancing around naked without it affecting his career too much. Emily nodded. Then, while everyone was distracted by an upcoming penalty shot, she leaned in closer to Harry. I need a favor. Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh? Go on. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small package wrapped in green and silver paper, topped with a lovely bow. There's a book inside. I'd like you to have one of the grown-ups in your secret conspiracy that you haven't initiated me into yet take a look at it and see if it's evil or anything. There's been a lot of cursed reading materials floating around in the past few years, if you know what I mean. If it's okay, I'd like you to return it to me along with a copy I can keep after I return the original to the person who loaned it to me. Feel free to keep a copy for yourself, of course. If it's not safe, let me know, and we'll decide if some sort of intervention is needed. Harry narrowed his eyes. And what's the name of the possibly cursed book? Animagery, The Deeper Mysteries, she replied quietly before standing up to loudly applaud another goal for the Wasps. Harry glared at her as she sat back down. You got this from Jim, didn't you? Honestly, Harry. I promised not to tell anyone where I got it from or to get caught with it. You promised? But you're already talking about staging an intervention if, well, let's just say it, my idiot ex-brother has been reading another cursed book. Well, I only promised, Harry. I didn't swear an oath or anything. And the way I look at it, I promised not to get caught with it, but simply giving it to someone. That doesn't count as getting caught, Ginny said. I'm interested to hear your reasoning behind that. She turned to him in surprise. Obviously, getting caught is unintentional. This is planned. You plan to just give me an illegal book in the middle of a crowded Quidditch arena. Ginny shushed him. Well, it's wrapped. And very nicely too, if I may say so myself. I told both Amy and Tori earlier this afternoon that I might have a crush on you, and I wondered aloud if you like poetry. I'm sure they've already spread it to everyone we know, so no one here is curious about the thoughtful book-shaped gift I just gave you. Look behind us to your left. Daphne is glaring daggers at me. Despite himself, he glanced back. Daphne was indeed fuming for some reason. She quickly looked away. He turned back to Ginny with a suspicious gaze. Who? So why do you think Daphne would be upset because you have a crush on me and have given me a book of poems? He asked archly. Ginny just patted him on the knee. Don't ever change, Harry, she said with a chuckle. August 24th, 1994, 11:55 in the evening. The private tent of Barty Crouch. With a grimace, Barty Crouch threw back the headache remedy followed by a glass of water. Then, he replaced the empty glass on the silver tray held by his house elf, Winky. Nearby, Percy tilted his head to study the tiny creature. Like most of his family, he had very little experience with house elves. In fact, he thought, I probably had the least experience out of any of my family, except maybe Dad. Ginny, Ron, and the twins spent the summer at Harry Black's place, and now Mum has Harry's elves working for her. He said nothing, however, and merely waited for his boss to acknowledge him, trying not to think about how much he had in common with the house elf when it came to working for Bartemius Crouch. Is Master Barty being? Are you hungry, sir? Winky can prepare a midnight snack. The elf looked up at her master with eyes full of devotion. No, thank you, Winky, Crouch replied with an indulgent smile. You may return to Crouch Hall until tomorrow morning. Have a good night. Winky gave a delicate curtsy and then apparat away. Percy took a moment to re-evaluate his stature. Apparently, Barty Crouch held him in even lower regard than a house elf. Finally, Crouch turned around in his swivel chair to face his young intern. Crouch's tent was roughly the size of the Weasley tent, but it only had one occupant. For the duration of the competition, one of the tent's bedrooms had been converted into an exact copy of Crouch's office at the Department of International Magical Cooperation headquarters. The older wizard glared over his mahogany desk at Percy and pointedly did not offer him a chair. "Well, Weatherby," he snapped. "Give it to me." "How bad was it?" Percy took a deep breath, both to prepare himself to deliver an unwelcome report and to wash away any resentment over Crouch's continued use of the wrong name for him. "Bad is a relative term, sir. I suppose it could have been either better or worse. Well over 100 people have been arrested. At least 275 were injured, over 20 seriously enough that they had to be portkeyed to St. Mungo's for emergency treatment. McCavity has already lodged a formal protest with the International Confederation of Wizards and requested that Australia send in additional security personnel for the safety of the Australian citizens in attendance who are at the mercy of violent British bigotry." Crouch snorted loudly at that, but Percy could tell he was upset. The Quidditch World Cup was supposed to be a diplomatic coup, the capstone of Crouch's long career at the ministry. Instead, it was shaping up to be one of the most controversial cups in decades, if not centuries. Earlier, the Australia-Ireland match began at 2 in the afternoon, and by 2:15, it was clear something was terribly wrong. Roger Chadwick, the Australian keeper, was clearly experiencing a malfunction with his broom, which attempted to buck him off 3 times before he could call for a timeout. By that time, Ireland was ahead, 90-20, just 15 minutes into the match. Things became even more complicated when the referee, Helga Gunnarsdottir, refused to allow him to switch to a different broom. This decision sparked controversy, as Gunnarsdottir was a respected Icelandic referee, but it wasn't her only questionable call. After the match, Percy had the opportunity to speak with Charlie, the most enthusiastic Quidditch fan among his siblings. Although Ginny might have been a better player than Charlie, she didn't share his obsession. Charlie, a supporter of Ireland and dressed head to toe in shamrock green, was shocked by some of Gunnarsdottir's officiating, which he believed showed clear favoritism. After an hour of play, Ireland was leading, 190-50, and it was evident to everyone, except the referee, that Chadwick's broom had been sabotaged. Unable to defend the Australian goals effectively and forbidden to change brooms, Chadwick resorted to the only option available. He deliberately crashed his broom into the ground, hard enough to give himself a concussion and remove himself from the game. The Australian reserve keeper, Martin Scahill, took to the field with determination and managed to keep the Irish nearly scoreless for the next hour. However, Gunnarsdottir compensated for this with a series of dubious calls that allowed Ireland to score another 30 points from penalty shots. At the same time, she ignored blatant rule violations by the increasingly aggressive Irish team. At 3:17, with the score at 250-110, the snitch finally appeared, much closer to the Australian seeker, Shannon Macready, than to her Irish opponent. Macready was just inches away from catching the snitch and achieving a spectacular comeback when one of the Irish beaters illegally blocked her with such force that the Australian lass was knocked brutally into a retaining wall. Naturally, no penalty was called. Worse still, while Macready struggled to right herself, the Irish seeker caught the snitch, ending the game with a score of 400-110 in favour of Ireland. The boos from the crowd were deafening. The match officially ended at 5:27, said Percy as he continued his report. The Australian team left the stadium immediately, without shaking hands with the Irish team as is customary. The first fight broke out in the stands just moments later. By 8 o'clock, Madam Bones directed the Auras working security to don riot gear and institute a curfew. The large bonfire set in the Australian sector, where transfigured figures depicting Minister Fudge, referee Gunnarsdottir, and yourself were burned in effigy, has only just been put out. However, these incidents are not limited to the Australian sector. Outrage over poor officiating and possible sabotage is widespread. All the quarter-finalist teams, other than Ireland, are jointly demanding an inquiry of some kind, and several sectors report threats of violence against the Irish team and the British government. The young wizard hesitated. While I know you're not favorably disposed towards Mr. Crouch, I feel I should point out one detail. Things might have been much worse had Alexander McCavity not put out a personal appeal for calm among the Australian visitors. In any case, the situation is momentarily under control but remains explosive. It will probably get worse if analysis shows that Chadwick's broom really was sabotaged. Crouch grumbled but said nothing about that. Any more information about what happened to Jim Potter? He asked instead. Nothing new, Percy replied. The Australian officials say they have had their own Auras investigate the matter, but there's been no sign of Potter's missing wand and no signs of any Australian attendees in Death Eater apparel trying to instigate trouble. However, Director McCavity has flatly refused to allow any British Auras into the Australian zone to search for clues. Without his permission, we would need approval from the entire Quidditch World Cup organizing committee to enter. As far as the International Confederation of Wizards is concerned, that area filled with Australian flags might as well be considered Australian soil due to its level of diplomatic sovereignty. He reached into a side drawer on his desk and pulled out a snifter of brandy and a glass. So, do you have any good news for me, Weatherby? He asked, his tone gruff. Percy looked down at his boss, the one who had consistently mispronounced his name since his first day on the job. He remembered that his internship would end in a few weeks, and he felt pessimistic about receiving a favorable recommendation from someone who couldn't even remember his name. So, Percy shrugged casually and replied with the first thought that came to mind. The cup is over in 3.5 days, and then we won't have to deal with most of these people again. Crouch looked up at the younger wizard, surprised by his apparent impertinence, and narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to be funny, Weatherby? Humor is often subjective, Mr. Crouch. For instance, I've been wondering for some time whether your repeated use of the wrong name for me was meant as a joke or if it had some other purpose. To be honest, I'm still not sure. The old wizard took a sip of brandy while studying his aid. It's bold of you to assume it was deliberate and not an honest mistake on my part. Respectfully, Mr. Crouch, you had no trouble calling me by my proper name during my interview, and you know who my father is. After all, I've seen you effortlessly recall the names of the Bulgarian minister's grandchildren, so I believe you would remember that you hired Arthur Weasley's son as your assistant. Even if you hadn't asked about him and my mother during my interview, well, sir, hair like mine is quite distinctive. Sign of my parentage, don't you agree? Crouch stared intently at Percy before suddenly laughing. He gestured wondrously at a nearby chair, and it slid over next to Percy. Then, Crouch reached into the drawer again and pulled out a second glass. Have a seat, Weasley, he said. Percy raised an eyebrow but sat down without a word. Crouch poured him a glass of brandy and slid it over. Percy took the glass cautiously. Crouch raised his own glass into the air while making a toast. To diplomacy, he said before taking a stiff drink. Percy took a smaller sip and coughed at the burning sensation. So, Weasley, why do you think I have been misidentifying you all this time? Crouch asked. The young wizard shrugged. I assume it was some sort of test, though I confess I don't know what I was being tested on. But you just had me toast as diplomacy, so I suppose you wanted to see if I could keep my temper in the face of provocation. Well reasoned. And for the record, you passed. The DAMC is the ministry's diplomatic corps, and I am its chief diplomat. Your internship is just for the summer, but I need a full-time aide. However, it has to be someone who can handle arrogant old fools like me with tact and grace, despite whatever personal desire you might have to hex us when we offend you. At the same time, I don't need a yes man who's afraid to tell me when I'm in the wrong. I've been waiting all summer to see when and how you would finally confront me over all that Weatherby nonsense. You never once considered correcting me in front of anyone else when it might cause me embarrassment. And when you finally did confront me over it, Crouch said with a predatory smile, you did so at a time of maximum crisis when firing my personal assistant for impertinence was not an option. Percy looked at the older man in confusion. So it was a test to see if I was qualified for a full-time position in the DIMC. That is, assuming you don't fire me for impertinence once the present crisis is over. Crouch laughed again. No, Weasley, I'm not firing you. Or at least not for anything you've done so far. Hell, you kept me from losing my temper around Alexander McCavity, and for that, you probably deserve a raise. Percy studied Crouch carefully. If you don't mind my asking, sir, your dislike for McCavity, it's personal, isn't it? It was not a question. Crouch nodded slowly and took another sip of brandy. Understand, Weasley, I am not a bigot against Muggleborns and never have been. I am somewhat of a traditionalist when it comes to pureblood culture. But in the beginning, I thought McCavity and Minister Leech had some good ideas. I worried they were pushing too hard and too fast and that they were creating something they might not be able to control. Then, Leech died and McCavity fled the country, and my worst fears came to pass. In 1957, a Muggleborn named Martha Bracewell set off a Muggle explosive device at the Marriage Contract Registry Office. He paused to collect himself. My first wife, Elaine, worked there. And died there. Percy swallowed. I'm so sorry to hear that. Ours was not a happy marriage, Weasley. Percy. Quite the opposite. In a way, it was ironic that she died in that office, given the role that marriage contracts played in our lives. Our marriage was arranged when we were both small children. At Hogwarts, Elaine and I never got along. But we both assumed that once we were married, Amortentia would take care of things, only to find out that I was deathly allergic to one of the ingredients in that potion and could not imbibe it. Still, we did our duty, and she gave me for strong children who were each a credit to House Crouch. He barked out an unhappy laugh. A few years after she died in that terrorist bombing, I remarried, this time for love with my former school sweetheart, Melinda, who gave me a fifth child. Ironically, the child of the woman I loved grew up to be a Death Eater who helped kill the children of the woman I was married to. I believe it can be traced back to McCavity. To this day, I firmly believe that if the Muggleborn activists hadn't turned to violence, frightening the purebloods into overreacting, you know who would never have become the danger he was. The young man said nothing in response. After months of Crouch alternating between cold indifference and surly anger over his intern's minor mistakes, Percy was unprepared to hear Bartemius Crouch bare his soul over a glass of brandy. Then, Crouch looked over at him speculatively. Do you have anyone in your life, Percy? An arranged relationship or the real thing? Percy looked down at his glass. Neither. There was someone, but we broke up when I took this job. Ah, the Clearwater girl. So unfortunate. Mr. Crouch, Percy said slowly. Did you hire me over her and Bobby Latimer because of blood status? Yes, Crouch said flatly. Oh. The older man exhaled heavily. But not just blood status, I assure you. In my opinion, for nearly all ministry jobs, blood status should be unimportant, and Wizarding Britain would be better served with a meritocracy. If I were still DMLE director, I would have been happy to hire Clearwater or Latimer for an important posting. But as I said, the DIMC is a diplomatic post. With the Cup and especially with the Tri-Wizard tournament coming up, I simply couldn't risk offending participating governments by sending a Muggleborn as my representative. Of course, I also rejected applicants from old pureblood families for the same reason. Consider the nations to be represented in the Tri-Wizard tournament. France is a Muggle-friendly nation that has gotten rid of all its purebloods, while the Balkan Alliance has a reactionary government run by purebloods who have eliminated all their Muggleborns. I needed someone who could navigate both worlds. He raised his glass again, as if to salute Percy Weasley. Who better than a brilliant young man from a pureblood family in the Sacred 28, who has taken Muggle studies all the way to a newt, and whose father is the Ministry's most infamous Mugglephile? You were the perfect choice for this internship. And if you want it, you'll be the perfect choice for a permanent job as my personal assistant. Percy's eyes widened at the offer of a permanent, high-level position. But then, Crouch laughed again. That is, assuming this bloody World Cup thing doesn't blow up so badly that Fudge fires me. In which case, you can ask your mum if she'd be willing to hire me as a sous chef. August 26, 1994, Day 17, the Montrose Magpies vs. the Wollongong Warriors exhibition match. Despite his best efforts, Oliver Wood's hand shook as he fumbled into his keeper's pads. The last few days had been a whirlwind of madness as the controversies surrounding the World Cup deepened. The riots after Australia's loss to Ireland had been worse than anything the Quidditch World Cup had seen in this century. The mood only worsened on Thursday morning when the Daily Prophet published the results of the preliminary investigation into what happened to Roger Chadwick's broom during the match. Those results were inconclusive due to the damage inflicted on the broom when Chadwick crashed it, leaving no one satisfied. That night, Oliver attended the exhibition match between Puddlemere United and the Vratsa Vultures. While Oliver was excited to see his favourite team in action, he was unnerved by the crowd's response. Puddlemere United wasn't just the most beloved of the British home teams, it was admired by Quidditch fans around the world, not only for its play but also for its members' involvement in various charities and support for the community. Youth Quidditch programs across the magical world had a reputation that far exceeded that of the Vultures, who rarely played outside the Balkan Alliance. The Puddlemere players were taken aback by the most hostile crowd most of them had ever encountered. Over 100,000 wizards and witches filled the stadium, and 4 out of 5 of them were ready to loudly boo everything Puddlemere did. With Australia eliminated under questionable circumstances, the rest of the world had seemingly become supporters of all things Bulgarian. Puddlemere won, but Oliver sensed that the team was shaken by the unexpected crowd response to their victory. Oliver felt uneasy as well. The next night, his own team, the Montrose Magpies, was scheduled to play against the top Australian League team and reigning champion of the Oceanic League, the Wollongong Warriors. He had no idea how quickly his unease would turn into terror and outrage. Earlier that morning, just after dawn, Jeremy Crick, the Magpies' starting keeper and Oliver's mentor and friend, had been found in the woods at the edge of the campsite, severely beaten and heavily cursed. Crick was quickly transported to St Mungo's, where his physical injuries were treated. However, the mental trauma from the spell damage was more severe. The healers indicated that he would need to be hospitalized for weeks as they worked to unravel the complex confundus curse he was under. Specifically, Jeremy Crick, one of the top-ranked keepers in the world, now had a pathological fear of flying. This mounting panic threatened to make Oliver Wood vomit on the locker room floor in front of his teammates, all of whom were trying to be encouraging, even though their lack of faith in him was apparent. In less than 20 minutes, Oliver Wood would make his professional debut as keeper for the Magpies in front of an intense crowd. The crowd was intensely hostile, and Oliver faced a championship-caliber team that was eager for victory, with the honour of British Quidditch at stake. Suddenly, the door opened, and Oliver's eyes widened. As if he didn't have enough to worry about, the Magpies' owner, Antonius Warrington, entered the locker room to encourage the team. After a brief pep talk, he whispered to the coach and then approached Oliver. "I know you have a lot on your mind, Wood," Warrington said, placing a hand on Oliver's shoulder. "But might I have a moment with you in private?" "Oh, of course, Lord Warrington," the young keeper stammered. Warrington smiled warmly. "When it's just us, Oliver, you can call me Antonius." He led Oliver away from the rest of the team and created a privacy shield. "How are you holding up, son?" Antonius asked, concern evident in his eyes. "I'm fine, sir." "I mean, Antonius. Just a few pre-game jitters." "I think it's more than that, Oliver. You must feel the weight of the world on your shoulders. It's not just about your debut as keeper anymore. This is about the honor of our team and our nation. And it's about avenging a cowardly attack on one of our own." Warrington's eyes flashed with anger. "I had a chance to speak briefly with Jeremy this afternoon. He asked me to wish you the best of luck. But I also spoke to his healers. They don't know if he's ever going to fly again." Oliver gasped in anguish. "There's more," Warrington continued. "While Jeremy's memories are still hazy and he couldn't make out his attackers' faces, they were definitely wearing green and yellow Australian jerseys." He sneered angrily. "You know the ones I mean, Oliver. The shirts with LMCA on the front." Oliver's eyes flashed with outrage. "I promise you, Antonius. We're going to beat them." Oliver shook his head. "It's your first professional game, Oliver. You're good, Very good, but untested. The Wollongong Chasers are some of the best in the world. But more than that, I don't just want to beat the Australians, I want to humiliate them. The young athlete nodded slowly. So, what do you want me to do? The team owner remained silent. He reached into a pocket and pulled out a tiny vial containing what looked like liquid gold. Oliver's eyes widened, and he glanced around to ensure no one was close enough to see. That's illegal to use in Quidditch, he whispered. Illegal in competition play, Oliver. This is just an exhibition match. And after one side has crippled a player on the other, honestly, how big of a sin is 3 drops of Felix Felicis? August 27, 1994. From the Daily Prophet. Shocking upset. Magpies crush Warriors 230-0. Reserve keeper holds Aussie team scoreless in stunning debut performance. So loser Aussies launch baseless accusations of cheating. As Oliver read the headline praising his performance and hailing him as the future of British Quidditch, conflicting emotions surged through his mind. He felt happiness at being nationally recognized for his skills, even if they were artificially enhanced. Anxiety crept in, worrying he might not live up to the impossible standards he'd set against the Warriors. He felt grim satisfaction over avenging the injuries suffered by his friend and teammate. Yet, worry gnawed at him that his use of Felix Felicis would be discovered. He felt shame for taking the magical luck-enhancing elixir, which had been banned in competitive Quidditch almost since its invention. Every time he blocked the quaffle, even as the British fans roared their approval, Oliver could only imagine McGonagall's disappointed scowl. But the most troubling emotion of all threatened to overwhelm the others, an acute awareness of how precarious his situation truly was. It was amazing to play under the potion's effects, and James felt an aching desire to experience that again. A small cottage in Swindon, just after noon. For the past few days, he had found himself distracted for reasons he couldn't quite explain. Despite the obvious animosity that Rufus Scringer had held toward him over the years, James wished the man was still around to talk to. Or better yet, to be in charge of things, James thought ruefully. He was troubled because something was bothering him, something related to Bertha Jorkins, but he couldn't figure out what it was. In his mind's eye, he could imagine Rufus instantly knowing the answer and making James feel foolish for not seeing it. Now that it was far too late, Potter realized what he had missed by not trying to develop a better relationship with the old man and learn from one of the best. Finally, James decided that even if he was no longer an Auror, he was still a DMLE agent, at least by the loosest definition of the term. While he was not authorized to conduct formal investigations, there was nothing stopping him from visiting a sick friend. Well, he thought as he reached for the ministry directory containing contact information for all ministry employees, I've spoken to Bertha Jorkins at least a dozen times over the last 10 years. That counts as friendship, right? Moments later, there was a soft pop in front of Bertha Jorkins' cottage in Swindon. James quickly looked around to ensure he hadn't been seen. With no one about, he casually made his way up the path to the cottage door and knocked. Bertha, he called through the door after a brief pause. It's James Potter. I hope you don't mind, but lots of people at the ministry have been concerned about you, so I thought I'd drop by and check on you. Several seconds passed. Are you sure I can't come in for a bit and visit? It might cheer you up. Contagious, who? And Spattergrate? I'd heard that, but no one was sure what you had. Yes, Spattergrate is nothing to take lightly. A few more seconds passed. All right then, I'll let you get back to bed, Bertha. I hope you get better soon. With that, James turned away from the door and strode down the garden pathway. He stopped halfway to the street, his eyes widening in sudden understanding. He had never been a good student of occlumency, but there were other techniques taught to Aurors for psychic defense. Once he moved far enough from the doorway, one of those techniques alerted him to what had just happened. James whirled around and cast a quick home num revelio at the cottage, followed by a series of identification spells. One of them caused glowing runes to appear over the door. Bloody hell, James whispered to himself before running back to the door and using his strongest unlocking charm. The door flew open, and James stepped inside, freezing as he took in the scene. The door opened into the kitchen, where a plate of half-eaten food sat on the table, now moldy and spoiled. Further inside, he could see signs of a struggle, including a chair that had been knocked over and a vase that had fallen to the ground and shattered. After a quick search of the cottage to confirm that Bertha Jorkins was not present, whether alive or dead, James made his way to the fireplace and tossed in some flue powder. Chief Aura's office. The office of Chief Aura Amelia Bones, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm still waiting for an explanation of why you chose to look into this, Potter. Corban Yaxley snapped. I find it unlikely that any misuse of Muggle artifacts case justified you breaking into Bertha Jorkins' private home. James refused to be cowed by his superior. I was off duty, Director Yaxley. Several fellow Ministry personnel had raised concerns about Bertha's health due to her prolonged absence from work. So, I decided to visit her this morning to check on her well-being. Yaxley began to argue, but Barty Crouch interrupted him. I, for one, appreciate your initiative, James. But since some of us have just arrived, please explain the findings of your investigation. The director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement glared at the older wizard, who responded with a sneer. Crouch technically outranked Yaxley, and his disdain for those who had taken the Dark Mark while under the Imperious Curse was well known. Also present were Amelia Bones, Minister Fudge, and Director Ludo Bagman of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, who looked visibly anxious. James continued his report. Upon arriving at the Jorkins residence, I knocked on the door and had what I thought was a brief conversation with Bertha. However, my training in resisting Confundus charms revealed that once I moved away from the door, I had never actually heard her speak. My mind had inserted responses appropriate to my questions. I confirmed magically that no one was in the house, and I discovered that the door itself was a focus for a powerful and sophisticated Confundus charm designed to make anyone believe that Bertha was safe inside. I then entered the cottage, which you had no authority to do. Yaxley exclaimed angrily. You are not an Aura anymore, Potter. No, sir, I am not, James replied calmly. But the Law Enforcement Reform Act of 1823 permits any DMLE personnel to enter a private dwelling if they have a genuine reason to believe that a wizard or witch inside may be in danger or a victim of a crime. I determined that the presence of a Confundus charm on Bertha's front door, intended to mislead anyone checking on a witch who had been missing from work for several weeks, justified my investigation. I agree with your reasoning, James, Amelia said firmly before Yaxley could speak. Thank you, Chief Aura. Once I entered, I found signs of a struggle but no sign of Bertha Jorkins. At that point, I contacted your office immediately. Nearby, Cornelius Fudge rubbed his temples, contemplating who in the room would serve as the best scapegoat for the recent failures. Fortunately, he had plenty of candidates. If necessary, he could probably place the blame on McCavity, assuming McCavity wasn't the actual culprit. So where does this leave us? Fudge asked. Bertha Jorkins has apparently been kidnapped, possibly some time ago. Do we at least know when she was last seen? The last time I saw her was around the 7th, Bagman replied. She was overseeing the placement of the markers that divided the different sections of the campground so that visitors from the participating nations would know where to set up camp. Wonderful. She's been missing for almost 3 weeks, and no one had a clue. Do we have any leads on finding her? Fudge pressed. The investigation has just begun, Amelia said, but so far, no. Given how cold the trail is, I don't know if I can spare any auras to investigate until after the Cup final. There is another factor to consider, James interjected. Bertha Jorkins was the liaison between the DIMC and the DMGS for everything related to the World Cup. She knew all the security details, and as Ludo mentioned, she personally installed the zone markers that separate foreign and domestic attendees into their respective sectors. Also, her biomagical signature is the key to the ward surrounding the Goblet of Fire. Is there any chance that her kidnapping is related to any of that? If so, what do we do about it? The Goblet of Fire has been in position for nearly 2 weeks without incident, Yaxley said blandly. And it will be removed tomorrow. I think we can exclude it as a reason for her kidnapping. Jorkin's disappearance is concerning, don't you agree? Amelia said. But there is likely a target we should be worried about, she continued. Who knew that Jorkins was in charge of security? It was hardly a secret, Crouch replied. In fact, she was also the liaison with most of the foreigners. However, with everything that's been happening, Ludo and I have increased security for the VIP box. We had some biomagical identification cards prepared that will be distributed this afternoon. That's good news for about 300 dignitaries out of a total attendance of over 100,000, Amelia sighed in annoyance. At this point, I see little we can do except send out a bulletin to all security personnel at the stadium to stay on alert. She glanced at Fudge. Assuming, of course, that I can't get authority to delay the final until we sweep the grounds. Fudge responded with a derisive laugh. As the group was leaving, Yaxley called out to James. In light of these developments, Potter, I am assigning you to the Jorkins case. Go back to her house and conduct a more thorough sweep. Then, contact her known friends and associates to see if that leads to anything. Are you sure you don't want me at the stadium for extra security? The Exora asked. I think you've done enough freelancing for now, Potter, Yaxley said sharply. We have plenty of security on site already. You have your orders. Carry them out. Yes, sir, Potter nodded tersely. Yaxley stormed off. James watched him leave with narrowed eyes before heading in the other direction to continue his investigation, after making one quick flu call. The BMW tent, 3 in the afternoon. With just hours to go before the final match, the inhabitants of the BMW tent, which included the Blacks, the Malfoys, the Wilkses, the Grangers, and one no-name, lounged in a common area before heading over to the stadium for their last chance to pick up. Was concerned about the recent events, so I'm here to discuss the new security protocols for the VIP box. Harry listened intently as Ludo continued. We need to ensure that our most important attendees feel safe and secure during the match. That's why I'm here to gather some information and make sure everything is in order. Lucius raised an eyebrow. And what exactly do you need from me? Ludo smiled, unfazed. I'd like to know if you have any specific concerns or recommendations regarding the security measures. Draco leaned back, clearly amused by the interaction between his father and Bagman. Lucius considered for a moment before responding. While I appreciate the effort, I trust that the Ministry will handle it appropriately. Just ensure that the measures are thorough enough to deter any trouble. Absolutely. Ludo replied enthusiastically. We're on top of it, I assure you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to make the rounds and check in with the other hosts as well. As Ludo prepared to leave, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement mixed with apprehension about the upcoming final. Anyone who will be sitting in the VIP section needs to get one of these tickets, or you won't be allowed in. Ludo Bagman quickly moved around the table, handing out the seemingly blank cards. Everyone just touch your wand to the card and say your name, he instructed. Sirius was the first to comply, and instantly, the card transformed to display his name and face. Most others quickly followed, but Archie hesitated. Meanwhile, Dan Granger raised his hand. I don't have a wand. What am I supposed to do? Ludo looked at him in confusion. And you are? This is Dan, my squib cousin from Canada, Sirius replied easily. No wand for him. Bagman frowned. I'm sorry, Lord Black. I wasn't aware there would be any squibs in the VIP section. Or, anywhere at the final. Archie suddenly spoke up. I won't be sitting in the VIP section either, I'll be sitting with friends. Harry looked at Archie in surprise, but then he realized none of them knew exactly how these security cards worked. The process might involve biomagical signatures, which Metamorphmagery couldn't fool. If that were the case, and Archie touched his wand to the card, it might identify him as Regulus Black. Mind if I join you, Goodwin? Dan asked with a smile. Not that I'm not grateful for your hospitality, Mr. Malfoy, but it might be interesting to meet some regular wizards and witches instead of hobnobbing with the elites. I'd be delighted to have you along, Archie said with a forced smile. He planned to wait until Bagman left to discuss with Sirius and Harry whether taking the Muggle along was a good idea. Most likely, he would need to explain to Dan that they would be sitting with the Australians. The VIP dining area. 5 o'clock in the evening, 1 hour before the start of the match. The VIP box for the World Cup final held seats for 300 people. Among its other amenities, the box. The banquet hall was connected to the main event, allowing guests to grab snacks before and during the final. The catering for this hall had been provided by Summerisles, which, in Harry's opinion, meant everything was overpriced and not nearly as good as what Molly Weasley would prepare. Due to the increasing tensions between the Irish fans and everyone else, Molly had closed her stall for the day and returned to the Burrow, pleased with her success but relieved to be done with catering for a while. An hour before the final was set to start, Jim Potter entered through the VIP entrance, handing his ticket with his name and picture to the security staff. Once inside, the boy who lived made his way through the banquet hall toward the VIP box. He wasn't hungry at the moment, but he spotted someone he wanted to talk to. "Excuse me, Mr. Diggory?" Jim asked cautiously from behind the bureaucrat. "Merlin's beard," said Amos Diggory, his eyes widening. "Jim Potter?" "Yes, sir," the boy nodded. He was fairly certain he had met Cedric's father at some ministry function but didn't think they had ever spoken before. "And hello to you too, Cedric," he added to the young Hufflepuff standing next to his father. "Hello, Jim," Cedric said with an easy grin. "Enjoying the cup so far?" "Yeah, it's been brilliant." "Well, except for all the controversy and stuff." "Yes," said the elder Diggory. "Nasty business all that. Still, what can you expect from foreigners?" Then, the older man smiled down at Jim somewhat condescendingly. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Potter. Ced's talked about you, of course. Told us all about playing against you last year. I said to him, Ced, that's something to tell your grandchildren someday." "You beat Jim Potter." Jim smiled tightly. "That he did, Mr. Diggory. Your son's an excellent seeker." The compliment did little to erase the look of complete mortification on Cedric's face, though. Jim couldn't tell if Cedric's father was trying to undermine the boy who lived or if he genuinely thought winning a school Quidditch match would be the highlight of Cedric's life. Jim fell off his broom. "Dad," Cedric muttered. "During a Dementor attack." "Yes, but you didn't fall off, did you?" Amos exclaimed cheerfully, giving his son a hearty slap on the back. "Always modest," Our said, "always the gentleman. But the best man won." "I'm sure Jim would say the same, wouldn't you? One falls off his broom, one stays on. You don't need to be a genius to tell which one's the better flyer." Amos laughed loudly while Cedric looked as if he were wishing for the floor to open up and swallow him. "Indeed," Jim said, forcing a smile that was starting to hurt. "Dad," Cedric said almost miserably. The elder Diggory turned to his son with a suddenly stern look. "Don't whine, Cedric. It's undignified. And don't slouch, either. For Merlin's sake, learn to accept a compliment when it's given and stand up for yourself. You'll never be Minister for Magic if you don't start showing some self-confidence." Cedric looked pained. "Yes, sir," he replied quietly. He took a deep breath and put on a smile that Jim realized was as fake as his own. "Say, Dad, I'm going to get another butterbeer. Would you like one, too?" No, Amos said. "I'm too old for butterbeers. Get me another whiskey and tonic, would you, son?" Cedric winced and glanced at the alcoholic drink already in his father's hand. "Coming right up," he said with another forced smile before turning to walk away. Jim hesitated, unsure of what to make of Cedric's expression or his newfound insight into the Diggory family dynamics. "Mr. Diggory." "Please, lad. Call me Amos," Amos said, clapping Jim on the shoulder. "Certainly, Amos," Jim said, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. I was wondering, if I remember correctly, you're pretty high up in the Department for the Control and Regulation of Magical Creatures, right? Close, Amos replied with a smug laugh. It's the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. You can't have control without regulations, I always say. Jim forced out a chuckle. Ha, ha, yeah. So, if I might ask, what exactly do you do there? Well, my official title is Assistant Director for Regulatory Enforcement. Basically, I oversee those divisions of the DRCMC responsible for dealing with beings, beasts, and spirits who are acting against ministry regulations. I round them up for containment and transport, and then decide if Walden McNair needs to be brought in. Jim nodded, even though he had no idea who Walden McNair was. Beings, beasts, and spirits. He took a deep breath. That includes ghosts, right? At 6:30, 30 minutes into the final match, Tiberius Knott pulled out a hip flask and took a slug of whiskey to calm his nerves. His part in the plan was not vital, but he still needed to impress the Dark Lord with his execution of it. More importantly, his wife, Narcissa, thought it was very vital, making it a priority in the besotted man's eyes. While it was probably just paranoia, Knott couldn't shake the worry that he was not as highly regarded by Lord Voldemort as others in the inner circle. It seemed silly, considering that out of that illustrious group, only Narcissa, Barty Jr., and the Dark Lord himself could boast blood as pure as his own. Yet the worry persisted, along with the fear that failure on this mission, despite its non-vital nature, might validate his fears. Suddenly, he jumped slightly and swore at the soft chime that sounded from a small box resting on a nearby table. Knott shook his head. "Get a hold of yourself, man," he muttered. "Just a few more hours, and it will be over. Then, Narcissa will reward you." Knott opened the box. Inside was an envelope containing a note and 3 small cards. The note read, "Nimrod, biomagical signatures for targets 4, 5, and 6 are attached. Good hunting." January. Each of the 3 cards displayed a picture and a name: Amaryllis Wilkes, Harry Black, and Sirius Black. Each card still held the faint traces of their respective wands and their owners' magical signatures. Knott removed the cards and carried them to a large, seemingly empty cage on the opposite side of the tent. He laid the 3 identity cards down and carefully slid them through the bars of the cage. "Skull. Hattie," he snapped. The cage may have appeared empty, but suddenly, low guttural growls emerged. They sounded like they could belong to 2 enormous and dangerous dogs, but were actually from something much worse. Despite himself, Tiberius Knott shivered at the sound, though he fought down the instinctive fear. His beloved hunting beasts knew their master's magic and would never harm him. The Muggles of northern England had legends about terrible hellhounds they called Barghists, likely born from distorted tales of encounters between Muggles and Grimms or other magical canids. However, the first true Barghists worthy of the name to walk on British soil had been gifts to Knott's grandfather from Grindald himself. These magical canines were bred through dark magic that Grindald had stolen from Lady Echidna before her fall. Each Barghist was the result of crossbreeding between a boarhound and a T-bow, a species of magical warthog indigenous to Africa, known for its magic-resistant skin and natural invisibility. The Barghists inherited these traits, along with a preternatural ability to recognize the scent of a wizard's magic and track him effortlessly. That was why Knott, who was not particularly brave, felt no fear of the savage beasts he had secretly brought to the World Cup. The intelligent and well-trained Barghists understood the magic of the House of Knott and would never harm or disobey a wizard of their line. They had never failed to track down their quarry, as Tiberius remembered well from the Muggle hunting trips his father and grandfather had taken him on during his childhood. "Here, my boys. Drink in the scent of your prey." He tapped each card in turn, starting with the 2 school children. "You can harm these 2, but not kill them. At least, not yet." Then, he tapped the picture of Sirius Black. "That one, you can devour." The growls of the invisible beasts grew louder, and a string of drool appeared in midair, slowly dripping down to the floor of the cage. It sizzled when it hit. Tiberius laughed darkly. Peter Pettigrew says that Sirius Black can turn into a big black dog and likes to think of himself as a hellhound, he said to his most beloved hunting dogs. He has no idea. Chapter 12, The Quidditch World Cup, Part 5. After the final. The 1994 World Quidditch Cup ended after just over 4 hours with a win for Ireland, 170-160 over Bulgaria. While the score was close, it was a devastating loss for the young Bulgarian seeker. Victor Krum caught the snitch, but too late, ending the game barely a second after Ireland had scored what would be the game-winning goal. In Krum's defense, he had taken a bludger blow to the head less than a minute earlier. In his disorientation, he had not realized that the Irish had pulled ahead to a seeker-proof lead. Of course, the match's outcome had hardly been in doubt. The Bulgarian chasers had fought valiantly but were clearly no match for Ireland, which was playing on what was considered its home turf despite the decidedly anti-British crowd. The Irish keeper, in particular, played the best game of his career. Ironically, Bulgaria's biggest problem might well have been with its mascots. The Wild Vila were already agitated by the enormous crowd, and Ireland's leprechaun mascot seemed to have a knack for provoking them. Consequently, nearly half of Ireland's final score resulted from penalty shots awarded for the Vila's continual interference with the match. This culminated in the Bird women storming the pitch en masse and shooting a barrage of fireballs at the Leprechauns and the Irish players alike, not to mention their earlier attempt to seduce the referee. In any case, had Krum not caught the snitch, Lynch, the Irish seeker, certainly would have, and the finals would have ended with a humiliating 320-10 loss instead. At least Krum lost on his own terms, Harry reassured a disconsolate Draco. Despite the Vila issues, the match had otherwise been relatively clean, at least compared to the various outrages from earlier in the tournament. Afterwards, the majority of the crowd was sullen but nevertheless respectful of the well-earned Irish victory. Victor Krum was. Victor Krum received a standing ovation, which he acknowledged with a thumbs-up gesture as he was carried off the field on a stretcher for medical treatment. The rest of the Bulgarian team shook hands stoically with the victorious Irish. As the crowd exited the stadium, Harry and his friends, family, and peers had a brief meeting. Archie Goodwin and Dan Granger had made several new friends among the Australian fans, despite their citizenship. They both expressed a desire to visit the Australian section of the campsite. Hermione regarded her father's announcement with some doubt before insisting that she would be going along. Her expression left no room for argument, so Sirius led the other children, Harry, Theo, Neville, and Amy, back to the BMW tent without her. Archie assured them that he would look after the Muggle-born witch and her Muggle father. Meanwhile, Draco informed Lucius that he wanted to visit the Bulgarian section to see his friend, Victor Krum, and Lucius agreed. As it turned out, Lucius was quite impressed with Krum's performance and had his own reasons for wanting to meet the young man who had been so helpful to his son at Durmstrang. He had been considering purchasing a Quidditch team in the near future, if only to put an end to Antonius Warrington's boasting about his precious Montrose Magpies. Lucius wondered how open Krum would be to moving to Britain. Just moments earlier, a silvery doe patroness sent by Lily Potter had appeared to Arthur Weasley. It had both apologized and informed him that she would be a bit late picking up the boy who lived from the Weasley tent. Midnight, the doe had said. 12:30 at the latest. Since he had some extra time to spare, Jim immediately asked Arthur if he and Ron could make a quick visit to the Bulgarian sector, supposedly so Ron could get Krum's autograph. Ron wanted to get Victor Krum's autograph, something he had missed out on at the party the previous week. He looked at Jim in surprise but decided to go along with whatever his best friend had in mind. Arthur appeared skeptical until Ginny stepped forward with wide eyes and expressed her eagerness to meet Victor Krum. After glancing between his two youngest children, Arthur finally relented. To his surprise, none of his other four sons showed any interest in anything other than going to bed. He instructed Bill to take Charlie and the twins back to their tent, promising to bring the younger children back later. Bill followed his father's orders until Arthur and the younger kids were out of sight. Then he turned to his siblings. "All right, Charlie, you take the twins back to the tent. I need to run an errand." "What sort of errand?" Charlie asked, confused. The twins laughed, easily distinguishing themselves thanks to the t-shirt George wore. It read, "My twin brother is smarter and better looking, and not a Fred's outstanding score on his potions OWL." It was the only class where Fred outperformed George, but that was enough to win their bet. "I reckon Big Brother Billy wants to head over to Little Australia," George said, "and find that lovely Aussie lass he danced with at the Malfoy Bash." Fred added, "Very romantic, eh, Fred?" George continued happily. It had been a while since they had indulged in their twin banter like this. Prince Charming running after his Cinderella. "I don't know, George," Fred said with a smirk. "I don't remember her leaving him with a shoe or anything." Bill blushed at the twins' teasing, while Charlie crossed his arms and glared. "Seriously, Bill? I should be going instead of you. She looked to be closer to my age, after all." Bill looked down at his slightly younger brother. "I'll have you know that Delphine is very mature for an 18-year-old. Far too mature for a kid like you," sputtered at his older brother, who was barely 2 years ahead of him. "Besides," Bill added, "she's not a dragon, so I wouldn't think you'd be interested anyway." "Prat!" Charlie muttered. "All right, fine. Just use protective charms, I guess." "Phut! You forget who taught you those charms in the first place." With a laugh, Bill headed off in search of the Australian sector, leaving his brothers behind. "Cheer up, Charlie," Fred said. "Let's go back to the tent." "Yeah," George added. "And when we get there, maybe you can teach us those protective charms Bill mentioned. We are both 16, after all. We reckon it's time we start to explore all those Hogwarts broom closets we keep hearing about." Charlie lifted his head and looked up at the night sky. "Merlin, just kill me now." The Bulgarian sector. "So," Ron whispered quietly to Jim, "why did you want to meet Victor Crumb so badly?" Jim looked at his best mate in surprise. "What do you mean?" "You wanted his autograph at the party last Sunday but never got it. I assume because Harry was hanging off him the whole night, and you didn't want to provoke any Black Potter drama." Ron raised an eyebrow. "So this is just so I can get an autograph? Seriously?" Jim ducked his head. "Yeah, okay. I want his autograph too. And maybe just talk with him for a bit, seeker to seeker. I mean, did you see that? 2 Wronski faints. The second one after he'd gotten a concussion." Ron sighed. "Okay, yeah. That was pretty amazing. But do you think he'll even talk to us if he's that badly hurt? He might be unconscious or something." The Gryffindor seeker scoffed. "Please? It was just a bludger to the head. I seem to recall that Harry took a bludger to the head in second year and was out until the next morning," Ron replied. To be fair, Ginny spoke up from behind them. "That was the cursed bludger. They probably hit harder. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt to see if we can get in to meet him. I didn't get to talk with him at the party either. Mind you, I still say Shannon Macready would have taken him if Australia had made it to the finals." "I'll be sure to let him know your opinion, Miss Weasley," a familiar yet unexpected voice said. "He'll be devastated." The 3 children and their chaperone turned to see Draco Malfoy standing next to his father, wearing a smug expression. Lucius Malfoy seemed mildly surprised to see the group in Little Bulgaria, but his expression remained aloof. "Malfoys," Jim spat, adding an extra "est" when he noticed Lucius's presence. "What are you doing here?" "Checking on the health of one of my son's closest friends, Mr. Potter," the elder Malfoy replied. "And what brings you here?" Arthur hesitated, surprised at seeing his former rival, so Ginny stepped forward to prevent Jim or Ron from becoming belligerent with the Malfoys. The Weasleys had finally moved past the centuries-long oath of enmity between their families, and she was in no hurry to see another one put into place. Besides the social and political consequences of antagonizing a family with whom she shared a secret occult conspiracy, it was simply bad manners. Ginny thought to herself, "Amy's right. Draco has gotten cute." None of her private thoughts about Draco's cuteness showed on her face, however, as she addressed the 2 Malfoys. We were hoping to perhaps see Victor Crumb and congratulate him on his performance. His team might not have won, but he's still an incredible seeker." Then, she glanced at Ron and Jim out of the corner of her eye and noticed their fuming expressions. Feeling mischievous, she added, "I'm sure you learned a great deal from him at Durmstrang." "Draco," the boy's mouth twitched slightly. "Oh yes, decidedly so." His eyes shifted towards Jim, who he had defeated with his now legendary suicide slam maneuver during their only Seeker confrontation. "I'm an even better Seeker now than I was back at Hogwarts." Jim's expression darkened, but Arthur interjected before the boy who lived could respond rudely. "If I might ask, Lucius, has there been any news on Mr. Crumb's condition?" Lucius nodded to Arthur without any hint of hostility. Arthur found it unnerving. In all the years they had known each other, until the oath of enmity was resolved, Lucius Malfoy had never looked at him without sneering. "We are informed that his injuries have been healed. He is currently getting cleaned up, as there was a significant amount of blood from his bludger injury. He has instructed his trainers to show us in once he's bathed and changed his clothes. But I'm sure he won't mind if I bring along some of my old schoolmates," Draco said with a smile. "By all means, you are welcome to come in and meet Victor for a few minutes. Perhaps get an autograph." Jim and Ron both stared in disbelief at the generous offer from someone they had both disliked since their first encounter on the Hogwarts Express. "Thank you, Malfoy," Jim said with obvious difficulty. "That's very kind of you." "Think nothing of it," the blonde boy said with a wave of his hand. Then he smiled again in a way that only fellow Slytherins would recognize as dangerous. "And please, call me Draco." As they approached the Australian sector of the campsite, Hermione said, "I'm still curious as to why you wanted to visit the Australians, Daddy." Dan shrugged. "The ones I met earlier were good people. In fact, some of the wizards brought along squib relatives, and we talked for a bit about what it was like down under, for squibs and muggleborns both. They invited me to come by and continue discussing it." Hermione's eyes widened. "Daddy, please tell me you're not thinking of emigrating to Australia." Her father winced. "Well, certainly not anytime soon. But in a few years, you'll be graduated and, well, I thought it might be a good idea to keep our options open in case living in Wizarding Britain turns out to be less than what you'd hoped for. I mentioned that you were top of your year, and they figured you'd probably have a lot more options down there than up here among the purebloods." He spoke the last word with visible disdain. "It's not that bad, Daddy," Hermione said reprovingly. "Not as bad as, say, Bulgaria or Albania." Dan snorted. "Yeah, nobody snatched you away when you were a baby and made your mum and me forget you ever existed. That's a pretty low bar to jump across. Wouldn't you agree, Archie?" "I would agree that Britain doesn't treat its squibs, muggleborns, or even its half-bloods as well as it should compared to Australia," the other man said cautiously. "But things are never going to change if the best muggleborns give up on the place and flee to another country. Like I did," he thought regretfully. While Regulus Black would not have traded his time in Australia with Buck, Matty, and Leo for anything, he remained acutely aware of how much suffering many left behind in Britain endured because he fled in the night rather than fight against the Dark Lord. But his ruminations ended when a familiar voice called out. "Mr. Granger." "Mr. Goodwin," exclaimed Buck Macmillan as he held a large beer stein aloft. "Welcome to Little Australia. The bee's on me." Nearby, some distance away from the Grangers, Bill had also made his way into the Australian sector, though he suddenly and acutely realized he had forgotten to change out of his pro-Island jersey. So far, no one had commented on it, though he did draw a few hostile glares. Then, he jumped in surprise as someone behind him called his name. "Why, Mr. Weasley! Whatever brings you to the land of Aussie Quidditch fandom?" Delphine White asked with a playful grin. Bill Weasley was surprised at how easily the raven-haired girl had snuck up on him. "Well, I assume you and the rest of the Australian delegation will be departing tomorrow," he replied. "I wanted to see you again." She moved closer until they were less than a foot apart. "Can you see me now, Bill Weasley?" she asked sweetly, gazing into his eyes. "I don't know," he said in a husky voice. "There's always room for closer examination." As Delphine smiled and leaned in to kiss him, she tried not to think about the complicated nature of their age difference and the fact that, technically, she was still a married woman. In a darkened corner of the now empty stadium, a brown Norwegian rat sat up on its haunches and looked around. Satisfied that no one was near, the rat transformed into a man. Peter Pettigrew quickly pulled out his wand and disillusioned himself. Better safe than sorry, after all. A quick revelio confirmed his assessment. The World Cup stadium was now completely empty except for two bored-looking DMLE security wizards assigned to sit in the empty stadium all night, just in case someone tried to break in and cause mischief. Peter checked his watch and smiled. Just a few minutes more, he thought to himself. Then we'll see what mischief I can manage. There was a burst of fire from the Potter's flue as an exhausted James Potter stepped through. Since the meeting earlier that afternoon about the Bertha Jorkins case, he had to interview everyone close to the missing witch and finish a written report of each interview to be forwarded to Yaxley. His boss insisted it be completed and sent before James could go home for the night. "As if Director Death Eater is going to let me leave," he muttered. To look at any of those reports before Monday, James thought angrily. As he stepped into the family's designated flu and magic stuff room, he saw Lily at her potion station on the far side of the room. She was slowly stirring a small silver cauldron with what appeared to be a bamboo rod while softly counting under her breath. Before James could say anything, Lily gestured toward him with her left hand without looking up from the cauldron. To his surprise, he found himself silenced. Even more surprising was that he had been both wandlessly and wordlessly silenced. Lily continued stirring and counting. 340. 341. 342. 343. At that moment, she reached with her other hand into a small bowl and pulled out a single toad's eye, which she dropped into the cauldron with a flourish. The potion bubbled furiously for a few seconds before turning cerulean blue. "There!" Finally, she exclaimed, turning to James and dispelling the silencing charm with a wave of her hand. She moved over to him and kissed his cheek. "Sorry, darling. But I was on the last step, and if I'd lost count, it would have ruined the potion." James nodded. He had contacted her after his meeting with Amelia Bones and the others to ask if she knew any potions or obscure charms that might be useful for the Jorkins investigation. All he had to go on was that the witch had been kidnapped sometime after August 7th. However, with the Cup final happening, there were no DMLE forensic wizards available to help him. Fortunately, he had a brilliant wife who, by rights, should have a potions mastery by now. To his sudden embarrassment, he realized how inattentive he had been when Lily pursued Muggle higher education during the earlier years of their marriage. He had been quite certain it was related to biological sciences. To his delight, she mentioned that she knew a potion that might help, a very demanding potion, apparently. "Wow," he said. "That potion must be quite a challenge if you're still working on it after more than 10 hours. Did I just hear you say you had to stir it 343 times? Lily laughed while rubbing her stirring hand to ease the tension. "Oh darling, you have no idea. I had to stir it clockwise 343 times. Then, I had to drop in a single dandelion petal and stir anti-clockwise 343 times. After that, I added another petal and repeated the stirring until I'd infused 7 petals before I could add the toad's eye. I thought my arm was going to fall off." She extended her hand. "Now then, the spoon, please. I hope you managed to get it without contaminating it. The potion is only good for another half hour." James nodded at her request and reached into a pocket to pull out a black silken bag like those auras used for evidence collection. Technically, he was no longer authorized to use such items, but no one was manning the Office of Forensic Magic that day, and it seemed his clearance to enter had never been revoked. So, he decided to take the initiative and asked for forgiveness later. He reached inside the bag and pulled out a soup spoon still marked with moldy, rancid food stains. It was the same spoon he'd taken from the floor next to Bertha Jorkins' kitchen table. According to his deductions, she had been eating when her abductors arrived, but he didn't know when. "Here you go." By the way, I'd be a fool to underestimate your skill, but when did you learn to cast wandlessly and wordlessly? Lily gave him a pained look. You may remember that a few months ago, a certain betraying rat animagus captured me, disarmed me, and tied me up as his prisoner. It felt like I was a damsel from an old Muggle serial waiting to be tied to the railroad tracks. After that, I thought it would be wise to put some effort into wandless casting. I can only do the silencing charm, and a fairly weak one at that. Finite, but that might have turned the tables against Peter if I had been able to do it last spring, Jane said with a grin. Have I mentioned lately how amazing you are? Not lately, she replied lightly as she took the spoon from his hand. But if you think that's amazing, wait until you see my potion in action. With that, she returned to the cauldron and dipped the spoon inside. After stirring it 7 more times in an anti-clockwise direction, she pulled out a spoonful of dark purple liquid, thick like ink, and drizzled it slowly onto a piece of parchment. The purple ink began to move on its own, forming a very large number in Lily's handwriting, 2,527,317. James blinked. So, what does that tell us? Lily picked up a quill and started performing some quick calculations. The potion assesses the rate at which certain biological materials break down when removed from the body, in this case, the residual saliva left on the spoon. You said you thought that whoever kidnapped Bertha Jorkins interrupted her mealtime to do so. According to this potion, I can tell you definitively that the last time this spoon was in someone's mouth was 2,527,317 seconds ago. Well, counting back from the time the potion touched the spoon, I suppose that's about a minute off, give or take. But it should be fairly close. That's brilliant, James exclaimed. And you came up with this while working on your... He paused, a bit embarrassed. Your bio-something degree? She smiled. Biochemistry? And yes, I did. Then, she turned her face away from James as certain memories came to mind. I developed it as part of a larger project that studied how the human body interacts with potions and other magical substances after they've been ingested. Lily coughed to clear her throat, pushing the unpleasant memories aside. Okay, according to my calculations, the last time this spoon was used for eating purposes was sometime around noon on July 30th. So that must be when she was taken. James frowned and shook his head. No, sorry love, but that can't be right. Bertha was seen at the World Cup campground a week after that, on August 7th. She was there overseeing the installation of the section markers. Well, I didn't stir this potion 2,401 times to get it wrong, James, Lily said somewhat testily. I'm positive it worked correctly. Perhaps when Bertha showed up on the 7th, she was imperious, or maybe someone else was under polyjuice. James looked doubtful, and even Lily wondered what the point of such a deception might be. What is a section marker, anyway? They're guide stones, basically, James said distractedly. They demarcate the boundaries between the different sections of the campground set aside for different visiting nations. They also act sort of like homing beacons so that people who portkey into the campsite are automatically shunted to the right place. The husband and wife looked at one another as they considered the significance of Bertha Jorkins' last public appearance. Almost simultaneously, their eyes widened in horror. Oh bloody hell! James said with a gasp. Lily turned and ran. I'll get my purse, she yelled as she bolted out of the room. James was briefly flummoxed by her response, suddenly feeling that time might be of the essence. Then he realized. She meant that purse. The one she'd enchanted after her parents died and that she carried seemingly everywhere during the last years of the war. Lily Evans Potter's infamous battle purse. The Irish sector. It had been hours since Ireland's victory, and the parties in the Irish sector were still going strong. But to Marcus Flint's relief, other than a few fireworks-related mishaps and some rogue leprechauns running amok, things were relatively restrained. It had been an exhausting couple of weeks on this assignment, and he still had a loose tooth that needed to be looked at from where he'd taken a brick to the face during the riots after the... A few days before the Australia-Ireland match, Emily Rossum, who was both Marcus's girlfriend and technically his superior officer, walked beside him. As they dealt with overly belligerent drunks, they discussed their plans for a vacation together a few weeks after the cup was over and all these people were gone. Marcus thought to himself that he heard magical Mallorca was nice. Suddenly, an odd sound caught his attention. He glanced around and spotted the source of the disturbance. It was a large rock with a rune sequence carved into it. Having avoided the ancient runes class, Marcus had no idea what the runes signified, though he knew they marked the boundaries between the different sections of the campsite. He had seen them since the first day of cup competition, but he had never known one to hum loudly before or glow brightly. Acting on instinct, Marcus shoved Emily to the ground and covered her body with his own just seconds before a bolt of magical energy shot up from the stone. All around the campsite, similar bolts erupted from the dozens of guide stones that Bertha Jorkins had placed weeks earlier. These guide stones had some very special and highly illegal properties that were now waiting to be unleashed. The magical bolts bent in the air, stretching and twisting until they crossed paths high above the campsite, forming a glowing lattice that lit up the night sky. Then, a brilliant flash of light blinded Marcus for a few seconds. When he blinked to clear his vision, he gasped. Nearby stood about 24 figures who had no business being in the Irish sector. They wore the distinctive green and yellow of Australian fans, but their outfits included hoods and masks to conceal their faces. A few of them carried wands and immediately began casting destructive spells without a care for their targets. To Marcus's surprise, most of them carried very different weapons. Flint may never have taken Muggle studies, but Emily Rossum had. In her newt classes, Lily Potter had been surprisingly thorough about automatic weapons and how effectively they could pierce even the strongest shields. "Protego Maxima!" Emily shouted. The junior aura barely got her shield up in time to block the hail of bullets raining down on her and Marcus. The nearby Irish fans were not so lucky. One of the Australian attackers pulled out a green egg-shaped object, yanked a pin from the top, and hurled it as far as he could. Seconds later, an explosion erupted, as loud as any bombarder. Then, the screaming started in earnest. In the BMW tent, Harry had just fallen asleep when he was jolted awake by Sirius shouting his name. "Get up! Harry! Neville! Come on now, get up! This is urgent. What's the matter?" Neville mumbled. Instantly, Harry sensed something was wrong. He opened his legitimacy sense and realized the noises at the campsite had shifted from festive party sounds to screams of terror, punctuated by explosions and the sound of gunfire. Who would bring guns to a wizarding event? With a gesture, his wand leaped into his hand. He flicked it to summon his clothes from where he had left them. But Sirius called out again to stop him. "No time, Harry," the older wizard said, struggling to pull his jeans on over his pajamas. "Just put your shoes on, grab your jacket, and get outside. Now." Sirius turned to the other two boys in the tent. "Neville, send a Patronus to Archie. Tell him to grab the Grangers and meet us at the car park next to Down's vehicle. Theo, send one to Lucius and tell him to get Draco and apparate out of here. I'll go wake Amy." Seconds later, Sirius and the groggy children exited the tent to find pandemonium. People were running in every direction, screaming in panic. From one direction, Harry could still hear gunfire. He could also hear explosions and spellfire from various directions. Most concerning were the occasional flashes of green light visible nearby. Harry recognized that color. It was associated with only one spell, the Killing Curse. He noticed wizards and witches in aura and DMLE uniforms rushing about, but with attacks coming from all sides, no one could organize a counterattack. The night sky was illuminated by crisscrossing lines of magical energy, adding to the chaos. "Shouldn't we try to help the Ministry?" Neville asked. Sirius hesitated, his Gryffindor instincts clashing with his responsibilities as a godfather. "No. You lot are underage. And, incredibly, I'm the only responsible adult here. Plus, I don't even want to think about what your grandmother will do to me if anything happens to you, Neville. So I'm getting you all to safety." "Got it." Harry tightened his grip on his wand. He had his own inner Gryffindor, as much as he hated to admit it. Even if rushing into battle against unknown forces wasn't insane, he had to think of his friends. If he went out to fight, Neville and Thea would insist on joining him, not to mention Sirius, who wasn't physically ready for such exertion. And no one would be left to look after Amy. "Got it," Harry said firmly. "Good. Keep your wands out, and if anyone looks threatening, blast them and ask questions later. Now come on." With that, Sirius, who could neither apparate nor use a portkey at the moment, led the way, followed closely by his 4 young charges. Tiberius Knott's tent. The Death Eater stiffened in his chair at the sound of explosions in the distance. That was the signal he had been waiting for. Instantly, Knott moved to the empty cage on the far side of his tent and unlocked it. "You have the scent, my beauties," he growled cruelly. "Go. Go now and hunt them down." With that, the 2 invisible bargists bounded out of the tent. Tiberius Knott paused just long enough to throw an invisibility cloak over himself and grabbed the enchanted crossbow from a nearby table before running in pursuit of his hellhounds. Peter watched from the shadows as the sounds of explosions and gunfire echoed in the distance. After a brief argument about their duties in such a situation, and more importantly, what was happening up in the sky, the 2 security guards ran off to assist the ministry. Peter exhaled. He would not hesitate to kill the 2 guards if they remained in his way, but this mission required subtlety. The wizards assigned to guard the goblet of fire showing up dead was the exact opposite of subtle. He waited a few seconds to ensure they were gone, then turned on his heels and apparat just outside the wards protecting the fabled goblet. The web created by the enchanted guide stones also served as anti-apparition and anti-portkey jinxes. However, like the Dark Mark, those wards were designed to allow certain people to pass through them without difficulty. The unfortunate souls out in the campsite providing Peter's diversion wore magical uniforms from House Selwyn, enabling them to come and go, even the muggles who had been imperioused into fighting on their behalf. While a muggle couldn't normally use a portkey, one under the Imperius by a wizard could overcome the hurdle. All Peter needed to bypass the wards was the snake tattoo on his left arm. Upon materializing near the goblet, Peter reached into his pocket and produced 2 items, a glass vial and a muggle squeaky toy in the shape of a mouse, the kind of thing one might buy as a gift for a cat. The rat animagus assumed it was Mr. January being passive-aggressive and ignored the implied insult. Pulling the stopper from the vial, Peter downed the contents. Downed the potion in 1 gulp. He shuddered as his magic resonated with that of the woman who had given her life for the cause. Although it had not been a voluntary sacrifice, Peter would never hold that against Bertha Jorkins. Without hesitation, he stepped through the protective wards without issue and snatched the wooden goblet from its perch. He then held the muggle toy aloft. "Devil's Tour," he said, and in a flash, the portkey transported both him and his prize away. The Australian sector. For the last 20 minutes, Buck Macmillan had been happily answering all of Dan Granger's questions about life in magical Australia. This included, to Regulus's bemusement and Hermione's mortification, the state of wizarding dentistry in that nation. The group had taken up a picnic table in the center of Little Australia to enjoy a few beers and a fizzy drink for Hermione. As it was a special occasion, Dan made allowances for his daughter to indulge in the soft drink. Then, everything changed with a flash of light from deeper in the Australian sector. The light shot up into the night sky and joined other similar lights to form a strange magical lattice. Seconds later, the disturbance was overshadowed by the sounds of multiple portkeys, followed by cries of incendio, and then screams. While most of those screams were instinctual, Regulus Black could easily make out one word among them. Werewolves. Instantly, the Metamorphmagus leaped up from the table and drew his wand. "Take your daughter and get back to the BMW tent, Dan," Archie growled. "I'll be along shortly." "How about you take Dan and his daughter back instead, Archie," snapped Buck. "Rather than letting a squib, no offense, and his underage muggle-born daughter go alone on foot while there might be werewolves about. You can apparate them instantly, right?" Archie's face was a mask of fury, and for the first time in ages, Regulus felt at risk of losing control of his own appearance. Finally, Peter relented, stowed his wand, and grabbed Dan and Hermione by their arms. Nothing happened. Damn it! He exclaimed. We're under an anti-apparition ward. I reckon we'll have to go on foot. But where should we go? Hermione shouted. Those lights came from all over the campsite. Is our tent even safe? That question was answered by the sudden and startling appearance of a huge spectral bear that spoke with the voice of Neville Longbottom. The bear announced Sirius's intention to regroup at the car park. You heard the man, Archie. Now go. With that, Buck whistled loudly. Instantly, Reggie, his thylacine familiar, darted out of a nearby tent to join him. He turned and, after a brief hesitation, pulled the other wizard into a bear hug. Go, son, he whispered. And try not to use your Patronus where anyone can see it. It's kind of distinctive. Then he let go and began jogging in the direction of the fight. Archie watched him go and then turned to Hermione and Dan. Let's go, he said tersely. The three quickly departed. None of them noticed two figures wearing the uniforms of British Aurors heading in the opposite direction, deeper into Little Australia, toward Alexander McCavity's tent. The Devil's Tour. Barely a second after departing the stadium, Peter materialized at his target destination, the Devil's Tour, a granite outcropping rising from the earth. He was still in Dartmoor but well over 100 miles away from the World Cup site. Waiting for him were Miss Direction and Mr. January, both standing too close together for Mr. Norvegicus's comfort. He shook his head to clear it. Jealousy over Narcissa was always a fool's fancy, and tonight, he had more important things to worry about. He handed off both the goblet of fire and his wand to January. Then he took a step back and shifted to his rat form. While he was perfectly capable of transforming his clothes as well, Peter felt the urgency of time pressing on him. He quickly transformed into a brown Norwegian rat, leaving behind his pile of clothing on the ground. Moments later, he resumed his human form, though he was now naked and adorned with runes painted earlier on his skin using a mixture of henna, pomegranate juice, and innocent blood. I do hope you don't catch a cold, Norvegicus, January said with a sneer. Peter remained silent. He had less than 30 minutes to complete his task, and exchanging barbs with a rival Death Eater would have to wait. He reclaimed his wand and the goblet before making his way to the top of the tour. His ritual space was already prepared. The flat surface had been inscribed with chalk runes from languages long forgotten, dating back to before the birth of the Roman Empire. In the center, a small black cauldron bubbled away, alongside a box containing other ritual components. He placed the goblet on the opposite side of the cauldron and settled down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and opened his animaga senses to the ambient magic of the Devil's Tour, feeling the wild magic envelop him. After a moment, he opened his eyes and began to speak. Let magic hear me, he said, his voice resonating unnaturally, echoing through the night. Let magic hear me and obey as it did in the time before. Let the wild magic of old hear me and be bound to my will. As I will it, so mote it be. As he spoke, he waved his wand in a seemingly random pattern toward the goblet. At the base of the tour, Narcissa shivered, sensing something unnatural at the edge of her awareness. Something cold. Peter's voice rose again. I speak in the name of my master, he who must not be named, and I invoke the ritual of the three-faced psychopomp as was written in the time before by the priest-kings of Lost Kemet. The ritual of the servant, the father, and the enemy. I claim this artifact of ancient magic as the instrument of my will and my master's urge to live once more. So mote it be. At that moment, the goblet of fire began to vibrate and then rattle loudly, as if resisting Pettigrew's attempt to bind it to his magic. The wizard clenched his jaw painfully from the mental strain, and after a few moments, blood began to drip from his tear ducts. But after several minutes, the vibration suddenly stopped. Pettigrew smiled, bracing himself for what was next. The hard part was over. What came next would be the painful part. He reached into the box and pulled out a ceremonial dagger, enchanted to an unnatural sharpness. I offer as tribute the flesh of the servant freely given to revive the master. And I name myself like so. I am the last son of the House of Kleinworks and the one true heir of Imeric the Evil. As Peter spoke, his skin rippled slightly and then bulged grotesquely. I am the king of rats. I am the master of werewolves. I am the proud betrayer who walks unseen. I am Mr. Norvegicus, and I am Wormtail. So mote it be. With a choked cry of pain, Pettigrew sliced off the pinky finger of his left hand and tossed it into the bowl in front of him. The potion inside burbled loudly for several seconds, as if digesting the bloody digit. Peter bit down on the pain, trying to ignore the blood pouring from the wound. He could not heal it until the ritual was complete, so he needed to move quickly to finish before blood loss incapacitated him. With his good hand, he reached back into the box and pulled out a skull, placing it on the ground between himself and the bowl. I offer as tribute the bone of the father unknowingly given to revive the son. And I name the father like so. As Peter continued the ritual, the rippling of his skin intensified. It felt as if small creatures were crawling madly beneath his skin, waiting to burst free. Down at the base of the tour, Mr. January and Miss Direction watched the ritual impassively. They tried to ignore the terrible, discordant hum coming from all around them and the crushing sensation of drowning in magic forbidden since long before Merlin. 1 mile outside the campsite grounds, a flash of light and a loud crack heralded the arrival of James and Lily Potter. Unfortunately, their arrival was both off-target and painful, as they landed in a heap on the grass, far short of James's intended target. Both of them moaned in pain for a few seconds before James could finally pull himself up and check on his wife. "Liliflower," he asked weakly. "Are you okay?" "Oh," she replied with a moan. "I feel like I got run over by a Nundu." "What happened?" James looked over Lily's body and his own to check for any missing pieces. Thankfully, there were none. He glanced back in the direction of the stadium and noticed the lattice of magical energy rising up over it. "I think there must be an anti-apparition jinx over the campsite. I've never seen one like that before. We bounced off of it. It's a miracle we didn't splinch." Lily frowned at that and pulled herself into a sitting position. She placed her right hand over her purse and made a sequence of gestures. James remembered seeing her activate the purse that way during the last war. He had never bothered to ask her what the gestures meant, assuming they were some hand-based runic thing. In fact, it was British Sign Language, and in response to her silent commands, several potions shot up out of the bag into her waiting grasp. "Pepper up." And something to counteract the system shock from a failed operation. "Drink that one first." James complied, and within seconds, they were both recovery from the trauma of hitting the strange ward. Now that they were on the ground, James could see the shimmer of the ward's outer edge. "I should have thought to grab a broom before we left," he grumbled aloud. In the distance, several people on broomsticks rose over the campsite, apparently attempting to flee. The flyers reached the edge of the barrier only to crash against it. There was another flash of light, and the riders fell, likely from a fatal height. "Then again, perhaps it's best I didn't," he added. Meanwhile, Lily made her way to the edge of the barrier and cast several analytic charms. "Any ideas how we can get through it?" James asked. The witch shook her head. "No, but we may not have to. The barrier is incredibly resilient, but I don't think it extends underground." "Say no more," James said as he knelt and touched his wand to the ground. A rumbling sound followed, and within seconds, a tunnel opened in the earth that led past the boundary to a second opening on the other side. His transfiguration even formed steps leading down into the tunnel, which looked more like cement blocks than soil. Swiftly, he ran down the tunnel with Lily close behind. Once on the other side, James turned to his wife. "We still can't apparate in here. But I can move faster than you can. Stay here while I go find Jim." "Not a chance, Buster," she interrupted. "You may be faster than me, but I do know how to ride." Jane snorted. "You know, if this weren't some kind of terrorist attack that our son was mixed up in, I think I'd find that comment quite sexy." Then, James was gone, and Prong stood in his place. "Get your mind out of the gutter, husband," she said with just a hint of a smirk while pulling herself onto the stag's back. And then, they were off. The Bulgarian sector. While Jim and Ron had finally met Victor Crumb, both boys had been slightly embarrassed by the encounter. The look of annoyance from their idol when they asked for autographs lingered in their minds. He had provided them reluctantly. In hindsight, it probably was a bit crass to ask for autographs from someone lying in a hospital bed, still groggy from a concussion. It didn't help that Draco Malfoy was acting as their interpreter, as Crumb apparently spoke little to no English. Who knew what Malfoy was telling Crumb about them in Russian? Meanwhile, Arthur and Lucius stood off to one side, commiserating with the Bulgarian coach, Dimitar Stoichkov. While Stoichkov was hardly fluent in English, he managed better than Crumb. The three wizards talked for several minutes about the disappointing final match, Crumb's injuries, and the boys' career plans. Stoichkov was aware of Lucius Malfoy's stature. When Lucius expressed interest in acquiring a professional Quidditch team, Stoichkov immediately inquired whether he had a new coach in mind. Their discussions were abruptly interrupted by nearby explosions followed by screams. Lucius and Arthur were the first out of the tent, with Jim right behind them. Arthur quickly grabbed Jim by the shoulder and pushed him back, staring aghast at the scene. Fires were spreading across the entire Bulgarian sector, and curses were flying. In the distance, dozens of masked and robed men were attacking everyone in their path. Both Arthur and Lucius recognized those masks and robes. Death Eaters! Arthur gasped. Despite himself, he glanced at the man next to him, the one who had been a marked Death Eater in his younger days. Lucius said nothing in response to the questioning look but pulled his wand from the end of his walking stick and cast several silent spells. To the surprise of both men, it was Jim Potter who spoke up. "No, Mr. Weasley. Those aren't real Death Eaters. Those uniforms are fake. Just like with the two that attacked me and stole my wand." "Are you sure, Jim?" Arthur asked. "They're wearing muggle shoes under their robes. I can see them from here." Lucius looked down at Jim in surprise. "Can you, Mr. Potter? From this distance?" Jim gulped. "Yeah," he thought. "But only because I've got a bird's superior vision." Malfoy didn't press the issue. Instead, he cast the supersensory charm on himself. Yes. I see it now. Still, these ersatz Death Eaters are no less dangerous for their imitation of the original. They have cast anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. Then, everyone was distracted by a sudden flash of silvery light from inside the tent. It was Fiver, Theo No-Name's rabbit patronus. "Mr. Malfoy," it said in Theo's voice. "The campsite is under some kind of attack. Sirius Black asked me to warn you and recommend that you and Draco apparate to safety at once." Then, the patronus faded from view. "A sensible suggestion," Lucius said aloud. "Do you concur, Arthur?" "I thought you said there was an anti-apparition jinx-up," Ron said. "Yes, but one which I believe I can circumvent with relative ease." "We can't just run away," Jim exclaimed, still looking out the tent's entryway anxiously. "Whether they're Death Eaters or not, the Ministry will need help." Then, an unexpected voice gave Jim support. "Potter boy speaks truth," Victor Crumb said somewhat groggily as he tried to rise from his sickbed. "Are we not Bogaters?" Unfortunately for Crumb's enthusiasm, his legs gave way almost immediately, and Draco and Ginny barely caught the Bulgarian seeker before he fell to the ground. "You are a heavily concussed Bogater, Victor," Draco said as he practically shoved Crumb back into bed. "And you're staying where you are." Suddenly, the sound of additional spellfire could be heard. Spells were shouted in Bulgarian. Capital," Lucius said with a grim smile as the Bulgarian auras, sent as security for the team, charged the advancing imposter Death Eaters. "It seems the visiting auras are on hand to deal with these charlatans. Still, perhaps Black has the right idea, and discretion is the better part of valor." "You're just going to apparate away?" Jin shouted. "No, Mr. Potter," Lucius replied lazily, even as he gestured with his wand. In response, a rope that had been strung across two poles to support a set of fairy lights detached and flew into his hand. "I'm going to make a portkey so that we can evacuate as many people as possible. Arthur, I assume you and your children will be accompanying us?" "I'll be setting it for St. Mungo's, as Mr. Crumb clearly needs additional attention." Arthur hesitated. "Thank you for taking the children. But I have 4 other children here, Lucius. I've got to find them." Lucius stared somewhat balefully at his old rival before finally giving a long-suffering sigh. He stepped across the tent to place the rope on a table and began a series of complicated wand movements. "Portus." Then he turned back to Arthur. "I will use the portkey to send the children and Mr. Crumb to safety and then accompany you to find your other children. But as soon as we have done so, we will all leave immediately." "Agreed." Everyone was amazed at Lucius's words, but Arthur nodded gratefully. Then Draco spoke up. "Father? I hate to complicate our situation further, but where has Potter gotten off to?" They all looked back to the tent flap, and Jim was gone. "I'll strangle him," Ron said through gritted teeth. In the Irish sector, while Emily tried desperately to maintain her Protego Maxima against the gunfire from the Australian attackers, Marcus concentrated on remembering the details of a story he'd heard many months before from Blaise Zabini. A story about how Hermione Granger had saved the boy's life back in Italy during the summer of 1993. Flint pointed his wand toward the gunman and shouted, "Mergit Flammarum." To his relief, the fire suppression charm worked as Blaise had said, and instantly, the guns fell silent. Seizing her chance, Emily dropped her shield and fired a blasting curse right into the middle of the gunman. "Bombarda!" The Australians were blasted off their feet. The 2 young Auras jumped up and moved for cover, firing curses as they went. Luckily, most of the attackers seemed stunned and sluggish, and their stunners took them down effectively. But then, Emily shouted, "Expulso!" She shoved Marcus as hard as she could out of the way, but the impact of the blast caught them both and knocked them to the ground, a good 20 feet away. Marcus coughed and shook his head to clear it. Blood dripped into his eyes from a gash on his forehead. He screamed Emily's name and crawled over to check on her, heedless of his own safety. To his relief, she was alive, though unconscious. Then, he came to his senses, remembered he was in the middle of a battle, and started looking for his wand. It had landed several feet away, but before he could move toward it, a shadow fell over him. It was the Australian who had fired the expulso, and he now had a wand pointed right at Marcus's head. "Cruci! Avada Kedavra!" A flash of green light struck the masked Australian in the back, and he dropped without a sound. Flint turned toward the source of the killing curse, and to his surprise, it was a different masked Australian, one who still had his wand raised as if ready to fire. Except this man was not an Australian. The voice that had cried out the killing curse did not carry an Australian accent. More importantly, it was a voice that Marcus knew quite well. He looked up into the masked face of his savior, and after what seemed like an eternity, he realized who it was. After what felt like an eternity, he finally gasped out a single word. "Dad." The other man, who was almost certainly Ari's Flint beneath his mask, did not respond. He simply turned and fled into the night. The Bulgarian sector. A few seconds earlier, while Lucius Malfoy was busy enchanting a portkey for everyone to escape, Jim stayed near the entrance of the tent. He kept an eye out in case any of the attackers made it past the Bulgarian auras and got close enough to be a threat. Though the boys at Inner Gryffindor cried out against running away, he had promised himself, after losing his Ash and Phoenix Feather Wand, to fight smarter and, in his own words, to stop making stupid mistakes. Malfoy was right, as much as it pained him to admit it. He had no business trying to fight Death Eaters or whatever these attackers were, if not true Death Eaters. Just as he was about to step closer to the table to join the others using the portkey, his attention was suddenly drawn to an explosion from somewhere nearby, on the opposite side of the Bulgarian sector from where the auras were converging. He poked his head out of the tent to see what had happened and noticed that about 50 yards down the path, several tents had caught fire. Without thinking, his raven sight homed in on the disturbance. I still have no idea how I can change my vision to better than 20/20 without my glasses screwing it up, he thought. Animagery is weird. Then, he gasped. There was a second phalanx of 10 or so Death Eaters, targeting everything on that side of the camp with incendiary and explosive curses. This group would soon catch the auras in a crossfire. To Jim's horror, he saw a man in Bulgarian clothes running desperately with a young girl, no more than 5 or 6, clutched in his arms. Suddenly, the man was cut down from behind by a curse. He fell to the ground, and the child cried out in pain and terror. Jim opened his mouth to call out to Mr. Weasley, but before he could take a breath, his eerie vision focused on the man lying on the ground. Jim instinctively knew from this distance that he was already dead. He also knew that within seconds, the girl would be dead as well, killed by the wand of the Death Eater who was striding towards her through the smoke and flames. Unless Jim acted. In that moment, reason abandoned him, and raw instinct took over. Before he fully understood what was happening, the Raven Animagus was already airborne and halfway to the girl. Against the night sky, the Raven was nearly invisible. As the Death Eater raised his wand to target the frightened child, he never saw what hit him. When the Raven was just a few feet away, it let out a threatening caw and extended its talons toward the killer's face. But it was a 14-year-old boy who materialized out of thin air, kicking the Death Eater in the head with both legs. The Death Eater was knocked onto his back, while Jim landed gracefully in a crouch, pulling out his acacia wand. "Stupefy!" he cried out. The Death Eater swayed but didn't fall, and Jim cursed the wand in his hand, which was clearly not meant for dueling. A second stunner was no more effective than the first, and the Death Eater raised his own wand to retaliate. Behind Jim, the little girl was still crying. Jim hesitated and cast once more. "Stupefy!" he hissed. The Parcel Magic Enhanced spell struck the Death Eater in the chest with enough force to send him flying through the air, landing in an unconscious heap. Unfortunately, his defeat alerted the other Death Eaters, who turned in Jim's direction. Worse, at that moment, Jim cried out in pain and dropped his replacement wand, the shattered remnants falling to the ground as he clutched his injured hand. As the Death Eaters advanced, Jim snatched up the terrified little girl and ran toward a nearby alleyway, dodging spellfire as he went. Typical, he thought grimly. That's 2 wands lost in less than a week. Must be a new world record. Suddenly, a curse flew over his head, striking a large tent pole just ahead of him. The pole exploded and fell, blocking Jim's path and catching fire. He cursed angrily. He could escape easily as a raven, but that would mean abandoning the little girl to her fate. The approaching Death Eaters came to a halt not 20 feet away and raised their wands toward the two. Jim pushed the little girl to the ground and covered her with his own body as the Death Eaters opened fire. Protego! Instantly, a glimmering shield appeared, deflecting the hail of curses. Jim lifted his head, his eyes widening in amazement as a magnificent stag leaped through the flames, with his mother riding it like some Celtic goddess of old. Lily jumped off the stag's back, and Prongs continued his charge, impaling 2 Death Eaters on his antlers and then sending them flying with a mighty flick of his head. Lily ran back to check on Jim. Seeing that he was safe, she turned back toward the Death Eaters, making a complex hand gesture over the large purse slung over her shoulder. To Jim's surprise, 3 golden snitches jumped into her waiting hand. She held them up to her mouth. Target Death Eaters, she practically snarled before hurling the snitches toward them. At their peak, the snitches' wings sprouted, and they flew unerringly toward one of the attackers, homing in on their distinctive masks. On impact, each snitch stuck fast to a mask as if magnetized. Then, those 3 Death Eaters screamed as the snitches lit up their bodies with a powerful electrical charge, causing them to drop to the ground. Meanwhile, Prongs whirled around and kicked another Death Eater in the chest with such force that the man was flung back 20 feet, knocking down 2 of his companions at the same time. In an instant, Prongs transformed into James Potter. He quickly turned and touched his wand to the ground. Thick vines shot up, wrapping tightly around the remaining attackers and immobilizing them. After a few quick stunners, the last of the Death Eaters lay unconscious. James and Lily then turned their attention to their son, who looked up at them with a mix of awe and trepidation. "Okay, before you yell at me for wandering into danger," he said shakily while helping the traumatized little girl to her feet, "can we take care of her? Her father. I saw him get killed earlier. I don't know if she has any other family here." Despite himself, Jin sniffled softly. "And maybe you could give me a hug." James and Lily exchanged glances before deciding to start with the hug. The British sector. Initially, Charlie Weasley had insisted that he and the twins stay at the Weasley tent until their father returned, but that resolve crumbled when the explosions began. After confirming that apparition was blocked, he led Fred and George out into the campgrounds and headed toward the entrance, hoping to spirit his brothers away if they could make it outside the strange barrier lighting up the night sky. Along the way, they picked up some stragglers, the Greengrass sisters, Tracy Davis, Hannah Abbott, and Hannah's 9-year-old brother, Ben. According to Daphne, she had been instructed to lead the other children to safety in the woods while the adult wizards in their group went to help the ministry. Unfortunately, the journey to the woods soon led them into danger as they crossed paths with a group of Death Eaters setting fire to several tents. The screens indicated that there were still people inside. Charlie's heart raced. Surprisingly, the twins were the first to step forward and begin hurling stunners at the attackers. They were impressive stunners for boys who had just finished their owls. Charlie knew Fred and George had been receiving summer tutoring funded by Harry Black, but he hadn't realized it was so focused on defense. The Death Eaters took cover and started to return fire. Charlie quickly moved the younger kids behind a hastily constructed barricade. Then, Hannah cried out, "That's the Diggory's tent. They're still inside." Charlie cursed and turned to his younger brothers. "Keep the Death Eaters pinned down. I'm going to do something stupid." With that, Charlie ran toward the burning tent while Fred and George began firing stronger hexes at the Death Eaters. Behind them, the 4 girls took shelter. Hannah tried to comfort her terrified little brother, while Tracy and Astoria wept in mounting panic. Only Daphne stared after Charlie in confusion. "What Death Eaters?" she thought furiously. "Those are bloody Australians. You can tell by their colors." None of them noticed as one of the attackers twisted a ring on his finger before disappearing from view. Seconds later, Charlie reached the Diggory's tent. He ducked most of the curses sent his way. Unfortunately, the only one to hit him was an Inflamar. By this point in his career as a Dragon Keeper, Charlie Weasley was nearly immune to that spell. He ducked around the tent to find that one side was already engulfed in flames. Despite the severity of the situation, the Dragon Keeper smiled. He could now cast extinguishing charms almost wandlessly. With just a wave of his wand, all the flames on the tent went out. Then, he cast a cutting curse to tear open the burnt canvas for an escape route, only for his eyes to widen as a terrified voice cried out from inside in obvious panic. "Defender Maximus!" Charlie Weasley screamed. "Devil's Tour!" Peter gritted his teeth in concentration, even as his vision blurred from blood loss. With his good hand, he reached back into the box to remove 3 items, a wand made of ash and phoenix feather, a golden ring, and a glass container holding a bloody handkerchief. He opened the container first and tossed the handkerchief into the cauldron. "I offer as tribute the blood of the enemy forcibly taken. You will resurrect your foe. And I name the enemy like so." Peter picked up the golden ring, the long-missing Potter's ring that he had stolen from Godric's Hollow on the night Voldemort was vanquished, and tossed it into the cauldron as well. Then, he held up Jim Potter's stolen wand and thrust it into the night sky. "He is the heir of the House of Potter. He is the enemy foretold. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Born of those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month die. Yerg." Pettigrew's incantation was interrupted by a scream of agony as he bent his head to one side. From the exposed side of his neck, the skin stretched and pulled as if it were thin rubber. The shape of a rat's head and upper body suddenly appeared, as if the rodent were trying to chew its way out of the Death Eater's neck. "He? Ark? He is the Basilisk Slayer." His touch brings death to the Dark Lord's servants. He speaks the sacred tongue of Salazar Slytherin. He is the chosen one. He is? The boy WHO lived. So mote it be. On the ground in front of Peter, a pool of blood had collected from the stump where his finger had been cut off. In response to his cry, it bubbled slightly. Then, a single rat crawled out of the pool, even though it was not even an inch deep. Then, another rat emerged, followed by 2 more, all covered in the servant's blood. Handshaking, Peter tapped the cauldron, causing its foul contents to rise into the air in a swirling green mist. At his direction, the mist floated over and into the goblet of fire, which began to shake once more as if in anger. By now, more than a dozen blood-soaked rats crawled over Peter, each tittering madly. The animagus's eyes had changed colors, one turning jet black and the other ruby red. He opened his mouth to scream, and even Mr. January below felt unnerved as the rat animagus's mouth suddenly sprouted long and sharp incisors, each several inches long. With an act of will, Peter regained control of his form, and the incisors retracted to their normal size, allowing him to speak clearly. "I see command thee, goblet of fire," he said in a raspy, wheezing voice. "By my will and by the old powers. I charge thee to reveal the enemy, to test the enemy with fire, with water, with mystery, and with death. To be the crucible that will purify him into the instrument of the Dark Lord's return. So mote it be." He paused, taking several shuddering breaths. He was on the last step. And with this final word, a word that strikes terror in the Dark Lord's enemies, I bind the Dark Lord and the boy who live together until the ritual is done. He grasped Jim's wand with his bloody hand and thrust it up towards the sky. "Mors Mordra," he screamed. A bolt of magic shot from the wand up into the heavens and exploded, lighting up the sky like green fireworks that left behind a terrible afterimage. It formed a colossal skull made of emerald stars, with a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue, the Dark Mark. Peter's eyes blazed as he summoned the last of his strength, jerking his arm down forcefully to point it at the goblet of fire. In response, the Dark Mark collapsed in on itself. Rain poured down from the sky. By the time it reached the goblet, it had condensed into a liquid form, filling the goblet to overflowing. The goblet shook and rattled violently, as if furious at the violation. From within, Peter could hear a terrible, unearthly hiss. Then, the goblet finally stilled. For a few seconds, the ancient artifact turned green before fading back to its original hue. Peter Pettigrew fell over onto his side, barely conscious, perhaps barely alive. After a moment, the Death Eater began to laugh deliriously. The ritual had been a success. The servant had completed his first mission. Peter rolled over to look once more at the goblet of fire, which seemed as plain and innocuous as ever. Yet, he knew it was primed for the task he had set for it. "Let the games begin," he said. Chapter 13, The Quidditch World Cup, Part 6. The Devil's Tour. As soon as the crackling nimbus of wild magic that had surrounded Pettigrew's ritual finally faded, the other 2 Death Eaters rushed to join him. Misdirection pulled several vials from Pettigrew's box. "Here, Peter," she said. Behind her, Mr. January's eyes narrowed at her concern and her use of Mr. Novegicus's first name. "Drink these. Blood-replenishing potions. And a pepper-up." "Quite right, Novegicus," January said blandly. "Your job's not done until the cup's back in place." Peter sneered at the other Death Eater. "I know my job, January," he said weakly. "Just give me a sec." Then, he grabbed Jim's wand and tossed it to the other man. "In the meantime, perhaps you should make yourself useful. Get that back to Jim Potter." "Oh, after you clean my blood off it, of course. I assume that's within your capabilities." Crouch caught the wand easily. "I think I can manage," he said with a growl before turning and apparating away. Peter laid back on the rough stone of Devil's Tour and let the potions do their work while Narcissa looked down upon him with an expression that might have been concern. Or perhaps just feigned concern. He knew all too well that it was impossible to tell the difference with her. "You know, I think Mr. January might be feeling the pangs of jealousy," he said weakly. "Don't be silly, Pettigrew," the woman chided. "He is a consummate professional." "Why? Are you feeling jealous of him and the time we've spent together while doing our Lord's work?" Pettigrew sneered. "Just hand me the goblet and the toy mouse, which? I've one thing left to do before I can crawl into bed and sleep for a week." "The British sector. You almost ready, brother mine?" George asked anxiously as he fired another stunner. Luckily, the dark-haired girl, one of the green grasses, shield spell. It was just enough to protect George while Fred hurriedly assembled some potion ingredients he had packed before they left the tent. "Almost," Fred exclaimed as he reached into a pocket and pulled out a wrapped piece of candy, tossing it to Hannah. "Unwrap that, would you please, Abbott? And kindly don't eat it. It's meant for someone else." Dumbfounded, Hannah complied while Fred added the final ingredient. Meanwhile, Daphne recast her shield, and George ducked down to grab a stick, quickly transfiguring it into a hand catapult. Fred grabbed the candy, which was some kind of soft chewable with a yellow frosting shell, and dropped it into the vial in his hand. He stopped it and shook it vigorously for a few seconds. "Right," he said, handing the vial to George. "Here's hoping I really am the smarter twin." George slipped the vial into the catapult's pocket and took a quick peek over the barricade to assess the situation. Then, he jumped up and shot the vial toward the attackers. It smashed against the barrier they were hiding behind and exploded into a yellow mist. The sound of loud coughing followed, accompanied by 3 sharp chirps. "What was that?" Daphne asked. "A canary creme modified into a gas form." "A canary creme? What is that supposed to do?" They were distracted by the sudden sight of 3 very large canaries taking flight into the sky. "Okay," Daphne said, "ask a silly question. How long does it last?" "In gas form," Fred began, only to be interrupted as the canaries transformed back into people, who then plummeted 50 feet to the ground, screaming the whole way down. "Not very long," Fred added. Suddenly, a scream erupted from behind them. Tracy Davis, who had been at the rear of the group, was caught off guard when the last attacker targeted her with a summoning charm, sending her flying into his waiting grasp. "Tracy!" Daphne cried out. Instantly, Fred and George pointed their wands at the man they still saw as a Death Eater. "Drop your wands, all of you," snarled the man in fury, while the terrified girl struggled in his iron grip. "Drop them or I'll kill the girl. I swear it. I'll kill you, RRRK." His angry threats were cut off by something wrapping around his throat. Something very, very hot. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out before his mask had caught fire. Then, there was a hard jerk on the flaming whip, which sliced cleanly through the man's neck. The Death Eater's flaming head went flying while the body fell forward, pinning the hysterical girl to the ground. "Bloody hell!" George exclaimed, while Fred fought down the urge to vomit. Daphne ran forward and pulled the body off her friend, trying to ignore the smell of burnt flesh coming from the cauterized neck stump. The 2 girls hugged each other tightly as they continued to cry. Then, a shadow fell over them, and they looked up into the face of Lucius Malfoy. "Are you all right, Miss Davis, I believe?" Tracy looked up at her savior with wide eyes and nodded dumbly. "Obviously, you have been through a terrible ordeal," Malfoy continued in gentle tones. "But if you will come with me, I assure you that we will have you portkeyed to safety momentarily." Suddenly, there was another scream, one of anguish rather than terror, that drew Malfoy's attention. He moved quickly in that direction. The Weasley twins were faster, for they recognized the voice of the one who cried out. It was their father. "Charlie!" Fred cried out in horror upon seeing his brother, the one who had gone to rescue Amos and Cedric Diggory, now lying in a pool of his own blood. Cedric was next to Charlie, desperately casting the few healing charms he knew. Arthur knelt on the other side, clutching Charlie's arm. "Hold on, Charlie. Hold on," he urged through his tears. Amos Diggory stood over them, wringing his hands in distress. "I'm sorry, Arthur," he said, his voice breaking. "It just happened so fast. It was one of those damned Australians. Must have shot a curse through the tent. Cedric and I ducked out of the way, but the curse hit your poor boy." Cedric's head jerked up, and he stared at his father wide-eyed for a moment. But then Charlie moaned softly, and Cedric returned to his frantic attempts at healing. Meanwhile, Lucius prepared another portkey from an empty butterbeer bottle he had picked up off the ground. "Here, Arthur. A quick casting, but enough to send you and the boy straight to St. Mungo's. I will send the others along directly." Arthur was too distraught to speak, but he nodded gratefully, and in a flash, they were gone. Lucius looked around the gathered group, his gaze landing on Tracy and Daphne, who were still hugging each other tightly. "If you will bear with me, I will prepare another portkey to send you to safety as well." "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy," said Amos Diggory as he reached down to help Cedric to his feet. "But my boy and I will stay here." He clapped a hand on Cedric's shoulder and squeezed. "The ministry might need our help, right, son?" Cedric looked at his father and nodded slowly. "Whatever you think's best, Dad." Lucius Malfoy studied the two Diggorys but said nothing as he prepared to fashion another portkey. Sirius led the 4 children under his care through the increasingly panicked crowd. Explosions, screams, and the sounds of various curses filled the air from all directions. All 5 had their wands ready, but so far, they had not encountered any threats. That didn't mean there weren't any nearby. "Master," whispered Harry's snake tattoo, which had crawled up his back and neck to speak. "I sense a marked vessel nearby. It is behind us, but some distance away at the outer range of my senses. I believe he is stalking us." "Wonderful," Harry muttered under his breath. "Any good news?" "I do not know if it can be considered good news, Master, but it might be useful to know. The web of magic in the sky that prevents us from fleeing with magic is a modified dark mark." Harry skidded to a stop. "Does that mean someone marked could apparate or use a portkey to get out of here?" he thought asked. Sirius and the others quickly halted when they noticed Harry wasn't following. "I suspect so." Harry fumed. It seemed sending Lucius Malfoy a message to flee was a mistake, as he might have been their fast ticket out of danger. Also, the Death Eater stalking us is now about 40 yards directly behind you. The boy whirled around, but he couldn't see anyone who looked like a Death Eater, just scores of panicking campers. As the others came back to ask why he had stopped, Harry opened his legitimacy fully. For a moment, he nearly swooned under the overwhelming waves of terror emanating from the crowd around him. But then he felt it, 40 yards in front of him. Someone was projecting not fear, but hatred and cruelty. As he focused on the source of those emotions, Harry reached up and tapped the side of his glasses in a rhythmic pattern. The enchanted glasses were already set to provide him with night vision, but as they zoomed in like binoculars, Harry gasped. For just a second, he could see Harry saw the shimmery outline of someone hiding under an invisibility cloak. The glint of gold reflected the moonlight. Suddenly, he realized that the hidden Death Eater was aiming a crossbow in their direction. "Look out!" Harry screamed, but it was too late. 40 yards away, Tiberius not whispered 2 words as he pulled the trigger. "Amorphous Animago." The bolt shot toward the group while Harry and the other children ducked. Instantly, Sirius cast a Protego Maximus to cover him and the children. Unfortunately, the tip of the bolt was only 50% orichalcum, commercial grade rather than from Borislav Lestrange supplies. That was more than enough to shatter Sirius's shield spell. Sirius let out a scream of pain as the bolt slammed into his shoulder. His eyes widened in surprise for a moment before he changed involuntarily into a large black dog, still with a metal shaft sticking out of his left shoulder. The dog howled in pain due to the bolt still inside him. "Stupefy!" Harry yelled, aiming at the spot where the crossbow had been, but there was a soft pop, and the stunner went through that space without hitting anyone. Harry cursed. His fears were confirmed. Their invisible assailant was a Death Eater, which meant that in addition to being invisible, he could also apparate freely. With an angry snarl, Harry knelt to the ground and stabbed his wand into the soft earth. Fumos Maximus, he hissed. In response, a thick rolling mist erupted from the ground in nearly 100-foot radius, enveloping Harry, his friends, family, and everyone else in range in an impenetrable fog. He turned back to check on Sirius. Neville had tried to pull the bolt out, but the head snapped off and stayed inside the whimpering dog's shoulder. "Damn it!" Neville muttered. "It's not your fault, Neville," Theo said. "The head's meant to snap off." "Target's body," he said. He looked up at Harry, but even at this close range, it was hard to see his friend's face clearly. "This is one of Tiberius Nock's weapons, an enchanted crossbow. You can use it as a spell-casting focus, so the spells will affect whoever gets hit. Can I assume there's a spell that can lock an animagus in his animal form?" The black dog barked twice and nodded. "Right. And the tip is made of orichalcum, so it can pierce through our shields." "But why did he force Sirius into his animagus form?" Amy asked, confused. "If he can put a spell on an armor-piercing crossbow bolt, why not attach something more, I don't know, fatal?" Theo sneered. "Tiberius Nock likes to think of himself as a sportsman. I'm sure chasing an injured Sirius Black while he's trapped in the form of a wounded animal would appeal to him." Padfoot growled at that. Then, from somewhere in the distance, a loud whistle cut through the ambient noise of the surrounding chaos. Instantly, the blood drained from Theo's face. "Oh no," he whispered in sudden fear. "We have to move. Now." "Why?" Harry asked sharply, looking around for any sign of Nott. "What is it?" Theo swallowed hard. "The bastard brought the Bargists with him." "Bargists," Amy said, pointing her wand at Padfoot. "Sounds dreadful. You can explain what they are on the way." "Wingardium Leviosa." In response, the grim yelped as it rose several feet into the air. "Let me do that, Amy," Harry said. "Stop being chivalrous and think it through, cousin," she snapped. "You three know more combat spells than I do. I'll levitate Sirius. You three get in a circle around us and stay on guard." Neville laughed despite the tense situation. "You may not know the combat spells, Amy, but you've got the spirit. Tactics down, I reckon." "I'm a Slytherin, Neville." "We have tactics for making it to the breakfast table on time." "Harry, you're in front. You summoned this fog, which means you're the only one who can see through it. And you are the dueling champion, right?" "Why, yes," Harry answered, raising his wand to cast a few spells. "Yes, I am." Elsewhere in the British sector, senior Auror John Dawlish limped along on an improvised crutch. He wondered, not for the first time, why he had insisted on attending the Auror Academy instead of following his mother's footsteps to work in a pet shop. Since the attack began, he had been directing frightened civilians toward the forest and taking potshots at terrorists who crossed his path, all while looking for fellow Aurors to mount an organized counterattack. But the chaos made it difficult to find anyone from the ministry in the dark, and that was before the magical fog had appeared. He was fairly certain it was an overpowered Fumos, but he had never encountered a Fumos that resisted his best attempts at a finite. To make matters worse, the crowd had panicked and stampeded his position like a herd of startled cattle. Dawlish was knocked to the ground, and his ankle was sprained when someone stepped on it. He managed to scramble to safety before getting trampled and transfigured a crutch for himself. Healing charms were tricky, and he needed a few minutes of peace and quiet to patch up his ankle. Since he had no idea when he would get that peace, he cast the supersensory charm instead. The charm improved his night vision somewhat, but the sounds of screams and explosions were overwhelming. Dawlish closed his eyes and concentrated. Years of training with the charm had taught him how to selectively block his heightened senses. He quickly programmed his mind to ignore confusing or dangerous sounds and focused on useful information, such as the sound of Pious Thickness voice bellowed orders from about 150 yards to the south. Dawlish pulled himself up onto his crutch and prepared to hobble in that direction when he heard an unexpected sound much closer. It was the noise of a large animal moving quickly toward him, accompanied by low, steady growls. The Auror looked in that direction but saw no animal, even with his enhanced vision. However, he did see several fleeing citizens knocked to the ground by something. A few seconds later, he watched as that same something barreled over a picnic table, sending food flying. "Revelio," the aura yelled. The revealing charm struck its target, but to Dawlish's surprise, the creature did not become fully visible. Instead, it flashed for just a second, revealing itself as an incredibly large canine before disappearing again. Dawlish's eyes widened. He knew that some animals were naturally invisible, but he was not aware of any canines with that ability. Choosing to be cautious, Dawlish listened for the sound of the creature's movement and then sent a stunner in its direction. There was a flash as the spell struck, but the beast did not go down. Instead, it skidded to a halt, and to Dawlish's alarm, he heard a distinctly menacing snarl. Instinctively, he sent a cutting curse toward the sound, but there was a soft pop, and the curse passed through empty air. "Shit!" Dawlish spat, frustration mixing with dread. Then, he heard a second pop not far behind him. "Shit," he yelled as he desperately spun around, trying to bring his wand to bear. But it was too late. Whatever the creature was, it slammed into the aura with the force of a wrecking ball, knocking him to the ground and pinning him. Dawlish's eyes widened in terror. He still couldn't see what had attacked him. Dawlish could hear the creature's low, hungry growl and feel its fetid breath just inches from his face. He thought ruefully, "Unbelievable. I'm about to have my face eaten off, and I don't even get to know what's doing it." He squeezed his eyes shut and waited for the end. Then, from somewhere in the distance, he heard a strange whistle. The invisible creature seemed to hear it too, as its head quickly jerked away from the aura's face. Another pop echoed as the creature apparated away. Dawlish let out a slow, shaky breath and pulled himself up to his feet. He needed to find Pius and report this, whatever this was. He sniffed the air and looked down, cursing softly. "Okay," he thought. "I'll cast a quick Scourgify on my trousers and then go find Pius." Some distance away, Tiberius knocked the bone whistle from his mouth and pocketed it. He had held Skull and Hattie in reserve until now because letting the two invisible hellhounds run amok amidst the crowd might have drawn unwelcome attention from the ministry. The plan was to pin the violence on the Australians, who were either using muggle guns or wearing fake Death Eater uniforms. Introducing a pair of Barghists posed a risk, small, Tiberius thought, but still a risk, of muddying the message, given that Barghists were associated with the Dark Lord Grindelwald. However, Harry Black had summoned a thick fog bank that neutralized the advantages of Nott's invisibility cloak. So, the Death Eater apparat to a position outside the range of the Fumos Maxima, between the campsite and the forest. Tiberius wasn't sure whether the blood traitors were headed for the forest to find cover or seeking to escape in the Muggle convents that had brought Sirius Black to the Cup quarterfinals. But they were clearly way to their location. The chaos was evident. In the distance, flashes of light illuminated the sky, accompanied by the sounds of spells being cast and the shouts of combatants. Bill tightened his grip on the crossbow. "We need to get to safety," he said, scanning the area for any sign of danger. Delphine nodded, adjusting her dress. "Let's move to the VIP area. Buck will be there, and we can regroup." As they hurried through the camp, the tension in the air was palpable. They could see figures clad in dark robes, some transforming into wolves, charging toward the main gathering. "Stay close," Bill instructed, keeping the crossbow at the ready. Delphine glanced back, her heart racing. "What are they after?" "Whatever they can get their hands on," Bill replied grimly. "We can't let them reach the VIP area." With determination, they pushed forward, navigating through the growing chaos as the battle raged on nearby. As they made their way to their location, they heard screams echoing around them, accompanied by the crackling of flames lighting up the night sky. "This is terrible," Bill exclaimed in shock. Delphine nodded, her emotion swirling as she casually cast an extinguishing charm at a nearby souvenir stall engulfed in flames. The thought of violence at the Quidditch World Cup was horrifying, yet she felt a strange pull toward it. It was as if the remnants of Bellatrix Lestrange and misdemeanor still lingered within her. As the screams intensified, Delphine suddenly felt a longing for chaos, reminiscent of the old days. Only now, her targets would be different. Buck had mentioned Death Eaters were nearby, and she was eager to find them and greet them. "You should return to your family, Bill," she said, striding toward the VIP section. "But I recommend zipping your fly up first." Bill blushed and adjusted his trousers before jogging after her. "Come with me. You're not safe here." Just then, a crowd of panicking Australians rushed around the corner, pursued by a group of Death Eaters casting curses and another group of partially transformed werewolves chasing after their targets on all fours. Bill stepped in front of Delphine, his Gryffindor chivalry shining through. "Run for it. I'll hold them off," he shouted, preparing to cast a shield spell to give her time to escape. But she didn't run. To his surprise, she leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. "You are adorable," she said before pointing her wand down the street. "Fulminata!" A bolt of pure lightning shot from her wand, arcing over the fleeing Australians to strike a werewolf, whose body exploded with enough force to send his companions tumbling to the ground. With that, she took off, not running down the street toward the Death Eaters. Eaters and werewolves moved forward without concern, effortlessly batting aside the few spells that came close to hitting them. Confringo. Avis Apuno Horribilis. Pilum Argento. Expulso Maxima. Bill watched in amazement as the girl he had just been kissing lit up the area with her curses. Lightning struck down, silver javelins hit the werewolves with deadly precision, a flock of birds with razor-sharp metal talons swooped in, and various explosive charms erupted around them. "Wow," he whispered to himself before jogging after her. Moments later, they approached the VIP section when the unmistakable sound of the killing curse echoed through the air. Delphine immediately took cover, and Bill followed closely behind her. While she had been confident against the Death Eaters she had faced so far, she privately doubted that any of them were true Death Eaters. If they were, the group's discipline had greatly lapsed during Bellatrix Lestrange's time in Azkaban. However, whoever was inside the VIP tent was proficient with the Avada Kedavra, suggesting a higher threat level. Delphine felt uneasy about the implications of the killing curse being used in the VIP tent, but to her surprise, the most important potential target had survived, for the time being, at least. At that moment, Alexander McCavity was dragged out of the tent by 3 British Aurors. Though still alive, McCavity looked worse for wear, sporting a long bloody gash on his forehead and stumbling along with his hands bound behind him. "I suppose it's too much to hope that the Auras are just taking McCavity to safety, hey?" she said ruefully. "Well, since those aren't Auras, I'd say no," Bill replied. "Black masks aren't part of the normal Aura uniform." She nodded as the group drew nearer. "Any suggestions?" Bill blinked. "From me? After you pulverized those Death Eaters." "Are there Death Eaters back there?" "Yes, I know. I was magnificent. But they have a hostage now, darling, and sadly, subtlety is not one of my strong suits." The young Cursebreaker paused for a moment and then whispered an incantation. "Cave Inimicum." Immediately, Delphine noticed a slight heat haze in the air around them. "They won't be able to see or hear us," he said softly. "Let them get past and then attack from behind. I'd recommend Stupefy instead of lightning bolts, though." Delphine snickered at that. The two of them watched cautiously as the false Auras roughly dragged the Australian dignitary past. Then, Bill dropped his camouflage, and they both fired off stunners, immediately taking down 2 of the 3 Auras. The last one whirled around and used McCavity as a human shield. "Drop your wands," he snarled. "Drop them all." "Stupefy." Delphine's stunner hit McCavity in the chest. The man barely had enough time to register his surprise before he slumped to the ground at his captor's feet. The Aura looked down at the man in shock, only to be hit a second later by Bill's stunner. "What the hell was that?" Bill exclaimed as they jogged over. "You could have gotten McCavity killed." Delphine was unrepentant. "When in doubt, always shoot the hostage. That's basic conflict resolution. You're crazy, you know that." She smirked. "A little, I suppose. I'm told it runs in the family. But honestly, Bill, I think that's why you're so attracted to me. Sadly, Delphine's flirtations were interrupted by an angry bellow from behind them. Freeze! Drop your wands! The pair turned to see a group of wizards storming around the side of the VIP tent, all wearing the distinctive red coats of British hit wizards. Unlike the imposters on the ground, these wizards and witches were not masked, and leading the group was DMLE director Corban. Yaxley looked furious to see Delphine and Bill standing over what certainly appeared to be 3 auras and a visiting dignitary, all unconscious or worse. Delphine quickly calculated the odds of taking down all the hit wizards without causing fatalities and thus avoiding an international incident. The odds were not good. With an exasperated sigh, she dropped her wand to the ground and slowly raised her hands, with Bill following her lead. In the Luxembourg sector, Archie carefully led Dan and Hermione through the half-empty area, thinking that the attackers might prefer to target more populated places for richer opportunities. Although Kumar Pasha and his entourage had left the World Cup early, a few tents remained, along with a bonfire still burning low in the central commons. There weren't many people around, and Archie hoped they could get through quickly to the woods on the other side and the car park waiting beyond it. Just as they passed the bonfire, a voice behind them cried out, "Avada Kedavra!" Archie jumped forward, knocking Dan and Hermione to the ground as the killing curse flew over their heads. He rolled over and came up firing. Lassero! 3 figures in Death Eater robes pursued them. The cutting curse clipped one of them, causing him to stagger but not fall. The other 2 returned fire. "Blimey!" exclaimed Dan Granger, who held no natural antipathy towards either Death Eaters or Australians and simply saw men in white robes. "It's the bloody KKK! Stay down!" Archie yelled before unleashing a volley of spells. 2 of the Death Eaters went down quickly, but the third, the one who had shrugged off the lasso, gave a bestial snarl. He picked up a nearby bench and hurled it at Archie. Archie tried to dodge but wasn't fast enough. The impact knocked him down and sent his wand flying. Instantly, the werewolf charged at the prone wizard. As the creature lunged, Archie desperately used the remains of a bench as a shield to protect himself from the dark beast's bite. He screamed as the werewolf's claws dug into his shoulder. Just as the werewolf was about to continue its attack, an unexpected savior appeared. Dan rushed forward, grabbed a burning log from the bonfire, and swung it like a cricket bat. He struck the werewolf in the face with the flaming end of the log, knocking it away from Archie. The werewolf rolled and crouched, ready to attack again. Dan charged in, aiming to hit the creature on the head once more, but the werewolf thrust its arm up, shattering Dan's makeshift weapon against it. With a vicious backhand, the werewolf knocked Dan to the ground and leaped toward his prone body, claws outstretched. Sectum Sempra. Instead of a werewolf, a splatter of blood landed on Dan Granger. With a terrible yelp of pain, the werewolf was thrown back, landing about 10 feet away, its body marked with deep gashes as if it had been cut by a chainsaw. The creature twitched for a few moments before going still. Dan pulled himself up and searched for the source of the curse. Nearby, he saw his daughter Hermione, her wand trembling violently in her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. "The Barghest is an enormous hound-like creature created through dark magic," Theo explained breathlessly as the group made their way through Harry's magical fog. They traveled under the cover of a Muffliato charm centered on Padfoot, whose bleeding they had finally stopped. Harry hoped that the charms he had cast would help them evade any further attacks. Grindel created and deployed whole packs of them, Theo continued. But he gifted 2 to Cantankerous Not Senior back in the 1930s. "And they're still alive," Neville exclaimed. "Alex told me that they age very slowly as long as they're fed properly." Theo swallowed. He was really evasive about what my father and grandfather considered proper food, but I'm pretty sure it's muggles and squibs. Regardless, they're really strong and damage resistant. They can shrug off most spells, they're naturally invisible to anyone not of House Not, and they can even do short-range apparition. Short range? Amy sputtered. Wait! How can they apparate while under the anti-apparition jinx? It's not like they could have the dark mark. Through all of Theo's explanations, Harry stayed silent, concentrating on maintaining his spells, one of which also required an occlumency dilation. Mark answered the unspoken question in Harry's mind. I suspect, my master, that the jinx covering this space only blocks wizarding apparition and not that of creatures who can do so naturally. Amy snorted contemptuously. Well, that's just ridiculously overpowered. What did your family even do with creatures like that? What did you need them for? Theo grimaced. Alex said our grandfather used them for muggle hunting. Tiberius probably would have as well, but after the Dark Lord fell, he was afraid to go on hunts anymore, or at least not people hunts. If he were caught, it might undermine his imperious defense. In fact, I've always suspected the main reason he joined the Death Eaters in the first place was so he could get his kicks murdering muggles. Anyway, Barghists are smarter than most dogs and very well trained, but they go into blood frenzies at the scent of muggles or even squids. Charming, Neville muttered, but then his eyes widened in concern. Oh no. Dan. He's still out there with Hermione and Archie. And they're headed this way. What do we do? Harry asked, his expression grim. Simple. We kill these Barghists before Dan gets close enough for them to catch his scent. He signaled for the others to stop and closed his eyes in concentration. We're at the edge of the mist, about 30 feet from the forest. Stay close. Through the magical scope mounted on his crossbow, Tiberius not observed as the four children and their dog emerged from the magical fog and carefully crossed the gap between the campsite and the woods. The Death Eater grinned. He had an easy shot at the girl. Once she was locked away in his dungeon, the rest would become expendable. Well, not the no-name boy. Nott was sworn not to harm the filthy brat, physically, at least. Watching his friends be torn apart by the Barghists would be harm enough. He idly wondered if using a portkey on Amy Wilkes would cause Sirius Black to accompany her to the magic-suppressing dungeon cell awaiting her, since the injured animagus was currently supported by her spell. I imagine having her cousin to play with would please Narcissa mightily, Nott thought as he pulled the trigger. The bolt flew through the air, striking Amy Wilkes' center mass. But instead of hitting her, it passed right through. Instantly, the girl disappeared, not from the Death Eater's portkey arrow, but the bolt continued past the group to hit a tent's wreckage, which was immediately portkeyed to Nott's dungeons. The Death Eater gaped in confusion and cursed loudly as the others vanished as well. They were doppelgangers. With a snarl, he pulled out his whistle and blew a short message to his hounds. They would not be fooled so easily. Not far away, Harry and his friends moved slowly toward the woods, covered by Lucius Malfoy's mass disillusionment charm. However, the spell required those hidden by it too. To move slowly or the plan would fail. At the same time, Harry had been directing a doppelganger defense for himself and his friends. Maintaining both spells was mentally exhausting and required him to divide his focus. When he felt the Amy doppelganger fall, he released the rest of his magical duplicates and concentrated on keeping the mass disillusionment active. Harry had been annoyed when Lucius demanded 1,000 galleons and a secrecy oath before teaching him this specialized magic, but at that moment, it was worth every canute. Then, from a distance, he heard the whistle Tiberius not used to summon his hellhounds. He looked around but couldn't sense their pursuers yet. The woods were only 10 feet away. Close enough. On the count of 3, he said just loud enough for his friends to hear. Run for it. 1, 2, 3. Harry dashed toward the woods with the others close behind. Neville was the last in line, startled when a bulb narrowly missed him and struck a nearby tree. To his surprise, the bottom third of the tree vanished with a loud pop, causing the upper part to crash to the ground. Apparently, there was a weight limit to the portkey arrows, and an entire tree exceeded it. As the others pushed ahead, Neville noticed several small thorny bushes along the path. He turned and pointed his wand at one behind them. Herbivicus maximus. Instantly, the bushes began to grow at an incredible rate. Within seconds, they completely blocked the path behind them, their thorns reaching several inches long. Neville grinned and started firing off the spell at every marginally dangerous plant they passed as they ran through the woods. Soon, the path behind them was obstructed by a thorny barrier of unnaturally large plants. It might not stop wizards and beasts that could apparate, but it would still slow them down. They materialized. They needed to be careful. Neville's blood ran cold when he heard a terrible howl in the distance, followed by a distinctive popping sound. An instant later, a second pop echoed, and the howl was much closer. After a few minutes, Amy had to stop due to the strain of running while levitating Sirius. Harry called the group together for a few seconds to catch their breath. He cast a muffliato as they talked. "They're getting closer," Neville said. "How far can they apparate at a time?" Harry asked. "Not far, I think," Theo replied. "No more than 30 feet per jump, I reckon. It's for hunting rather than distance travel. They blink around to disorient their prey." Harry cast the supersensory charm. He closed his eyes and focused on his legitimacy, enhanced by the charms. There was another pop in the distance. Without opening his eyes, Harry pointed over Neville's shoulder. "One of them is that way, about 200 yards, he said. Then he pointed in a different direction. "The other one is that way, about 100 yards and closing." "Is there a charm to mask our scents?" Amy asked. "Not a useful one," Theo answered. "They hunt by the scent of our magic." He looked at Harry. "Maybe we should split up." At that moment, Sirius let out a loud bark, which Harry assumed meant disagreement, and tried to stand. But as soon as the Grim put weight on his injured leg, he yelped in pain and lay back down. "Can we get that arrowhead out of him at least?" Neville asked. "He'd bleed to death," Harry said, still with his eyes closed in thought. The Bargists were coming closer. Then Harry's eyes widened as he detected a third pop less than 50 feet away, quickly followed by the plink of a crossbow firing. "Get down!" Harry screamed, shoving Amy to the ground. Theo and Neville dove for cover as another bolt flew overhead, striking a nearby tree. The bottom of the tree vanished, the upper section came crashing down. Unfortunately, it was headed straight for Theo and Neville. Both boys scrambled for safety, but while Theo managed to roll out of the way in time, a heavy limb struck Neville's legs just below the knees with a brutal crunch. Neville screamed in pain. Furious, Harry turned towards the direction from which the crossbow bolt had come. He couldn't see not, but he had a general idea of where he had been standing. Bombarda Maxima! The forest shook with the explosion from about 50 feet away. Harry heard a bellow of pain and fear, followed by a pop as the cowardly Death Eater apparat away. With luck, Harry thought angrily, the bastard will have splinched himself. He and Theo rushed to Neville, who was still pinned beneath the tree, his face contorted in agony. "My legs! I think they're broken." Without hesitation, Harry and Theo cast Wingardium Leviosa on the fallen tree trunk. Although it was too heavy to move completely, they lifted it enough for Amy to pull Neville free. They immediately saw that he was right, both his shins and feet were nearly crushed from the impact. Despite the pain, Neville looked up at Harry with determination. "Get the rest of them out of here, Harry!" he gasped. "I won't be able to walk, let alone run. I'm not leaving you. Just go, Harry." Theo insisted. "I'll stay with Neville." Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Theo interrupted him. "You know Tiberius isn't after me or Neville. We'll be okay. Just get Amy and Sirius out of here." Harry grimaced in anger, but he knew Theo was right. He faced the harsh reality of having to prioritize his friends and loved ones. Sirius was injured, and Amy was the least combat-capable member of the group. More importantly, as Theo realized that Amy must be Not's primary target because the first portkey arrow had been intended for her. Until a few months ago, Not and Amy had been betrothed as part of a twisted scheme by the Death Eater to marry her and steal her inheritance. Harry had no idea what that inheritance was, but it was significant enough for Peter Pettigrew to stage a werewolf attack in Hogsmeade to kidnap her before Not could claim her. Neither of Harry's adopted brothers was a likely target for Nott, so hopefully they would be safe if separated from the others. All right. Keep your heads down, and once the bargaists are past, send a patronus to Regulus for help. He placed his hands on both boys' shoulders. Don't die. That's an order. Neville chuckled. Well, I'm a Gryffindor, so you're not the prince of me. But I'll do my best. Harry then led Amy and Sirius away, idly wondering if he should have hugged his two brothers before leaving. He still wasn't sure when to initiate such gestures. Come on, he said to Amy, who levitated the injured dog Animagus once more while Harry disillusioned the three of them. Quite some distance away, not materialized without splinching himself, but with shrapnel from an exploded tree trunk embedded in his leg. Worse still, the shrapnel had sliced his invisibility cloak. It still worked, but imperfectly now. With a snarl of pain, he sat down on a stump to heal himself before resuming the hunt. Despite his injuries, the Death Eater grinned. For once, his prey unexpectedly had teeth, which would make the hunt all the more enjoyable. At St. Mungo's Hospital, Arthur and Charlie Weasley materialized with a loud crack at the designated portkey arrival point. Instantly, the older wizard screamed for assistance, and several orderlies rushed over to Charlie, who was unconscious and in terrible condition. Pale, they levitated the injured boy onto a gurney and quickly wheeled him into the emergency room. Arthur started to follow, but an orderly shouted at him to wait in the lobby. Then, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Dad! It was Ron. He was racing down the hallway toward Arthur, accompanied by Ginny and, somewhat surprisingly, Draco. Ron skidded to a halt just a few feet away, his eyes widening. Dad? Are you okay? Confused, Arthur looked down. He had bloodstains all over his shirt and trousers. I'm fine, son. This isn't my blood. To the surprise of his two youngest children, Arthur Weasley's face crumpled, and with a sob, he pulled Ron and Ginny into a tight hug, weeping piteously. Draco held back, unwilling to intrude on such a tense family reunion. A moment later, there was a second crack, and a larger group of refugees appeared in the arrival area: Lucius Malfoy, the Weasley twins, and all the other children who had been with them at the campsite. Fred and George rushed to join their family. How is Charlie? George asked urgently. Arthur just shook his head, dazed. Charlie? Ginny exclaimed. What about Charlie? Dad? Ron asked in a frightened voice. It was George who answered. He took a curse from one of those Death Eaters, George said, his voice shaking. It didn't look good. Charlie's in the emergency ward now, Arthur said in a broken voice. They won't let us in. Though the door was shut, there was a large window nearby through which the Weasleys could only watch in dismay as the increasingly frantic healers tried to save Charlie's life. Even through the glass, Ron could hear the spells being cast. Several he even recognized, though he had never had the chance to cast them. While the St. Mungo's staff were experts who could heal most magical maladies, it seemed that the curse used was beyond their immediate skill. A high-powered Diffindo. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a dark curse that would resist magical healing. However, a strong severing charm could cut through steel cables, and at point-blank range, it could damage vital organs beyond the capacity of most healing magic to repair. By this point, Molly had arrived, and upon learning of Charlie's condition, she burst into tears. Arthur pulled her into a tight hug. Where's Bill? She finally asked. He went. Fred began, but George discreetly nudged him. We got separated, the older twin said quickly. I think he was helping some of the ministry people. But he was okay the last time I saw him. I'm sure he'll be fine. As the rest of his family talked quietly, Ron moved to the edge of the window, never taking his eyes off his injured brother and the healers desperately trying to save him. He had spent time working with Baskagupta and the other healers in Shambhala. While their magic was different in many ways, a lot of the procedures were the same. For instance, there was a bell hanging above Charlie's bed that was ringing loudly but slowly, and getting slower. Ron knew that the bell was enchanted to ring in time with the patient's heart, and its tempo was slowing because Charlie's heartbeat was doing the same. Then, just like that, the bell went silent. "No heartbeat," yelled one of the healers. "Start a cardio-stimulant charm. Now!" Arthur's hand slammed against the glass in frustration while a devastated Molly buried her face in her husband's chest. Their children were all equally distraught, except for their youngest boy, who simply watched the scene impassively. Then, Ron turned, strode swiftly towards the emergency room doors, and pushed his way in. "Hold it, kid," said an orderly as he reached for Ron's shoulder. "I'm sorry, but you're not allowed in, Gia." Without even looking at the orderly, Ron just grabbed the man's hand and dug his thumb into the center of the palm. Ron twisted his palm slightly, causing the orderly to stagger back in shock. The orderly grabbed his arm, which had gone completely numb from the shoulder down. Without hesitation, Ron strode right up to Charlie's bedside, pushing two healers aside. He placed his wand directly over Charlie's gaping chest wound. Then, Ron Weasley hissed. Pandemonium erupted as the healers working on Charlie jumped back in fear. Several people screamed upon hearing Parselton spoken aloud, and there was a loud crash as someone dropped a tray of potion vials to the floor. Suddenly, a new sound broke through the chaos. The silent bell over Charlie's bed began to ring furiously. Charlie's whole body spasmed, and with a loud gasp, his eyes shot wide open. As Ron continued hissing, Charlie screamed in pain. One of the healers stepped closer, watching in awe as damaged organs that should have taken weeks to heal began to knit themselves back together right before his eyes. Within seconds, Charlie Weasley's seemingly fatal wounds were healed. Charlie lapsed back into unconsciousness, but his breathing and heart rate were steady. Aside from some faint scarring and his shredded, blood-soaked clothing, there was little sign that he had ever been injured. Ron went silent, took a deep breath, and slowly looked around the room. Everyone was staring at him in shocked amazement, including his family members who had followed him into the emergency room. "Right," he finally said, his voice scratchy as if he had a bad sore throat. "I reckon you all have questions." Just then, the Parselmouther's eyes fluttered and rolled back into his head before his legs gave way. Ron fell to the floor in a dead faint. The forest. After Harry and the others left, Theo did his best to make Neville comfortable and heal his injuries, but from what he recalled of Professor Lockhart's methods, the damage to the Gryffindor's legs was beyond any healing charms Theo knew. Assuming, of course, we live long enough to get to a healer, he thought ruefully. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a large creature crashing through the brush in their direction. To Theo's surprise, he could almost see it. He couldn't see the Barghest itself, but he could see a strange nimbus outlining its shape. Theo swallowed deeply. As the creature slowly approached, Neville only heard the sound of a low panting growl but couldn't identify its source. To Theo, it appeared to be big, resembling a huge mastiff but the size of a tiger. His wand felt loose in his hand. If Harry were here, Theo was sure he could use parcel magic to defeat the beast, but that wasn't an option for him or Neville. Suddenly, the Barghest turned to look in their direction and charged. Desperately, both boys fired off the strongest curses they knew, but the creature was unaffected. When it was within 10 feet, a terrified Theo finally cried out, "Enno!" To his surprise, the Barghest slid to a stop. He could see its hazy outline as the beast stood still, sniffing the air. Theo narrowed his eyes. The Barghest cocked its head in confusion before taking a tentative step toward Neville. Theo stepped in front of him and pointed not his wand but his finger straight at the creature. "I said Enno," he snapped with authority. "Bad dog." In response, the terrifying hellhound bowed its head submissively and took a step back while giving a piteous whine. Neville looked at Theo in astonishment as the Slytherin tried to figure out what to do next. The Barghests were well trained, but he doubted commands like heal or play dead were part of its repertoire. The question was answered for him when another whistle sounded nearby. In the distance, the Barghest charged forward, leaping over the two boys and the fallen tree they were leaning against, racing off after their friends. Did you just?" Neville stammered. Theo nodded, still in shock. "I know. I can't believe that worked. They hunt by the scent of magic, and they're trained to obey the magic of House Not. I guess even after everything with the discernment and the ultimate sanction, I'm still just enough of a not to order them. Or confuse them, at least. Neville laughed, but then his expression turned serious. You need to follow it. I reckon it's going after Harry, and you might be able to help him and the others. More than you could help me, anyway, unless you think you can carry me on your shoulders. But I'll be fine. Neville insisted earnestly. I'll send a Patronus to Regulus to let him know where I am. He knows all those aura-level healing charms. Now go. Theo paused for a moment to clap Neville on the shoulder before running off after the barghest. Once alone, Neville summoned his Patronus and gave it a message to deliver to their friends. With his message sent, he leaned back against the tree trunk, only to tense a few moments later at the sound of another howl approaching. He gripped his wand tightly, uncertain which was worse, facing a barghest in his current state or letting one pass by to chase after his friends without him having a chance to slow it down. Determined, Neville glanced around in the dim light of his lumos. About 20 feet away, he spotted a large blackthorn bush. He cast a spell he had learned in herbology, levitating the bush, roots and all, over to him before replanting it in the ground right in front of him. Then, he cast the plant growth charm several times, along with a few additional charms that shaped the growing plant into a protective hedge while increasing the sharpness and durability of its thorns. Thus fortified, Neville prepared for what was to come. Neville pressed his back against the fallen tree trunk, searching for any other options. After a few seconds, an idea struck him. Idiot, he thought. I should have thought of this ages ago. With renewed determination, he summoned his Patronus again and sent another message. Then, he leaned back against the tree trunk to rest and wait for someone to arrive. He felt a pang of disappointment when the first arrival was the other barghest, which appeared in a clearing on the opposite side of his makeshift hedge. It growled hungrily before charging at the bush. Knowing his strongest spells wouldn't harm the beast, Neville focused on spells to enhance the bush's durability and size, hoping to push the barghest back. However, the invisible creature was powerful and tough. It tore at the thorny branches faster than Neville could repair the damage. Desperate, Neville recalled everything he knew about magical horticulture, which was considerable for his age. The House of Longbottom was renowned for its expertise in cultivating both magical and mundane plants. It's in your blood, Neville, Uncle Algy had once told him in his childhood, before the truth about Algy came to light. It's your birthright. As the bush began to break under the relentless assault, Neville reached up with his free hand to steady a branch, ignoring the pain as the thorns dug into his skin. Suddenly, he felt a connection with the plant as if he could sense its entire being. He felt its need for water, sunlight, and earth to thrive. He sensed its pain as the barghest attacked, and strangely, he felt its desire to protect. With that realization, he remembered a memory that Algy had taken from him in his youth, the memory of being locked in a room filled with venomous tentacular, devil's snare, and other dangerous plants, all of which were more interested in playing with him than causing harm. Tearing him apart. Neville dropped his wand and grabbed a branch with his other hand, wincing as the thorns dug into his skin. He snarled, "Get them!" Instantly, the bush surged forward. Its branches shot out, wrapping around the barghest's legs, neck, and head, seeking vulnerable spots. Sharp thorns lashed at the beast's eyes and mouth. The barghest growled in anger and pain, then fear. Finally, after several seconds, there was a loud pop as the creature apparat away, yelping as it retreated some 20 feet into the distance. Neville sighed and carefully pulled his hands off the bloody thorns, resting them at his side. Good boy. At Street. Mungo's, after a few moments of panic, the chief healer in the emergency room directed that the unconscious Ron Weasley be moved to a private room for examination and observation. He gathered all the healers, Medi-Witches, Medi-Wizards, and orderlies in the emergency ward and declared that Ron's use of Parselton would be treated as a matter of patient confidentiality, covered by their magical oaths. He then informed the Weasleys that once his examination was complete, they could remain with Ron for as long as they wished. As an orderly pushed Ron's gurney down the hallway, a shocked Astoria turned to Daphne. "Ron Weasley is a Parselmouth? How is that possible?" "Personally," Lucius Malfoy spoke from behind them, "I would not consider it appropriate to speculate on such sensitive matters, especially when it involves an intimate secret of a family whose members just helped to save your lives." He glared at the Greengrass sisters. "No one appreciates idle gossip or those who spread it. Wouldn't you agree, young ladies?" Both sisters nodded meekly. Then, Astoria looked past. Malfoy noticed who was approaching. "Mother!" Both sisters rushed past Lucius and into the embrace of Winnie Greengrass. Another woman accompanied Winnie, dressed in noticeably Muggle clothing. Tracy Davis darted past Lucius and into the woman's waiting arms. They hugged and chatted for a few minutes. Then, to Lucius's surprise, Tracy took the woman by the hand and led her over. "Mr. Malfoy, this is my mother, Sandra Davis. Mum, this is Lord Lucius Malfoy. He saved my life tonight." Mrs. Davis appeared dazed by the revelation. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. I mean, Lord Malfoy, I suppose. Thank you so much." The Muggle woman wiped away a tear. I don't know how I can repay you." Lucius offered a respectful bow. "Mr. Malfoy is fine, Mrs. Davis. My Wizengamot title means nothing in the Muggle world. You owe me nothing. I did what any self-respecting wizard would do when seeing a child in danger." They chatted for a few moments longer before Winnie approached and announced they would be apparating back to Greengrass Manor shortly. She also thanked Lucius for looking after her daughters, and he accepted her gratitude with his usual grace. As Winnie led the Greengrasses and the Davises away, Sandra Davis lingered at the back. The Muggle turned and looked back at him. "Thank you," she mouthed silently. He nodded curtly but said nothing more. The forest. Deeper in the woods, Harry, Amy, and the injured Sirius moved as quickly as they could. Harry caught a glimpse of the shimmer of the barrier up ahead. He considered casting another Fumos Maxima, but Amy wouldn't be able to see at all in the woods shrouded in mist. So they pressed on, with Harry straining to hear any signs of apparition with his heightened senses. Enough, he barely had time to cry out a warning after hearing a pop, followed immediately by the sound of the crossbow firing. To Harry's surprise, the bolt went wide, missing the group by more than 10 feet and striking a tree. But surprise turned to horror when the tree did not vanish as before. Instead, it exploded. The force of the blast knocked the two children and their injured dog to the ground. Instantly, Harry jumped back up and fired several fireballs in Not's direction. None of them hit the Death Eater, but they did start several fires in the area that provided enough light for Harry to see. To his surprise, he could actually spot the man, who was only half invisible, as parts of his body were visible through tears in the cloak. Before Harry could take aim, Not apparat again. Harry closed his eyes and dilated while simultaneously opening his legitimacy senses to their highest level. The pop of apparition behind him sounded almost comically slow, but Harry knew its exact location. He whirled around just as Not opened fire. At this level of dilation, he could easily see the bolt coming. Harry planted one leg behind him and leaned back as far as he could. The bolt flew past him, missing by inches. Simultaneously, Harry aimed his wand and fired off an Expelliarmus before the shocked Death Eater could react. The spell struck home, sending both the crossbow and Not flying. From her vantage point near Sirius, Amy pointed her own wand in that direction and shouted, "Accio crossbow!" In response, Not's enchanted weapon flew toward her while he scrambled to duck and avoid the curses Harry sent his way. But before Harry could press his advantage, his legitimacy warned him of an attack from another direction. One of the Bargists had materialized in the clearing and was charging at him. Desperately, Harry threw himself to the side, but one of the beast's claws clipped his leg, causing him to go down painfully. Forcing himself up, he struggled to regain his footing. On one knee, Harry closed his eyes and concentrated, even as the Bargist prepared to attack from a different direction. Focusing solely on the sounds made by the monstrous hound, He waited until the last moment before twisting around and pointing his wand straight at the Barghest, which was almost close enough to bite. Sectum Sempra, he hissed. The force of the spell knocked Harry onto his back, while waves of deadly magical energy tore the Barghest apart, splattering its remains across the clearing. Skull! Tiberius screamed. You filthy little bastard! In a fit of rage, he unleashed several curses at Harry, but Harry cast a Protego just in time. Then, Amy attempted to hit the Death Eater with a stunner, but he ducked out of the way and returned fire. Incarcerus! Tiberius shouted as thick ropes materialized, wrapping around Amy tightly. A second spell bound Sirius, who had been struggling to his feet to charge at Nott. Harry tried to curse the Death Eater, but Nott was behind cover. To Harry's horror, Nott flicked his wand, causing the bound Amy to rise into the air until she was about 30 feet off the ground. Throw down your wand, boy! Nott bellowed. Or we'll see how high I can make the little bitch bounce. You won't do it. Harry called out from behind his Protego. You obviously need her alive for something. Alive but not necessarily unharmed, Black. I assure you that we have no need for either her arms or her legs. Now toss away your wand. Don't do it, Harry! Amy yelled, trying to keep the fear out of her voice. Below her, Padfoot struggled and whined ineffectively against his bindings. With a sullen glare in Nott's direction, Harry tossed his wand to the ground. A second later, he too was bound with an Incarcerus. As Amy was slowly lowered. Back on the ground, Nott finally stepped into view, bloodied but victorious. He limped over to Harry, casually summoning the boy's wand and stuffing it into his pocket. The beast you slew was named Skull. She was a gift from Grindel to my grandfather. She was irreplaceable. Harry sneered up at him. I'm so sorry for your loss, he said sarcastically. Nott snorted and pointed his wand at Harry. Crucio! Harry Black writhed on the ground in agony. Behind them, Padfoot barked furiously while Amy screamed at Nott to stop. After 3 seconds of Cruciator's torture, the Death Eater released the spell. He looked down at Harry, expecting him to be weeping and begging for mercy. To his surprise, Harry Black looked up at him, clear-eyed and filled with contempt. I've had worse, he growled in a rasping voice. Surprised by that response, Nott took a step back. Just as he was about to cast the Cruciator's curse again, a flash of movement from behind a nearby tree caught his attention. He barely managed to raise a shield in time to block a Lacero curse aimed at his neck. With a flick of Nott's wand, Harry's bound form was lifted into the air, using him as a human shield. Too slow, whoever you are. Nott snarled. Now throw out your wand and show yourself. Before I see how the rest of Black's friends react to the Cruciators. From behind the tree, Theo closed his eyes in frustration at not being quick enough. He took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart and reinforce his occlumency. While he was nowhere near as skilled as Harry, he knew he needed to remain calm and in control for what was to come. All right then, Lord Nott, he thought to himself. We'll do this the hard way. A second later, Theo's wand sailed out from behind the tree, landing at the Death Eater's feet. Theo stepped forward, his hands raised a few feet from his body to show he was unarmed. Despite the situation, he appeared calm and defiant. Ah! The no-name brat. Tiberius explained with a laugh. I was hoping it was you. Although I'm disappointed you surrendered so easily. You're a pitiful excuse for a wizard, but I would have expected you to try something before just giving up your wand. Theo shrugged dismissively. I don't need a wand to beat the likes of you. Tiberius snorted as he dropped Harry to the ground in a heap. No? Oh, of course. I've heard tales that you've been a student of some silly foreign martial art. Is that how you're going to fight me? Theo shook his head. It's called Wushido. And no, I don't need that to beat you either. At this point, he had maneuvered to about 15 feet away from his former father, with the others behind Tiberius, all bound and lying on the ground. All I need, Theo continued, is the truth. Tiberius laughed. Truth? What truth? What craziness is this, boy? Theo called out to Harry but never took his gaze off his father. Tell him, Harry. Tell him the truth about Tom Marvolo Riddle. Theo? Harry stammered in surprise. Tell him. Harry swallowed and recited the secret he had learned from the diary Horcrux. Tom Marvolo Riddle is the dark wizard known as Lord Voldemort. Tiberius's head whipped down towards Harry in surprise, and then he looked back and forth between Harry and Theo with an expression of almost comical confusion. Nonsense. That's the truth, Theo finished. The absolute truth. That information was concealed inside a Fidelius. I spent a lot of time studying that charm over the last year or so. The secret at the heart of a Fidelius must be completely true. If any important part of it is false or becomes false later, the spell fails. But the reverse is also true. Once you learn the secret from the secret keeper, you can't deny the truth, no matter how much you want to, Theo said. Lord Voldemort is actually a wizard named Tom Marvolo Riddle. He smiled at the growing horror on Tiberius's face. And you know that name too, I see. Your father must have mentioned him, considering how much they hated each other in school. Tom Marvolo Riddle came to Hogwarts as a poor Muggleborn from a Muggle orphanage. It wasn't until after his 5th year that he learned he was actually a half-blood, the son of a squib from the destitute house Gaunt and a Muggle. No. Not stammered. That's impossible. Your father knew the truth even then, Theo continued relentlessly. Cantankerous Not Jr. openly mocked Riddle for claiming the Gaunt Lord's ring despite his Muggle parentage. And that's why Riddle had your father killed. Lies. Not bellowed, gripping his wand so tightly his knuckles turned white. It was Mudblood Filth who murdered my father. On Tom Riddle's orders. Theo interrupted. Your father was a genealogy expert who knew Tom Riddle personally. He was the most likely to uncover the truth behind Voldemort's fake identity, despite the Fidelius. So Riddle had him killed, allowing you to become the new Lord not just in time to swear loyalty to your father's murderer and deliver your family's wealth to his cause. Shut up. Shut up. None of this matters. Theo sneered. No, of course it doesn't matter. Because you don't really care about all that pureblood nonsense anyway. You follow Voldemort because you're a twisted sadist who thinks he will create a future where you can kill Muggles for fun. And that's why, if the half-blood Dark Lord Tom Riddle returns, you will be the first to drop to your knees and kiss his feet. Shut up. Tiberius not shouted. Although, Theo continued almost sweetly, I suspect you might have to shove your wife, the half-Vila Narcissa Blackknot, out of the way first. I imagine she'll be on her knees before that half-blood pretender for a different reason. With that, Theo practically leered at his ex-father. Not stared at the boy in confusion for several seconds before he realized what Theo was insinuating about his beloved wife. His face turned purple with pure, unfiltered rage as he raised his wand. Crucio! Not screamed. In the distance, fires and screams from the campsite could still be heard, but the clearing was silent except for the deep, gasping breaths of Tiberius Not. Theo raised an eyebrow at the man, who could only look back and forth stupidly between the wand in his hand and the sun he'd cast aside. I realize, of course, that I'm not as knowledgeable about wizarding law as your solicitor, Mr. Rennick, Theo said. But I do believe there was an attempt to harm me with magic. Something you swore 2 unbreakable vows never to do. Not's confused expression changed to one of abject horror. He began desperately flicking his wand, trying to provoke a response from it. Lumos. El Lumos. Lumos. Then, in a moment of hysterical madness, he pointed the wand at Theo again. Avada Kedavra. The whole time, Theo just laughed at the Death Eater's distress. I guess it's a good thing after all that Voldemort is actually a half-blood pretender. Maybe that means he'll be open-minded about having a squib in his inner circle. That comment finally drove Tiberius Not around the bend. I'll kill you, he screamed. He threw the useless wand aside and pulled out a hunting knife before charging towards Theo. Theo sniffed disdainfully, shifting his right leg back behind his left and centering his weight between them. Simultaneously, Theo raised both fists to his chin, pausing briefly to flick his nose twice with his right thumb. When Tiberius not moved in to stab him with the knife, Theo dropped to one knee. As the knife sliced through the air above him, Theo punched Tiberius hard in the crotch. The knife flew from Not's hand, and he let out a high-pitched squeal before collapsing to the ground in a fetal position, tears streaming down his face. Theo stood and calmly looked down at the man who had murdered his mother and made his life a nightmare. Millicent Bulstrode was right, he said evenly. Sometimes, Muggle ways are the best. He bent down to retrieve Harry's wand from Not's pocket. Leaning in close, his aloof, sarcastic mask slipped away, revealing a savage pleasure at his victory. "By the way, Father," he whispered, "it turns out that I can control your barghists." Despite his pain, Not's eyes widened in shock. "Yes, Father. Despite the disownment, the ultimate sanction, and both our hopes and dreams, magic still considers me your son, a fact that makes me want to vomit. Luckily, you've lost your magic, which means that soon, Alex and I will both be orphans. Now, I don't know how much time you have left, but it really doesn't matter. The truth is, you were already dead the moment my mother hit the bottom of the stairs. You just didn't know it yet." Without another word, Theo rose and walked around Tiberius not to retrieve his own wand where it had landed. Seconds later, all his friends were freed from their bindings. For good measure, Theo placed the still moaning Not under an incarcerous charm, while Amy recovered the crossbow and handed it to him. "To the victor go the spoils, and all that," she said with a smirk. What should we do with him?" Harry asked, pointing at the bound Not. "He can't share Riddle's secret, but he can probably reveal that we know it. And he might tell them that I'm a parcel mouth." Before Theo could respond, another pop echoed from the far side of the clearing. He turned to see the faint outline of the other barghist. "We should go now," he said quietly. "Don't worry about Tiberius. He won't be a problem anymore." With that, Theo led the group into the forest toward the barrier. Meanwhile, Not looked around wildly at the sound of Hattie's growling. "Hattie," the man gasped, despite his pain. "After them. Kill them all." The only response was a deep, hungry growl that slowly advanced toward the bound Death Eater. "Hattie! Obey me. Get after them. I command it." Not shouted, but the only response was a vicious snarl just a few yards away. It was then that Tiberius Not remembered. The barghists were trained to recognize and obey the magic of House Not. But now, Tiberius no longer had any such magic. For 3 generations, he and his ancestors had trained the barghists to kill on sight any muggles or squids they encountered. Theo and the others had just reached the barrier when Not's terrible screams were abruptly cut off. Back at the campsite, Mr. January raised his wand, made of walnut and dragon heartstring, to fire a spell toward a nearby tent. Then, he pointed it up toward the heavens and whispered a single word, Morsmordra. In his other hand, he held a second wand, made of ash and phoenix feather, which had already been used once to cast that same dark spell. The wreckage of Barty Crouch's tent lay nearby. "Weasley! Weasley!" "Percy!" cried a familiar voice, causing the young man's eyes to flutter open. Percy shook his head and tried to sit up, only to find himself pinned beneath a pile. Office furniture jolted Percy awake. He had dozed off for a quick catnap at his desk. Suddenly, the entire expanded tent shrank down to its normal size. "Help!" he cried out. "I'm over here." "Hang on," said the other man, whom Percy now recognized as Director Crouch. The man staggered into view, his clothes disheveled. With a wave of his wand, the furniture flew off Percy. "Are you all right, lad?" Crouch asked. Percy pulled himself up from the floor. "I think so, sir," he coughed. "Bruised but nothing serious." "What happened?" No idea, except that some curse struck the tent and caused the spatial expansion charms to fail. We're lucky we weren't crushed. Crouch paused. Winky. Winky. Where are you? Winky. Perhaps she went to get help, Percy suggested. Perhaps. Let's get the hell out of here and find out what in blazes is going on. Percy followed his boss out of the ruined tent, only to freeze in horror at the sight hanging in the sky. In the Australian sector nearby, Delphine White began to wish she had kept her wand and simply rendered the British auras unconscious, diplomatic consequences be damned. It didn't help her mood to realize that the ministry official interrogating her quite rudely for her actions was someone she knew was a Death Eater. Look, Mr. Yucky, or whatever your name is. Yaxley, the angry man interrupted. Whatever, Delphine snapped. If you don't believe us, wake up McCavity. He can confirm what we said. Or at the very least, find out who these masked men are who were attempting to kidnap the man. Or are you admitting that they really are British auras sent to do something nefarious to one of our officials? Yaxley's angry retort was cut off when a blast of green light shot from a position not far away. The light flew up into the sky, reaching the heart of the magical lattice and destroying it. The barrier did not bring cheers of relief, instead, it sparked even more terror. A glowing green symbol illuminated the night sky, the same one that had shone over the Devil's Tour, though no outsiders had witnessed that event. Here, however, thousands looked up in fearful fascination at the dark mark, the calling card of Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Seemingly in response to the appearance of the mark, loud pops echoed around the campsite as the attacking forces, whether they appeared to be Australian hooligans or Death Eaters, alive, dead, or somewhere in between, vanished simultaneously. Among them were the 3 unconscious auras who had been manhandling Alexander McCavity. The ministry personnel accompanying Yaxley looked around in panic at the sight of the dark mark. Delphine suppressed a shudder at the terrible sight, as it now held a different meaning for her after her true personality was restored. Only Yaxley gazed at the glowing green skull without fear or surprise, a fact Delphine noted quietly. Yaxley turned to Delphine and Bill, searching for a way to blame them for the dark mark, even though they were wandless. Before he could speak, a small bonfire erupted out of nowhere, quickly vanishing to reveal the surprising and welcome presence of Albus Dumbledore, standing tall and proud with Fawkes on his shoulder. The old wizard took a moment to assess the situation before raising his wand aloft. Mergit Flammarum Maxima. A wave of magical energy swept across the campsite, extinguishing all the fires set by the attackers. Dumbledore. Yaxley snapped. What are you doing here? Not as much as I could have had I arrived earlier, I fear, the headmaster replied ruefully. I received a patronus message from young Neville Longbottom, alerting me that the Quidditch World Cup was under attack by Death Eaters. I came as soon as I could. Dumbledore looked up at the dark mark hanging in the sky, and his expression darkened. Over the next several minutes, the old wizard completed a series of complex gestures meant to dispel the ghastly image. Now, what has been happening here? He asked over his shoulder while he worked to undo the dark mark. And why in Merlin's name are you all standing around the unconscious body of an important foreign dignitary without rendering him any aid? Well, don't blame me, Delphine said petulantly. Director Yak's breath threatened to hex us both if we didn't drop our wands. Ignoring Yaxley's furious sputtering, Delphine bent down to retrieve her wand and promptly cast a Renovate on McCavity. Bill helped the groggy man to his feet. There were no Death Eaters, Dumbledore. Yaxley spat. Everything we have seen so far indicates that it was a bunch of Australian hooligans cheaply disguised as Death Eaters. Probably as part of some scheme cooked up by the Dark Lord McCavity here. At that, the normally unflappable McCavity finally lost his temper. How dare you, Yaxley? How dare you try to blame me for this chaos when it was British auras who attacked my tent, injured or killed several of my staff, and dragged me away with threats to execute me? Had it not been for these 2 young people, I'd be dead by now. Enough, Dumbledore said authoritatively. Alexander, I find it difficult to believe that the British ministry would be involved in a scheme to assassinate you. Certainly not under these bizarre circumstances. Likewise, Director Yaxley, I find it equally difficult to believe that Australian Quidditch hooligans would be able to convincingly recreate the Dark Mark, a spell with which I am quite familiar. Obviously, more is going on here than is apparent. Might I? Shall we focus on tending to the injured while also investigating the origin of the Dark Mark we just witnessed? I'm pretty sure it came from over that way, Headmaster, Bill said helpfully. Well spotted, William, the old wizard replied. With a final flourish of Dumbledore's wand, the Dark Mark faded away. He turned to face the others. Lead on. Director Yaxley, might I suggest you contact St. Mungo's and arrange transport for the injured now that the anti-apparition and anti-portkey jinxes have been undone? You're not my boss, Dumbledore, Yaxley said angrily. Of course not, dear boy, Dumbledore replied, completely ignoring Yaxley's attitude. That is why I phrased it as a reasonable suggestion that any sensible man would follow instead of as a direct order. Yaxley glared at the Chief Warlock for a few seconds before he turned and began barking out orders to the DMLE personnel who accompanied him. Meanwhile, a contingent of Australian Aurors led by Buck Macmillan arrived. After conferring with McCavity, they offered their services as battlefield medics. Buck insisted on staying close to McCavity, who Yaxley still seemed eager to arrest on whatever charges seemed most plausible. At St. Mungo's, Ron's eyes fluttered open. He raised his head to look around. He was lying in a bed in a private hospital room with most of his family present. Molly and Arthur stood to his left, looking pensive but still overjoyed to see him awake. Behind them, he could see Charlie, who was sleeping peacefully in another bed. Ginny and the twins were at the foot of the bed. Only Bill and Percy were absent. To Ron's right stood three healers who introduced themselves as Healers Crenshaw, Chan, and Dagworth Granger. Healer Crenshaw was the first to speak. "How are you feeling, Mr. Weasley?" "Fine," Ron said nervously. "And please, call me Ron." "I'm glad to hear that, Ron. I'm the chief of pediatric medicine here at St. Mungo's. Healer Chang is the chief of the emergency ward, while Healer Dagworth Granger works in the spell damage ward. We'd like to ask you a few questions about what you did for your brother," Healer Chang said. "Is Charlie going to be okay?" Ron asked suddenly. "Your brother is fine, Ron," Healer Chang replied. "Remarkably so, considering the severity of his injuries. That you could heal him so quickly, and through the use of what seems to be Parseltongue, is astonishing. How did you acquire that gift at such a young age?" "You don't have to answer that," Ginny said from the foot of the bed. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise. She then turned to Healer Crenshaw. "That's right, isn't it? He's a minor, and his parents are here, so he can't be interrogated without permission, correct?" Crenshaw looked taken aback but then smiled. "That's correct, young lady. But I promise you, this is not an interrogation. Before we go any further, I want to assure you all that all the hospital personnel who witnessed Ron's amazing feat have sworn a healer's oath not to reveal it. Nor will we disclose anything Ron tells us without his consent or that of your parents. To be honest, Ron," Dagworth Granger said, "I'm a bit jealous. I undertook a study of Parseltongue many years ago in hopes of learning to use it in healing magic, but I didn't last a month." Ron winced, feeling as though his method of learning the skill was cheating. "If it's all the same, I'd rather not talk about how I learned it right now. Not until after I've talked with my mum and dad." "That's perfectly understandable," Crenshaw said. "Would you feel more comfortable just telling us what spells you used?" Ron looked bashfully up at his parents, who were supportive but seemed unsure of what to say. To his surprise, he glanced at Ginny, who gave a slight shrug as if to say, "That's probably okay." I used a couple of episkis, but they weren't effective, so I switched to Vulnera Sanita. About 3 of those were enough to heal his insides, I guess. I tried to do a Brachiomemento, but I couldn't figure out how to say it because it doesn't have any SS. Oh, and I started with a Samsara just to get his heart going while I did the other spells." The healers exchanged amazed glances. Before they could ask more questions, a Medowitch entered with a chart for Healer Chant that made him pale. Meanwhile, Crenshaw continued his questioning. How do you feel now, Ron? Do you know what caused you to pass out? I feel fine. I just needed a nap, I guess. It's the samsara that always does me in. Always? Dagworth Granger asked, astonished. That's an incredibly difficult spell. And dangerous too. How many times have you used it while incorporating Parseltongue? Ron blushed. I used it a few times helping Hila Gupta during the summer in Shambhala, but he told me never to use it with Parseltongue. But tonight was the third time I did it that way. At least this time, I managed to catch myself before I overdid it. Ronald, exclaimed Molly. It was an emergency, Mum. Ron interrupted. Charlie was dying. I couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Sure. It's all right, Ronnie, Arthur said, placing his hand on the boy's shoulder. Okay, Ron, Chang asked. Are you saying that using samsara is the only reason you passed out? That you can cast Vulnera Sanita with Parseltongue safely? He shrugged. I think so. Why do you ask, Healer Chang? Arthur inquired. The three healers looked at each other with concern. Because the first wave of casualties from the attack on the Quidditch World Cup are about to arrive shortly, he replied gravely. It's bad, Mr. Weasley. Weasley. Very bad. And we were hoping we could persuade your son to work a few more miracles for us. Back at the campsite, unaware of the drama surrounding his youngest brother, Bill Weasley led Dumbledore and the Aurors toward what he believed was the source of the dark mark. It had come from somewhere in the British sector. Along the way, they picked up other ministry personnel, Barty Crouch, Percy Weasley, Ludo Bagman, and Amos Diggory, along with Diggory's son, who appeared quite shaken despite having no visible injuries. Amos seemed surprised to see Percy and Bill. I say, you're two of Arthur's boys, aren't you? Why aren't you at St. Mungo's? The two exchanged confused glances. My injuries aren't severe, Mr. Diggory, Percy replied. And I'm happy to stay here and assist Mr. Crouch. Oh, dear. You haven't heard. Amos exclaimed, his expression turning ashen. Cedric, beside him, suddenly looked ill. Heard what? Bill asked, narrowing his eyes. It's your brother Charlie, Cedric said, glancing at Amos, who stared at him intensely. He took a curse from whoever attacked us. The boy swallowed painfully. I'm sorry, Bill, but it didn't look good. Bill and Percy both went pale at the news. Barty placed his hand on Percy's shoulder. I think you two should go to Street Mungo's and be with your family. Albus, would you be so kind as to create a portkey? I don't think even Albus Dumbledore has the authority to create portkeys at will, Crouch, Yaxley snapped. Well then, Barty replied sharply, it's a good thing I have the legal authority to authorize emergency portkeys as needed. Moments later, the two Weasley sons departed, and the others continued toward the origin point of the dark mark, which, to everyone's surprise, was quite near the wreckage of the area. Barty Crouch's tent was filled with tension. The older wizard frowned in concern. I suspect the same person who attacked Weasley and me is also the one who cast the dark mark. Over here, called Yaxley. I found someone. Well, something. The director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement emerged from the shadows, cradling a small form in his arms. It's a house elf. Crouch gasped in distress. Winky. What's happened to her? She seems to have been stunned, Director Crouch, Yaxley replied as he gently laid Winky down. He noticed her usual attire, a smock with the crest of House Crouch over a simple dress. A large pocket on the smock had something sticking out. Yaxley reached in and pulled out the object, holding it up for the others to see. It was a wand. Hey! That's mine, cried Jim Potter, who was running up to the scene with his parents. Yaxley frowned at James Potter's presence but remained silent. Instead, he turned to the boy who lived. Are you sure this is your wand, Jim? Jim grimaced slightly at the thought of a marked Death Eater addressing him by his first name. Yes, absolutely. However, when he reached for it, he actually hesitated. Not just yet, Jim. This wand was found at a crime scene, after all. Then, to the surprise of the Potters, he actually turned to Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, normally I would have an aura handle this, but given the sensitivity of the parties involved, would you consent to performing the Priory Incantato? Dumbledore raised a suspicious eyebrow but accepted the wand and cast the charm to reveal the spells it had been used to cast. Immediately, a much smaller version of the dark mark appeared above it, and the word Morsmordre seemed to whisper from the ash wand. So the wand of the boy who lived was used to summon the dark mark. Diggory gasped. Barty Crouch nodded grimly. I'll wager that's why someone cursed my tent to collapse, almost crushing Percy Weasley and me. Only then was young Potter's wand used to summon the dark mark. Presumably, the attacker feared I might recognize the incantation Morsmordre and come out to catch him or her in the act. Crouch angrily slashed his wand toward the tiny skull floating above Jim's wand, and it dissipated instantly. Dumbledore addressed Yaxley. I can confirm that other than that one spell, this wand has not been used to perform magic within at least the last several days. That is as far back as even my Priory Incantato can reveal. Do you think the wand has any other evidentiary value, Corban? Or can we return it at last to its true owner? By all means, Dumbledore, Yaxley said dismissively. But now, perhaps we should hear from Crouch Self and find out how it came into her possession. If you would please, Diggory? Beasts and whatnot are your forte. Dumbledore handed the wand off to a grateful and relieved Jim Potter while Amos Diggory stepped forward with his wand raised. While casting the spell to awaken the house elf, he glanced over at Crouch, who looked concerned. Bad business this, Barty. An elf with a wand. That's clause 3 of the Code of Wand Use broken, for a start. No non-human creature is permitted to carry or use a wand. Is this really the time, Diggory? Crouch said with a glare. The law is the law, Crouch, Amos said imperiously before turning back to Winky. Renovate. Winky slowly came to her senses and looked around in confusion. When she made eye contact with Barty Crouch, her eyes began to water. Elf, Mr. Diggory said sternly. Do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Please tremble as Diggory continued. The dark mark was conjured from this location a short while ago. And you were discovered moments later, right beneath it. An explanation, if you please. I is not doing it, sir. Winky gasped. I is not knowing how, sir. Honestly, Amos, Dumbledore said rather curtly, the idea that a house elf could have cast the dark mark is preposterous. It is obvious that she merely found the wand where the one responsible dropped it. And by the one responsible, we're obviously talking about Australian insurgents. Yaxley declared. We've established that it was Australians who stole the wand of the boy who lived in the first place, after all. You have established no such thing. McCavity snapped. I have already told you that the Australian sector was thoroughly searched. There were no signs of Mr. Potter's missing wand nor any signs of persons wearing fake Death Eater costumes. And honestly, man. Insurgents. That's paranoid nonsense. Be that as it may, McCavity, I believe there is enough evidence to take you into custody immediately. Hit wizards, arrest that man. The 3 startled hit wizards who had accompanied Yaxley to this location looked at one another in surprise before pointing their wands at McCavity. In response, Buck, Delphine, and the Australian auras who had come along drew their own wands. Violence seemed imminent when Dumbledore called out. Enough. All of you. Director Yaxley, be reasonable. Aside from the fact that you have only the barest circumstantial evidence, I remind you that Director McCavity is here not just as an Australian but as an ICW official. He has diplomatic immunity, which does not extend to crimes of this magnitude, Dumbledore. At a minimum, McCavity is a material witness on the matter of exactly what led to this attack. And I am willing to give a statement, McCavity said hotly. But not under duress. And I will not submit myself. to detainment by the British Ministry after 3 wizards dressed as British auras attacked my staff and attempted to kidnap me. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Yaxley replied. You will not be leaving British soil until this situation is resolved to my satisfaction. McCavity stared at Yaxley with disdain. Then, to everyone's surprise, he smiled. Well then, my good man. How about a compromise? I love compromises. They make me feel like I learned something in Sunday school. While the purebloods present tried to figure out what Sunday school meant, McCavity turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, I regret I couldn't find the time to accept your invitation to visit you at Hogwarts. Is the office still open? Dumbledore looked at him in surprise. Of course, Alexander. You are always welcome at Hogwarts. Well then, McCavity said cheerfully. That settles it. Supreme Mugwump, as Junior Mugwump of the Sovereign State of the Magical Commonwealth of Australia, I hereby remand myself to your custody and claim asylum at Hogwarts until the British government pulls its collective head from its arse. You can put me up in one of the towers you're not using. Like Richard III and the 2 princes. Albus? Crouch began warningly. Barty, Albus said with a sigh. You know the international law that applies here. Hogwarts technically exists outside the government of Wizarding Britain and functions as a semi-autonomous region. As Supreme Mugwump and Headmaster, I am bound by the ICW bylaws and the Hogwarts Charter to provide sanctuary to Alexander until a diplomatic solution can be found. But you're not at Hogwarts now. Amos exclaimed. True. McCavity said. But I'm also not under an anti-apparition jinx. Then, before anyone could react, the Dark Lord McCavity turned on his heels and apparat away, presumably to sanctuary at Hogwarts. Damn it, Albus! Crouch shouted. Barty, Corban, consider it this way. By allowing Alexander to stay at Hogwarts, I will be responsible for his safety and security. I will ensure he is available for any interviews, and I can do so without causing an international incident that could severely damage our standing with the International Confederation of Wizards. Dumbledore paused, surveying the ruins of the Quidditch World Cup. Well, more of an international incident. Fine, Yaxley grumbled. I'll hold you to that, Dumbledore. But in the meantime, there's still the matter of Crouch's elf. What about my elf? Crouch snapped, looking at Yaxley. We've established that Winky wasn't responsible for the dark mark. True, Yaxley replied with a smirk. But she was caught with a wand on her. The law is quite clear on that, isn't it, Diggory? Oh yes, Director Yaxley, Amos answered. Quite clear. It doesn't matter whether she used young Potter's wand or not. She held it. That is a violation of the law for which there is only one acceptable punishment, clothes. Jim gasped. But that's not fair. Winky didn't do anything. The law is the law, Mr. Potter, Amos said solemnly. Crouch glared at him with disdain. And we all know your only concern is ensuring the law is obeyed, don't we, Amos? I'm sure it has nothing to do with your bitterness over my claiming the directorship of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, which you expected to receive. Amos flushed but did not take the bait. Beside him, Cedric looked away, wishing he could disappear. With a sigh, Crouch knelt down close to the weeping elf. I am sorry that I must do this, Winky. You have served me and my family faithfully for many years. But I have no choice. By taking that wand, even for an innocent purpose, you have violated the law. And as punishment, I must give you clothes. At that, Winky began to cry even harder. Crouch looked up at Dumbledore. Albus, is it still Hogwarts policy to accept house elves who have been freed by their masters? Of course, Barty. Winky will be welcome among the elves of Hogwarts. Good. Then, seeing as how my tent is destroyed, I shall take Winky home for tonight. You may expect her at Hogwarts tomorrow. He gently picked up the distraught elf and, after glaring at Yaxley and Diggory for a moment, Crouch apparat away. At that point, Jim Potter spoke up. Excuse me? But does anyone know where any of the Weasleys got off to? I wanted to make sure they were okay. In response, a somber Albus Dumbledore informed the boy of Charlie Weasley's serious injuries and that the whole family was at St. Mungo's. Lily agreed to take the horrified boy to the hospital to be with his friend, while James remained at the campsite on Yaxley's orders to help with cleanup. However, he took the opportunity for a quick side trip. After leaving Yaxley's site, James ducked into a secluded alleyway between two damaged tents before apparating into the arena. Upon arriving, he looked up at the top of the display pedestal. The goblet of fire was exactly where he'd last seen it, still lit and apparently untouched. James cast a few spells to confirm that the wards around the goblet were in perfect working order. Finding no gaps in the defenses, he shrugged an apparat away. The car park. After what seemed like an eternity, all of Harry's friends rendezvoused at Dan's SUV. Along the way, Archie found Neville still barricaded inside a magical hedge barrier, which was quickly dispatched. Luckily for all concerned, the werewolf claw marks that Archie had taken were not on his wand arm, and he was able to heal Neville's broken legs after several tries. A bigger concern for Neville was the sight of Hermione was in Dan's arms, appearing to be in shock. They finally reached the SUV, where Harry, Theo, Amy, and Padfoot were waiting. With surprising professionalism, Dan went straight to the emergency medical bag he kept in the back for situations like this. After giving his daughter a firm hug, he began working on Padfoot, trying to remove the orichalcum bulb tip from the dog's shoulder so that he could safely return to his human form. Archie stood over him, providing light with a Lumo spell. I wouldn't have thought this was a normal part of dentistry, Dan, Archie said cautiously. And it's not, Dan replied. Luckily, I'm an oral surgeon as well. I just leave that part out of the job description when talking to wizards. You lot barely know what dentistry is, after all. Touché, Archie responded. In the back of the SUV, Neville was asleep. His legs were mostly healed, but it had taken multiple brachiomementos from Archie, and the spell had a pain-relieving effect that increased with each use. Once back in the SUV, Neville was happy to lay down for a nap. Harry was also asleep in the back, though not by choice. After learning that Harry had been struck by a cruciatus from Tiberius Knot, and hearing Harry insist that he was fine despite visible tremors, Archie promptly used a somnium spell on him until they could get him proper treatment. Amy stayed close to Dan and Archie, watching the makeshift veterinary surgery with fascination. Theo and Hermione sat on the ground with their backs against the other side of the vehicle. Theo glanced at Hermione cautiously. "Are you okay?" he asked gently. Hermione nodded slowly. I killed someone tonight," she said quietly. He took a deep breath. "Me too." Hermione's head jerked around in surprise. "Oh." Tiberius Knot was torturing Harry. He was about to kill them or kidnap them to kill them later. "What about you?" "It was a werewolf. He was about to kill my father." Theo's eyes widened. "Do you feel bad about it?" he asked. Hermione looked away. "I'm still not sure." "A little?" "Honestly, right now, I mostly feel bad about the fact that I don't feel as bad as I think I should. Does that make sense?" Theo blinked as he processed her words. Then, he nodded. "Yeah, it makes total sense. I know exactly what you mean." They fell silent for a moment. Nearby, they could hear Neville snoring softly. "If you don't mind telling," Theo asked, "how did you manage to kill a werewolf?" "Sectum sempra. It's for killing werewolves." "Good choice then, I reckon. And if you don't mind me asking, how did you kill Lord Knot?" Theo turned to look into Hermione's eyes. "Believe it or not, and I'm still not sure if I believe it, I killed him with a tasteless joke about his wife giving oral pleasure to you-know-who." Hermione's eyes widened, as if she were more shocked by the method than the fact itself. Then, they both started laughing at the absurdity of it all. At St. Mungo's, when Jim finally arrived with Lily close behind, the first Weasley he saw was Fred, just coming out of a men's restroom. "Fred! Where's Ron? Surprised by Jim's presence, Fred pointed down the hallway. In the emergency surgery room. He's been in there for a while now. Jin's eyes widened in horror at the thought of his best friend being injured after he had impulsively run off to rescue someone else. Without another word, he ran down the hall, with Fred and Lily calling after him. He skidded to a stop next to a window into the ward. Ron was indeed in the emergency surgery room, but he wasn't there as a patient. Instead, to Jin's surprise, Ron was performing parcel-mouth surgery on a wounded man under the supervision of trained healers. Jin could hear Ron hissing through the glass. "What the hell?" Jin said to no one in particular. The next morning's Daily Prophet featured various headlines. Chaos at the Quidditch World Cup. Historic Irish victory over Bulgaria overshadowed by unprecedented violence. Dark mark or dark hoax. Australian Muggleborns attack the Quidditch World Cup dressed as Death Eaters. Allied with werewolves. Bartemius Crouch nearly assassinated. Was a rogue house elf involved? Dark Lord Macavity claims sanctuary at Hogwarts. Has Dumbledore finally gone mad? Unidentified Parselmouth performs medical miracles, saving dozens of Quidditch World Cup victims. Who is the Parselmouth prodigy? Severed head of retired hit wizard Durward Gibbon found amongst the wreckage. Amos Diggory of the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures denies reports of bargists used during the attack. Are followers of Grindel involved? Lady Narcissa Not reports Lord Not ill with severe spattergout and appoints his wife as regent. Somewhere in Britain, beneath a Fidelius charm, Peter Pettigrew thumbed through the Prophet and said, "Well, so far, at least, it looks like everything's gone perfectly. Don't you agree, old bean?" Replied Augustus Rookwood as he buttered a scone. There was that bit where Tiberius Not managed to get himself killed and eaten by one of his own hellhounds. Peter snorted. "You're right. Everything's gone better than perfect." They both laughed. End of Part 1, The Games of Summer. To be continued in Harry Black and the Resurrection Game, Part 2, The Trials of Winter, beginning September 1, 2021.